and Papa is the correct one. The version Mamma always told me and everyone else, or the one Lady Maple told a few days ago." "Oh, Maria," Mrs. Dixon said, and she leaned forward in her chair as though to cover one of Maria's hands with her own. It was out of reach unless she got to her feet, however. "None of us were there, except Aunt Bertha and Lillian herself, that is. But it was a long time ago, more than 20 years. Does it really matter who was right? Your Mamma and Papa were very fond of each other, weren't they?" Maria said nothing for a while, but continued to frown at her hands. Her aunts and uncles were looking quite distressed, Estelle could see. It was obvious to her that they did not want to speak freely. Maria was their niece, after all, and they were clearly fond of her. "Tell me about the quarrel," Maria said. Mr. Dixon sighed audibly before drawing breath again.
"Lillian's task when she married your father was colossal, Maria," he said. "Our aunt had taught her to speak like a lady and to behave like one. But suddenly she was a countess. She had so much else to learn. After the wedding she took us all aside, Patricia, Sarah, Margaret and me, and explained that it would be best if we kept out of the way for a while. She was ashamed of us, Leonard," his sister said bluntly. "She did not want her new associates to see what she had come from, or to hear what she had come from. I beg your pardon, Maria, but I did ask for the truth," Maria said. "So, according to your perception, it was Mamma who quarrelled with you?" "Let us not call it a quarrel," Mrs. Dixon said. "It was more of an agreement." "Margaret the peacemaker," her sister-in-law said, shaking her head. "There was nothing agreeable about it. We were given our marching orders and we marched." "There was no further communication?" Maria asked. "Your father wrote a very kind letter to each of us when your grandpapa died," Mr. Dixon said. "And then again when you were born. His solicitor informed us of his demise. We all wrote to commiserate with the new Earl of Brandon, his son, and with Lillian, your mother. We did not hear back from either one. I learned just this week that Brandon, your brother, was gone from home for years before his father died and for a while after. That would explain why he did not answer our letters."
"Because he stole all of Mamma's most precious jewellery," Maria said sharply.
"Perhaps,"
Mrs. Chandler said with a sigh.
"We know nothing about that, Maria, and we did not know of your move with your mother to that other home. She did not inform us. We did not know of her illness or of her passing until Brandon wrote to us. We would not have let you bear the burden of all that alone, my dear. Our letters of commiseration came to you very late, I am afraid. We just did not know that our own sister had had a lingering illness and died." Her voice shook a little, and she blinked away tears as her husband took out a large handkerchief and handed it to her. No one spoke for a while.
"Papa wrote to you, but Mamma never did?" Maria asked at last.
"The Earl, your father, was a very kind gentleman, Maria," Mrs. Dixon said, evading the second part of Maria's question. "And a very honourable man," Mr. Dixon added. "He never for a moment made us feel during the week we were here for the wedding that we were inferior in any way. He was interested in our lives. I can remember him shaking my hand and calling me brother after the wedding." "His son, your brother, is like him in a number of ways," Mrs. Chandler said. "Maria, are you quite sure he took Lillian's jewellery? He must have been a very wealthy young man. One cannot imagine why he would have done such a spiteful and wrong thing. And he seemed a very pleasant boy when we were here. He was only 13 or 14, I seem to recall."
"Of course I am sure," Maria cried. "And of course Papa was sure. He sent him away, never to return. He never mentioned his name again."
"Your father gave
theft as the reason for what he did?" Mrs. Chandler asked. "I was 8 years old," Maria said. "Papa said nothing. He would not say why He would not say why his son was gone, and Mamma would not say in his hearing. But I think it killed him. He changed after that. He was sadder and thinner. He spent more time than ever with me, and he smiled a lot and was always kind. But he was not fun any longer. He did not laugh."
"Oh, Maria!" Mrs. Chandler got to her feet, closed the distance between them, and drew her niece up and into her arms. "I am so sorry you lost your papa when you were so young, and that you went through all you did with your mamma without any of us to help you. I am so sorry." They were weeping then in each other's arms, and Mr. Dixon was blowing his nose loudly into his handkerchief, while Mr. Chandler stood and went to stand in the gap between the windows and looked out.
"You loved her all the time, then?"
Maria asked when she could.
"You love me?"
"Aye, lass," Mr. Dixon said, as he stuffed his handkerchief back into his pocket. "You are our niece, our flesh and blood. We won't let you be all alone ever again, even if you go and marry a duke. You are stuck with us from now on, whether you like it or not." Maria was laughing through her tears.
"Oh, I like that,"
she said, as her uncle got to his feet to enfold her in his arms. It was not happily ever after, Estelle thought, as she stood quietly and moved to the doorway and through it, past Mr. Chandler. Maria had genuinely loved her mother, and still did. It was perfectly clear that the late Countess of Brandon had been a thoroughly disagreeable woman. It was not to be expected that Maria would fully accept that, however. So perhaps she would always be a bit suspicious of the version of events her aunts and uncles and her great-aunt had given. And they understood that, and sympathized with her, and loved her. They would have a relationship with her going forward, and she with them. The Earl of Brandon had been right to invite them. She was not needed here any longer, Estelle decided. Maria had not needed her at all, in fact, except as moral support. She drew a few deep breaths of the summer air and thought that, after all, she would have time to walk to the lake. She did not need company. Indeed, the chance of an hour or so of solitude seemed quite blissful. She turned her steps in that direction. Chapter 13. Justin did not know how long he had been sitting in the grotto. He had not brought a watch with him, but he did not think it was important to hurry back. However, it seemed that his peace was in danger of being shattered. Captain had scrambled up onto his haunches and was panting while he gazed intently outward. "Quiet, Cap," Justin murmured. A lone figure had come into sight, strolling along the bank of the lake in the direction of the bridge. His first instinct was to withdraw farther back into the cave until she went away. But if she should decide to sit on the bank, as she had beside the river north of her home a few weeks ago, and remove her shoes and stockings and lift her skirt up over her knees, and then look up and see him anyway, she would be horribly embarrassed, and he would feel like a peeping Tom. He stayed where he was. His dog was still alert and watching, but he was no longer panting. Lady Estelle Lamarr, Justin suspected, liked solitude as much as he did. Else why had she been alone that day by the river? Why was she alone now? And why was she still unmarried and presumably content to live with her twin in a modest manner in the depths of the country, when she could probably marry very eligibly any time she chose? He did not want to be alone with her. He had made a thorough ass of himself at the summer house with his proposal of marriage and the subsequent kiss, after she had refused his offer. He had felt an inconvenient attraction to her
later that same day, when he stopped for a private conversation with her during the tour of the state apartments. That had been unwise. He had kept his distance from her as much as he could during the days since then. She did not sit on the bank. She strolled all the way to the bridge and halfway across it before stopping under the roof just at the bend to gaze at the falls as he had done earlier, her arms crossed on the balustrade before her and pushing up her bosom as she leaned on them. With just a slight turn of the head, she would be looking right at him. Would she see him in the shadows, or his dog? Why wait to find out?
"It is one of the loveliest sights in the park,"
he said, raising his voice so she would hear him above the sound of rushing water. She looked both ways, startled.
"Over here," he said. "To your left."
She surprised him by smiling when she saw him. "That looks like fun," she said.
"I always thought we should have a resident hermit here," he said, "but it might be considered a little eccentric."
"Counting his beads and plaiting his beard," she said. "It would be very picturesque. Who would bring him food, though? Or her? Are there female resident hermits? It would be a great injustice to women if there were not."
"I thought they lived on air," he said. "Hermits of both genders, that is."
"Oh dear, their lives must be very tedious then," she said, and laughed.
"It would be a long walk from the kitchen 3 times a day," he said. "The servants would start handing in their notice en masse. Perhaps it is as well we have never had a hermit."
His mother and father used to talk nonsense sometimes. He could remember one time becoming helpless with giggles as he listened until they turned to him, and his father pounced upon him and tickled him, while his mother urged him to stop before he made Justin ill. Where the devil had that memory come from?
"Come and see," he said. "It is just a cave, but it has always been known as the grotto."
"And why not?" she said, walking to the end of the bridge and descending the steps to the grass. "Grotto is a far more romantic word. How do I get there?"
"Go and fetch her, Cap,"
he said, and his dog bounded out and down to her. There were rocks, big, smooth, flat boulders like giant steps. It was neither a difficult nor a dangerous climb, and really the grotto was not far above the level of the lake anyway. He stepped out to offer his hand, but she did not need it. She made her way carefully toward him, one hand on Captain's back, while Justin wondered why on earth he had invited her inside the cave.
"The blankets and cushions are not damp and mouldy,"
he assured her, when she lowered her head and peered inside.
"They are stored in the boathouse with towels for swimmers."
"Is there a boat, too?" she asked.
"Yes, there is," he told her.
"It is quite splendid," she said of the cave, "and far bigger than it looks from the outside. Did you use it as a place to hide when you were a boy? I bet you did."
"You would not lose your wager," he said.
She came right inside and sat on the blanket he had spread earlier. She arranged a cushion behind her back, then took off her bonnet when she discovered that she could not lean her head back with it on. She set it down beside her. They sat across from each other, their knees drawn up, not quite touching.
"I thought you were with Maria," he said.
"I was," she told him. "One of the gardeners gave a large group of us a very interesting tour of the greenhouses. He knows everything there is to know about all the plants, including the countries from which they all came. Everyone went their own way after that. Maria's Yorkshire aunts and uncles went off to sit in the summer house. I was going to suggest that Maria come here with me to relax for a while, but before I could say a word, she decided to go after them and wanted me to go with her. She asked them about her mother and insisted upon the truth as they knew it. It was an uncomfortable conversation for them all, but I believe it is going to help enormously. I left them hugging one another and shedding tears."
"Ah, reconciliation," he said. "It is what I hoped for. though there was always the chance the opposite would happen, and they would all part forever after a bitter quarrel.
"I do not believe that will happen now," she said. "I believe Maria has discovered a family who will stick with her in the future. Poor thing. She loved her mother very dearly. But I think she is beginning to understand that the Countess was not always perfect."
He gazed at her, while Captain nudged at his hand in the hope of being petted. Justin obliged him.
"I did not meet her,"
Lady Estelle said, her eyes steady on his.
"But I think she must have been an unpleasant woman. I cannot imagine any other mother refusing help from professional nurses who had been sent to her, no doubt at considerable expense, and insisting instead that she be tended exclusively by her very young daughter. Maria was barely 19 when she died."
What could he say? He chose to say nothing.
"I am sorry,"
she said, smiling fleetingly.
"It is none of my business, as usual. But I have interrupted your musings. I ought to leave you to them and continue my walk."
"I made it your business, Lady Estelle," he said, smoothing his hand along Captain's back, "when I asked you to come here as a companion for my sister. I will say this much. I was badly hurt when my father remarried. Perhaps children always are under such circumstances, but—"
"No, not necessarily," she said. "How old were you?"
13, he said.
"I was 17 when my father married my stepmother," she said. "There were complications in their courtship, and they broke off their betrothal and went their separate ways. Bertrand and I had to work very hard to bring them back together and get them to marry each other on a Christmas Eve. We did it because it was obvious to us that they were painfully in love with each other, and because our father would never have been happy without her, and because his happiness mattered to us. I will always love my mother, though I have no conscious memories of her, but I adore my stepmother. Children are not always resentful of the second marriage of their surviving parent."
"My father and mother were very close," he said. "There was affection and laughter in the house when I was a child, and I was included in it. They made me feel that I was their most prized treasure. I thought my father would go insane after she died. I thought he would never be happy again. After 3 years, he was just beginning to pull himself back from the brink. But when he went to London for the parliamentary session and came back with a girl not quite 5 years older than me, and announced that he would be marrying her within a month, I thought I must be in the middle of a bizarre sort of nightmare. I was biased against her, of course. I will admit that. But no matter how hard I tried, I could not understand why he was doing it. Apart from the fact that she was extraordinarily lovely, that was. But it seemed so unlike my father to be bowled over by just that. It seemed to me that she lacked character and anything else that could possibly interest him. I was terribly hurt. We had been closer than ever since my mother's death. He had promised to return from London just as soon as he possibly could. We were going to go to Cornwall, he to spend time with his sisters and brother-in-law, I to frolic with the cousins. He had been planning it since Christmas. But, well, I felt abandoned, forgotten, pushed aside for someone who was more important to him, though I could not for the life of me understand why. It hurts to lose faith in a parent you have always looked up to as perfect in every way.
"The story Lady Maple told a few days ago about the first meeting of your father and stepmother was new to you?" she asked.
"Entirely," he said. "But it explained everything." And he did mean everything, even the way it had all ended between him and his father. For before all else, his father had been an honourable man. An honourable man married a woman whose reputation he had compromised, even if he had been tricked into doing so. and an honourable man defended his wife at the expense of all else, even his only son.
Yes, she said. I suppose it did.
She moved as though she intended to rise. Stay a while, he said. She settled back against her cushion. She was wearing some perfume, something floral. Gardenia? It was not a harsh scent, though, as many women's perfumes were. It was soft and subtle. It seemed part of her. He had not consciously noticed it in the summer house, or when he stood with her in one of the twin sitting rooms in the state apartments, but he must have done so unconsciously.
When you were banished from here, she said, you did not take a fortune in jewels with you. Presumably you had nothing or next to nothing. You were gone for a number of years. Where did you go? What did you do?
He had never mingled his worlds. Wes and Hilda had known nothing of his life here. They had not even known, until he got word of his father's death, that he was heir to an earldom. All they had guessed was that he was a gentleman by birth, down on his luck. No one in this world, not even his aunt and uncle, knew about his other life. They knew only that he had survived, and that 3 or 4 times a year he had gone to pick up the letters they had written or forwarded to him, and had sent them a brief note to acknowledge their receipt. He had been thinking earlier of a plan that would bring his worlds together, but it had not yet taken definite shape in his mind, and perhaps never would. It might be preferable to leave well enough alone. Was he now to bring those 2 worlds together, simply by answering the questions this woman had asked him? This woman who, less than a week ago, had refused his offer to make her his countess. This virtual stranger. I went, he said. I had a choice of 4 directions, and infinite sub-directions within each. I went west. I stayed at inns and ate at taverns for a week or so, while reality set in. There was no going back home, ever. Not while my father lived. There was no home. There was no replacement for the little money I had. There was no income.
You had no friends to go to? She asked. You would not, or could not, go to any of your relatives? There was no chance of genteel employment, perhaps in London?
There had been possibilities. He had had a few friends who might have helped. His Uncle Rowan would have recommended him to some employment suited to his education and background. His aunts and uncles in Cornwall would almost certainly have taken him in and pointed him in the right direction if he had told them he wished to earn his way. He had chosen instead to go his own road, quite literally. There was a matter of pride and some stubbornness, he said, and despite all the pain I was feeling, I had an image of myself as a young adventurer, striding off into the world and into the future to make his fortune.
And did you succeed? She asked.
I made my future, he said. One really has no choice over that, short of ending it all. I never considered taking my life. I worked wherever I could, and pride, as well as necessity, led me to take anything I was offered. It was never anything even remotely attractive. The respect with which I had been treated as a matter of course for the first 22 years of my life meant nothing when I stepped out of my own bubble. It was, in fact, a cause of ridicule at best, of vicious hostility at worst. I was considered good for nothing, and was told so. I swept out taverns and cleaned latrines. I fed pigs and mucked out their pens. I worked in a coal mine until there was a cave-in along one of the underground tunnels. I was in the other at the time. I worked on a dock, loading and unloading freight. I could go on and on. Some jobs lasted a few days, others a few weeks. I slept wherever I could, sometimes under a solid roof, sometimes in a barn or beneath a hedgerow. After 2 years, I met the man who was to become my best friend.
The one who broke your nose, she said.
Yes, Wes, he said. Wesley Mort. He was, and is, a foreman at a stone quarry. After he had knocked me to the tavern floor, and I was only semi-conscious, he voiced his contempt for me and all men of my class, and told me that if I wanted to be a real man, I could come and work for him, which I did 2 days later, much to his astonishment. I worked for him for 4 years, until I heard about my father's death, and came back here. He was not easy on me, quite the contrary. He gave me all the most brutal tasks during the first year or so, and kept me at them for longer hours than he kept anyone else, because I was slower and worse than useless, in his stated opinion. I earned nothing for the extra time I put in.
But he became your best friend.
She had set an elbow on her knee and had her chin propped on her hand. She was looking slightly amused, Justin thought. He kept his end of our bargain, and stopped calling me Mr. La-di-da after the first week, he said. Ever after I was Juss. He worked as hard as I did, I must explain, and considerably harder until I toughened up. I lived with him and Hilda, his woman. I shared a loft with his brother, Ricky. I taught Wes to read and write, though he still gets frustrated at the slowness with which he does both. I used to tell Ricky stories, and Wes and Hilda would often listen, though Wes pretended not to. It was beneath his dignity to take delight from an imaginary world. We made a wagon between us, and both Wes and Hilda had the use of my horse to pull it.
Ricky was a child?
She asked. He is a few years younger than I am, he said, but his mind is that of a child. When I went to Wes's house to get work, it was Ricky who invited me inside for a bowl of Hilda's soup to make me feel better. Then he showed me his loft and decided it was large enough for the 2 of us. Hilda put up a curtain to divide the space in 2.
And that is where you lived for 4 years, she said.
And for a couple of months each year even now, he said. The Earl of Brandon becomes Juss Wiley, stone hewer, twice a year, and is happy again. He gazed at her, his eyes and his whole face deliberately blank. He had not told anyone else these things.
You love them,
she said. Yes, he said curtly. There were no deductions from my wages, by the way, for room and board.
And I suppose, she said, you did not charge for the reading and writing lessons or for the use of your horse.
It did not occur to me, he said. Perhaps I ought to send a bill. She had a way of looking. It was not exactly a smile. It was a warmth, as though she smiled inside, but chose to keep most of it to herself. But some spilled over into her eyes and onto her face nonetheless. She was looking that way at him now. What? He said.
I bet his bill would be larger, she said.
Undoubtedly, he said. Wes is as hard as nails, or as a boulder. But yes, I love him.
And this, she said, is why you were so large?
She seemed to have taken herself by surprise with her question. Even in the shadowed light of the cave, he could see that colour had flooded her cheeks. He opened his hands and looked at his palms. There were still calluses at the base of each finger, his badges of honour, and the hands themselves were larger than they had once been, no longer the hands of a gentleman. He closed his fingers into his palms.
I am sorry, she said. It was not intended as an insult. You looked very frightening the first time I saw you. It did not help, I suppose, that I was sitting on the riverbank, and you were on horseback, and Captain looked as though he was coming for my throat.
Captain woofed. You ought not to have been there alone, Justin said.
Now you sound like my aunt, she told him.
Not your brother? He asked her. Did he not scold you?
"I did not tell him," she said. "He would have scolded, and I would have been forced to quarrel with him and accuse him of sounding like our aunt."
"The one who raised you," he said. "What is she like? Apart from the fact that she did not approve of dogs as pets."
"She was very strict," she said. "Very proper, very pious, a lot of upright, moral things. She has a strong sense of what is right and how a house should be run and how all the people in it ought to behave, both family and servants. She ruled my uncle and my 2 cousins, and Bertrand and me. Bert was brought up to be a gentleman. I was raised to be a lady. We were raised to value church and prayer and morality. We were never told that our father was a rake and a ne'er-do-well. We were taught to respect him, but whenever he came to visit, he felt his sister-in-law's disapproval and agreed with her unspoken condemnation. He has told us so since then. He thought we were in the best possible place with the best possible people, and he never stayed for longer than a few days at a time. He did not want to contaminate us with his presence. It did not help that we were taught to be quiet, except when spoken to. He stayed quiet when we were with him, waiting for him to speak with us. But he never spoke, except to ask a few stilted questions that could be answered with a monosyllable. Our father believed we hated him and wanted him to go away. So he went."
"I am sorry," he said.
"You need not be," she told him. "We did have an excellent upbringing, and we were loved, as I believe I told you before. Strict discipline does not necessarily preclude love, you know."
"But you longed for your father," he said. It had shrieked through every word of her account of her childhood, or perhaps more through the look on her face and the tone of her voice than through her actual words. She and her brother had been reconciled with him, but much damage had been done them anyway.
"I am so thankful," she said, "that he did not die before we had a chance to get to know him properly, to understand him and why he behaved as he did, to be fully restored to him." He patted his dog's head and gazed at her. Captain turned his head to pant in his face. His breath was not exactly sweet. He watched Lady Estelle swallow. "I ought not to have said that," she said. "It was insensitive. You were not as fortunate as we were."
"My father was ailing for several months before his death," he said. "I do not believe he ever asked for me or tried to send word to me."
"Would there have been any way for him to contact you?" she asked. He shook his head. "How did you hear of his passing, then?" she asked.
"My aunt and uncle knew where to send letters," he said, "though it was often weeks or months before I got them."
"Mr. and Mrs. Sharp?" she said.
He nodded. "They wrote me of his death." She clasped her arms about her legs and lowered her head until her forehead touched her knees.
"Is that where the worst of your pain is?" she asked him.
It was not perfectly clear what she meant by that, but he understood her to mean the fact that his father had apparently stuck by the decision he had made that day when he banished his only son. Even when he was dying, he had stuck by it. There had been no olive branch, no offer of reconciliation. It was a pain so deep that he never, ever thought of it. It would, he knew, be unbearable if he allowed it to intrude upon his conscious mind and take up residence there. "You are mistaken, Lady Estelle," he said. "That was all a very long time ago. There is no pain." He set his head back against the stone wall. The sound of the waterfall somehow sealed them in here, as though the rest of the world no longer existed. "I suppose I am neglecting my guests. Is it tea-time? Past tea-time?"
"I have no idea," she said, lifting her head. "But I believe everyone can fend for themselves, and Maria is probably back at the house to see to it that no one starves. He got to his feet anyway, careful not to straighten up and bang his head on the low rocks above it. He held out both hands to help her up. She looked at them before setting her own in them. Hers were slim, long-fingered, smooth-skinned. A lady's hands, half lost in his own. Hands that aroused his masculine protective instincts, though she did not strike him as the sort of woman who craved or even welcomed male protection. She was no one's typical image of a helpless female. Generalizations were useless things anyway. Not many people fit into them once one scratched the outer surface they presented to the world and took a good look at the person within. She raised her eyes to his, her eyebrows slightly arched upward, as though to ask him why he was holding her hands if he was not intending to help her get to her feet. Why indeed? But their faces were suddenly uncomfortably close.
"You did not tell me if I was forgiven," he said. "For kissing you," he added, when her brows rose a little higher.
"Did I not?"
she said.
"You were. You are."
"I regret," he said, "that I was so gauche and so impetuous. Such a blockhead. I went about it all wrong."
"The kiss."
Her voice was almost a whisper. "That, too," he said. "But I was referring to my proposal of marriage. I have always despised bended knee and rosebuds and poetic speeches and hand over heart. But there is surely a large range of possible behaviours between that and I wish you would marry me. I believe those were my very words, or something similar. I am glad you had the good sense to refuse me."
"Are you?" she said. "Then we are in perfect agreement." But there was a thread of amusement in her voice.
"Watch your head."
He drew her to her feet and released his hold on her hands. Captain was on his feet too, eager to return to the outdoors. "The blanket and cushions," she said, as he stepped out and turned to offer her a hand back down to the level bank beside the bridge.
"I will put them away later,"
he told her. "Why not now?" she asked, and bent to pick up 2 cushions after tying the ribbons of her bonnet and linking them over her arm. They put everything away neatly inside the boathouse. After Justin shut the door securely behind them, he turned and saw Estelle standing a few feet away, between him and the bridge, in full sunlight. Her pale blue dress was the exact colour of the sky. She was looking directly at him, that inner smile lighting her face. And, oh God, he took a step closer.
"I want you,"
he said.
Chapter 14. She ought to have turned and run without stopping, over the bridge and all the way back to the house. There she ought to have grabbed Bertrand, dragged him up to the east wing to pack their bags, and then dashed down to the stables with him, retrieved their carriage, and sprung the horses all the way home to Elm Court. That is what she ought to have done. Instead, she stood her ground, and swallowed, and frowned, and dropped her bonnet to the grass, for she wanted him too, though she did not say so out loud. He was searching her eyes with his own. "Is it possible to pretend the summer-house debacle did not happen?" he asked her.
"The proposal, with all your very sensible reasons for making it," she said. "My refusal in all its starkness. The kiss that followed despite it all."
"No," he said. "I did not suppose it could be done."
"Perhaps it is possible to put it behind us," she said, "to dismiss it for the idiocy it was."
"It was idiotic," he said. "That proposal."
"It was," she agreed. "So was my response."
"You could not think of anything whatsoever that would induce you even to consider marrying me," he said.
"I believe those were my exact words, or close enough," she said.
It was idiocy?
He raised his eyebrows. Yes, she said.
And the kiss, he said. Idiocy?
Idiocy under the circumstances, yes. She shrugged. And he took one more step closer, set his large hands on either side of her waist, and drew her forward until she was pressed to him all the way from her bosom to her knees. She looked into his eyes the whole time, and saw depth there, not just the usual hard blankness. There was uncertainty too, perhaps. Yearning, maybe. Desire, definitely. She raised her hands and set them on his shoulders, and was shot through with such a charge of lust that she almost lost control of her knees. At least she assumed it was lust. She had never before felt anything quite like it. It was more than just desire, and he kissed her. His lips were parted, and soon hers were too, and he ravaged her mouth with his tongue. She was no idle spectator while he did it. She sucked his tongue deeper, made inarticulate noises when he stroked the tip of it over the roof of her mouth, pressed herself closer to him, twined one arm about his neck, and pushed the fingers of the other hand into his hair. One of his hands spread over her upper back, while the other went lower and pressed her to him. She could feel the hardness of his desire through the layers of their clothing, and it half frightened, half excited her. He was so terribly large, the whole of him, all breadth of shoulders and chest, all hard muscles and masculinity, powerful arms, large hands, firm thighs, and he smelled enticingly musky, with a cologne her brother did not use, or any other man she had ever been close to. Both hands were now below her waist and pressing her to him. His head had moved back from hers, and they were gazing into each other's eyes again.
"Estelle,"
he murmured.
"Lord Brandon, I—"
"Say my name," he said softly. "Let me hear you say it."
"Justin," she said, and watched him inhale slowly.
"You agreed to come here for 2 weeks," he said. "A little more than a week remains. At the end of your stay, I will make a new offer, in quite different words. Unless, that is, you stop me before I can even launch into speech. It is my hope that by then your answer will have changed."
"You intend to court me?"
she said. "One of the genteel arts," he said. "I never learned how it is done. But I hope to change your mind, Estelle. How that will happen I do not know. I must think of a way."
"Why?"
she asked. He was still holding her to him. She still had her arms twined about his neck, a thick, powerful neck. He had the body and the hands of a labourer, she realized, and she lusted after him. She would not even pretend to herself that she did not.
"I want you,"
he said again, returning his hands to either side of her waist.
"But I know I cannot have you outside of matrimony. And there, I have opened my mouth and stuck a large foot inside it again. I have given the impression that I would marry you for sex alone, which, by the way, I did not even mention in the summer house. I do indeed want you, but I also want you, and there is a difference, the one purely physical, the other more. But I am stuck for a sentence ender."
"Emotional?"
she suggested. He considered.
"Is that what I mean?"
he asked her. In her case, the wanting was entirely physical. It could not possibly be anything else. She had believed him when he denied stealing his stepmother's jewellery. But he had done something, and it had been so dreadful that his father, who had loved him dearly and with whom he had always been close, had banished him for life. There was, surely, only one possibility, and it was just as bad as theft. No, it was worse. She could not want such a man in any but the most base physical way. She certainly could not marry him. He had spent 4 years living and working with people he loved as dearly as he loved his own family members. He still spent time each year with them. That cottage by the stone quarry, and the coarse labourer with his woman and his simple-minded brother,
were from a world that was alien to her. Not inferior, just different. That made him different. How could she ever be close to him when half his life was lived in a world so different from her own that it might as well be a distant planet? He kept vast swathes of himself to himself and presented a granite exterior to the world, at least to her part of the world. When she married, it would have to be to a man who welcomed her with open warmth into the very depths of his being, just as she would welcome him into the depths of hers. That could never happen with this man. His years away from home, and the reason he had been sent away, had deeply damaged him. She could neither mend nor heal him. No one could. His father had died and stranded him in a life of guilt and probable regret. She could not, would not take that on. She slid her hands down to his shoulders.
"I believe it would be best for you, Lord Brandon," she said, "if you abandoned your courtship now. For my answer at the end of next week, if you asked the question again, would surely be the same as it was the last time. I want a happy, light-filled marriage when the time comes. Pardon me, that sounded like an insult, and that is not what I intended. But I feel no joy at the prospect of being your countess."
"Then it is a good thing you are not being asked to be my countess," he said, releasing his hold on her and bending to pick up her bonnet and hand it to her after brushing off a few blades of grass. "Not yet, anyway. Perhaps over the next week I can cause you to feel a little more joyful at the thought. No, a little would not suffice, would it? I shall see if I can fill you to the brim with light and joy at the idea of marrying me." And suddenly she wanted to weep. The light had gone from his life when his mother died, he had once told her, but he had remained close to his father, who sounded like a kind, honourable man from what she had heard of him. He had been planning a summer holiday in Cornwall with his son just before he had married his second wife instead. Had joy deserted Justin forever, after he had committed some heinous sin at the age of 22 and broken his father's heart? Was he grasping for a return of it now, with her? It could not be done. She put on her bonnet and tied the ribbons beneath her chin before turning without another word. Captain was lying at the bend in the middle of the bridge, his head up, watching them. He scrambled to his feet, waited for her to come up to him and run a hand over his huge head, and then went trotting off ahead of her. Estelle made her way back to the house. The Earl of Brandon fell into step at her side, but did not offer his arm, or any conversation. They walked beside the river in silence, and she wondered if, despite herself, she was in love with him. Justin settled Captain in the stables and paused to have a chat with a few of the cousins who had returned from a ride half an hour or so before and were gathered at the rail of the paddock, watching one of the grooms put a new horse through its paces. On his return to the house, he went to the library to check the day's mail. The library, normally a quiet haven, had been invaded. His Uncle Rowan was in there, facing one of the bookcases, his nose in a book he had drawn from one of the shelves. Nigel Dixon was standing not far from him, a sheet of paper in his hand. Viscount Whatley was sitting in one of the leather chairs by the fireplace, reading. Angela Ormsbury, Aunt Felicity's daughter, sat on the companion chair at the other side of the fireplace, frowning down at the book she held, though it was not clear if she frowned because she was deeply absorbed or because she disapproved of what she was reading.
"I say,"
Nigel said eagerly when he saw Justin,
"Mr. Sharp has been as good as his word, Lord Brandon. He has made lists of recommended books for us. Yours is on the desk. This is mine."
He waved the page he held.
"I cannot wait to get Pa to take me to my favourite bookshop in York. I dare say I will spend the whole of my allowance there, and not even make a dent in the list."
"Those books do not all have to be read in a month," Uncle Rowan said, with an affable smile for the young man. "It takes a lifetime to get to the end of a good reading list. More than a lifetime, in fact. But a lifetime is all any of us has. And what a horror story it would be if we did run out of everything worth reading. What would we do then? Your list is a bit different, Justin. I tried to avoid adding books I can see are already here.
Thank you. Justin took a quick look before putting the list away in a top drawer.
I shall take it with me the next time I go to London.
He sat down at the desk and had a quick look through the pile of mail stacked there. Mostly official estate business his secretary had already dealt with. There were 2 personal letters as well, though, one of them from Mariah's Aunt Sarah, addressed to him. She and her husband were enjoying their tour of Scotland, she had written, but they were very sorry it had coincided with the house party at Everleigh. She hoped it would be convenient to him and her niece if they invited themselves there some time after their return. She would write again later.
It would be so wonderful to meet Mariah, and to see you again, she had written. I remember that you were very kind to me when I was at Everleigh for Lillian's wedding to your father, who was also extremely kind, by the way. I recall being quite terrified, because you were aristocrats and lived in a vast mansion, and I was just 15. But you befriended me, although you were only 13 yourself, and made sure I relaxed and enjoyed myself.
Despite the fact that he had been horribly bewildered and upset at the time of that wedding, Justin could remember liking his new stepmother's family, who were all very different from her. They had been hearty and warm and genuine and comfortable in their own less than aristocratic identities, and yes, a bit awed by their surroundings and in need of some reassurance.
A letter from your Aunt Sarah you may be interested in reading, he said, handing it to Nigel. She seems to be enjoying herself in Scotland.
His other letter was addressed in Hilda's handwriting. Justin wondered as he picked it up and broke the seal if his own letter had reached them before she wrote. Was Ricky still upset that he had failed to come in July? It was a brief note. His own letter had arrived, and Hilda had read it to Ricky, and he had run from the house.
And that was the last we have seen of him, Jus. He is gone and we are frantic, she had written.
There was no sign of him anywhere, and no one had seen him. He had never been farther from home than a few miles in any direction. But where could he be? He had no money on him that they knew of, or anything else, except the clothes he was wearing. But he was gone without a trace. The only thing they could think of now, Hilda had both capitalized and heavily underlined the one word, was that he had gone to see Justin, since Justin had not come to see him.
But how would he know where to go? She had written. How would he get there even if he did know? How would he manage without any money, and without someone to look after him? He won't be able to manage, and that is that. But it is all we can think of, Jess. We are at our wits' end. Wes is beside himself. He is running around in circles, and all the men from the quarry and all the neighbours are out looking.
It is grand that they intend coming here later,
Nigel said, setting his aunt's letter down on the desk.
Aunt Sarah and Mariah will surely like each other. I'll go find Pa and Aunt Patricia and tell them the Scottish tour is going well.
Justin smiled vacantly as the boy left the room, still clutching his precious book list, all youthful exuberance. Justin's hands were tingling as he set down Hilda's letter. He could remember once when he had gone to the grotto by the waterfall without telling anyone, and had fallen asleep there after playing for a while. It had been after dark when one of the gardeners had found him and carried him home to his parents, both of whom had been outside while search parties went in every direction. They were both so frantic that even Justin's 5-year-old self had recognized the blind, helpless panic that consumed them. That was what Wes and Hildy would be feeling now for Ricky. It was what he was feeling. He felt sick to his stomach and wanted to dash off. But where? Good God, could they possibly be right? But they would not have written to him until they had exhausted all other possibilities. And they had not searched alone. Friends, neighbours,
fellow workers, everybody would have turned over every stone and forked over every haystack and searched every barn. Ricky had listened to what Justin had written him and then promptly disappeared. Wes and Hilda had concluded that he was coming to find Justin. Mad as it seemed, it was possibly true. Probably true. Had he ever mentioned Everleigh Park in Ricky's hearing? Justin could not remember. Had he mentioned Hertfordshire? But even if he had, well, Hertfordshire was a whole county. It covered a sizable area. How was Ricky ever going to find him? Without a man's mature understanding, without company, without money or belongings. Would he even know how to find his way home if he changed his mind? Did he know where he lived? Did he know it was in Gloucestershire? Justin's first instinct was to go dashing off there himself to help Wes with the search. But what end would that serve? None whatsoever. What could he do then? Anything? His throat was dry. His tongue felt thick. His stomach churned. "Bad news?" someone asked. He looked up, frowning. His uncle and Angela were no longer in the library, he realized. Only Whatley remained, still reclined in his chair by the fireplace, a finger holding his place in the book he was reading. "A bit of a bother," Justin said, setting a still tingling hand down on top of the letter. "It will sort itself out. I hope you had a pleasant ride. The landscape around here is quite scenic. Have you had tea? I am sorry I was not here myself. I have just returned to the house. I believe Lady Maria was having tea brought to the drawing-room for whoever wanted it," Whatley said. "I came here instead for a bit of quiet. Yes, the ride was very pleasant. Good company, lovely countryside. I have been showing your sister the grotto beside the waterfall out at the lake," Justin said. "I dare say she told you I offered her marriage a few days ago, and she refused." "Yes," Whatley said. "She did tell me. I beg to inform you," Justin told him, "that I will be renewing the offer before you leave here next week." "I see," Whatley said. "And does Estelle know this too?" "She does," Justin said. "Her answer would have been the same if I had asked again today. At least I am almost certain it would have been. I hope to convince her over the next week that it will be worth her while to change her mind." He was aware of the stilted nature of his words, and of the possible offensiveness of some of them. I hope to convince her that it will be worth her while to change her mind. But his heart was still thumping, and his head was still buzzing with the knowledge that Ricky was out there somewhere, wandering about England, or even Wales if he had got himself turned about the wrong way, in the hope of finding his friend Juss. Did he even know Justin's last name, or his title name, or that Juss stood for Justin? "You plan to woo her, then?" Whatley said. He had closed his book and set it down on the table beside him. "That word makes me cringe," Justin said. "Woo. Is that what I will be doing? I do not know. But you ought to know that I hope to marry your sister." "I am not her guardian," Whatley said. "Neither is my father. Estelle is her own person." "But you are her twin," Justin said. "The bond is close, I believe." "It seems to be closer than any I have seen between mere siblings," Whatley told him. "I will not say we read each other's mind. That would be ghastly. But we sense each other's feelings. Well, we more than just sense them. We feel with each other or for each other. I have often tried to verbalize just what the bond is, but have always found it impossible to do, even in my own head. We do not interfere with each other, though we sometimes intervene. There is a difference. If, through bringing up this subject, you hope to enlist my help in convincing Estelle that the title Countess of Brandon would be a good one for her, I must disappoint you, I am afraid. The choice, whether yea or nay,
will be hers to make. If I cannot woo my own woman, I would be a sorry excuse for a man," Justin said. "Whether I succeed or fail will be all on me, and on your sister. I merely wanted you to know my intentions. If you believe that I am taking unfair advantage of her in my own home, when I invited her here for another purpose entirely, then you may feel free to say so." He picked up Hilda's letter, unfolded it, folded it again without reading any of it, set it on top of Sarah's letter, picked it up once more, and slid it beneath her letter. He felt nauseated. "Where are you, Ricky? Are you frightened? Have you been taken up as a vagrant somewhere and locked up in a jail?" He became aware of the silence and looked at Whatley, who was looking back. "If you take unfair advantage of Estelle, she will tell you so," Whatley said. "If she chooses to marry you, she will do so. If she chooses not to, that will be that. I will neither intervene nor interfere unless your wooing should turn into harassment. I do not expect it. I am not going to turn into the heavy-handed brother, either with her or with you. But I wish you would believe me when I say I am a good listener. Something in a letter you have shoved out of sight is consuming your mind and your emotions. I know whatever that letter says is none of my business, and as soon as you have told me so, I will leave the library and never refer to the matter again. If I may be of some assistance to you, however, I will sit here and listen." It was not in Justin's nature, or had not been for the past 12 years anyway, to confide anything to anybody. He bore his burdens alone. He buried his feelings beneath the armour of tough stoicism he had erected about himself soon after leaving home. But earlier this afternoon, and to a certain degree at the summer house a few days ago, he had let the sister beneath his guard. Was he now to confide in the brother too, the man he hoped to make his brother-in-law? "I have a friend who is missing," he said. "There is no trace of him close to home. His brother and sister-in-law are frantic and believe that perhaps he is trying to come to me." Whatley was looking steadily at him, his eyebrows slightly raised. "Ricky is 30 years old, with the mind of a very young child," Justin told him, and he went on to explain the situation as briefly and clearly as he could. "And you are not sure," Whatley said when he was finished, "if he knows your full name and title, or the name of your estate or what county it is in. But I cannot imagine Ricky setting out to come to me if he did not have at least one or two of those answers," Justin said. "Even if he knew all four, though, how could he possibly find me here? He has nothing with him. He has no money. And my fear is that even if he has changed his mind and decided to return home, he will not be able to find it or tell anyone exactly where he lives. I blame myself for saying I would go to see him in July and then not going. What you really blame yourself for," Whatley said, "is letting him love you, and loving him in return. Life can be damnable when one opens oneself to love. It can be even worse when one does not." "Damned if you do, damned if you do not," Justin said. He closed his eyes and set his hand flat on top of the 2 letters on his desk. "But this is not the moment for either panic or philosophy," Whatley said. "Let us think of what we can do." "We?" Justin opened his eyes. Whatley shrugged. "I am your guest," he said. "If you have your way, I will be your brother-in-law in the foreseeable future. More to the point, I am a fellow human being. You are going to have to get out the word throughout the county, a full description of Ricky, and an emphasis upon his great importance to you, the Earl of Brandon. Titles and influence can be useful things at times. Fellow landowners, magistrates, clergymen. We need to make a list, and offer a reward, but only if he is detained without violence and treated with kindness. If he gets as far as Hertfordshire," Justin said. "We must at least consider the possibility that he will," Whatley said. For the rest of the country, we must consider notices in newspapers, among other things.
Justin sat back in his chair, drew a deep breath, and let it out slowly through his mouth.
Perhaps, he said, they will yet find him fast asleep in the hay inside someone's barn close to home that they have not thought to search yet. It would be the best possible outcome, Whatley agreed, though it does seem unlikely. May I make another suggestion? Will you send for my sister? You said you told her about those years you spent living with Ricky's brother. She may have some ideas. A woman's perspective and all that.
Justin got to his feet and pulled on the bell rope beside the mantel. He sent the footman who answered his summons to find Lady Estelle Lamarr.
Ask her if she would be so good as to join me and Viscount Whatley in the library, he said.
They waited in near silence.
I am making a mental list of everyone I know in this county, Justin said after a few minutes. It is not a long one. My steward and my secretary will be able to help. They have both been here a long time. They worked for my father before me.
The same footman opened the door 10 minutes after he had been sent and admitted Lady Estelle. She stood just inside the door and looked from one to the other of them, her hands clasped at her waist. I hope there is a reason for this odd summons that is not going to have me exploding in wrath, she said.
I am not about to order you to marry Brandon forthwith, Stell, her brother said. Nor am I about to forbid you to marry him and order you to pack your bags and be ready to leave within the hour.
Well, that is a relief, she said. You get to keep your head, Bert.
Ricky is missing, Justin told her, and her eyes came to him and remained upon him while he told her about Hilda's letter. She did have ideas, in addition to those her brother had suggested.
Involve women and servants, she said. If you wish to spread any news as fast as wildfire, those are the people to tell. Men will spread the word in official ways and be very thorough and methodical about it. Women and servants will just talk, and the people to whom they talk will talk to others. Those others will talk to yet more. Soon, scarcely anyone, either upstairs or down, will not know that a man of Ricky's description and mental slowness is wandering around lost, and, most important, that he is very precious to the Earl of Brandon, who will pay a handsome reward to whoever finds him and treats him with kindness while he or she brings him here to Everleigh.
If he finds his way to this county, Justin said.
By now, Lady Estelle was sitting on the chair across from her brothers, and Justin was standing between them, his back to the fireplace.
Well, you know, gossip does not stop at county borders, Brandon, Whatley said.
But you must be prepared for much of that gossip being about you, Lord Brandon, Lady Estelle warned him. You have kept your secrets locked up tight, and your two worlds very separate until now, have you not? The initial story will explain that Ricky is trying to find you here, and that he is very important to you. You can control that explanation at the source of the story, but once it starts spreading you will lose control of the details, and the story will grow and swell like a hot air balloon. Everyone will be very eager to fill in the why and the how.
You can control that too, if you wish, by getting ahead of the rumours with solid fact, her twin added.
Lady Estelle set a hand on Justin's arm. Whether unconsciously or deliberately he did not know. He could feel the warmth of it and the comfort of it through his coat sleeve and shirt sleeve. You can do a great deal more than his brother can to spread the word and find Ricky, she said. You have power and influence. He turned his head to look at her, and she seemed to realize where her hand was. She removed it, after patting his arm a couple of times.
Thank you, he said, to both of you. I do not know why you would be willing to help me. This is supposed to be a house party primarily for your relaxation and enjoyment. We actually enjoy helping friends, do we not, Stell? Whatley said.
Like you, we have a large extended family, she said, on our mother's side, and our father's, and our stepmother's.
Hers includes all the Westcotts, and there are dozens of them. Or am I exaggerating? But they include powerful people, like the Earl of Riverdale and the Duke of Netherby.
Netherby is a friend of mine, Justin said.
We will write to them all if it should become necessary,
Lady Estelle said.
He will be found, Justin. You must believe that he will.
His panic was beginning to recede just a little. We actually enjoy helping friends. She had called him Justin. He wondered if she had noticed, or if her brother had. Chapter 15. When Estelle was called away from tea in the drawing-room to the library, Maria had been talking with Mrs. Sharp, her son Ernest, and her elder daughter Doris Haig. Mr. Sharp had just joined them too. Maria reported on what Estelle had missed of the conversation before the two of them went down for dinner that evening.
I asked them straight out if they had resented my mother, she said. I even told them it would be perfectly understandable if they had. Mrs. Sharp told me Papa had always been very good to her sister while she lived, but that she had thought him entitled to find happiness with someone else after she was gone. They did not blame him for marrying Mamma, though Mrs. Sharp did add that it gave her a pang of sadness anyway, since she had worshipped the ground her sister walked upon, to use her words.
I am glad you brought the subject up with them, Estelle said. They are very pleasant people, and honest too.
Mrs. Sharp explained that losing her sister was the greatest, most painful loss she has suffered in her life,
Maria said.
Greater even than the loss of her parents. They were very close, but she had never expected that Papa would mourn her for the rest of his life. She told me some things about her sister after I asked, and Mrs. Haig and Mr. Ernest Sharp added a few memories of their own. I think she must have been a warm and charming lady. When I asked why none of them had ever come here after Mamma and Papa's wedding, they told me they had considered it more tactful to stay away than to make Mamma uncomfortable with the reminder of Papa's first wife. I think maybe there was no actual quarrel. Maybe they did not hate Mamma. Maybe it was a mere misunderstanding and she simply thought they did. I am very glad you had a frank talk with them then,
Estelle said. She was not so sure there had been any such misunderstanding, or that any of the fault lay with the Sharps. But she had not known the late Countess personally, and it would be unfair to judge.
I asked Mrs. Sharp if she resented me.
Maria sounded breathless.
I asked if she hated the fact that I am the daughter of the house, but not her sister's daughter. She simply said, Maria, in a shocked voice, while Mr. Sharp called me a goose, and then they all hugged me.
Well, Estelle hugged her too, when she saw tears brighten her friend's eyes.
I believe this family gathering is turning out to be a very good thing for you, Maria. It is helping you discover that you do have family, and that they are all disposed to love you. Mrs. Sharp told me, Maria added, that Papa always adored me, and that she told me that Brandon did too. They both talked about me a great deal whenever they went to the Sharps' house to visit. She told me they had always loved me too, even though they had never met me. She begged me again to call her Aunt Betty, and I'm going to do it.
This gathering was also enabling Maria to separate her own identity from that of her mother and become her own person, Estelle thought, as they made their way to the dining room together. Maria sat between Mr. Dixon and Mrs. Chandler, her maternal uncle and aunt, at the foot of the table, and she conversed with each of them in turn with some animation and a becoming flush of colour in her cheeks. Estelle wondered if she had admitted to herself yet that she owed all this self-discovery and reconciliation with her family to her step-brother, the Earl of Brandon. Even as she thought it, he began to speak from his position at the head of the table. He was addressing everyone. Estelle turned her eyes his way. She had avoided looking at him throughout the meal, lest he catch her at it. Justin. She had called him that in the library earlier,
quite inadvertently. She hoped he had not noticed. Bertrand certainly had, of course. He did not miss much. Sometimes she wished he were anyone's twin but her own. "Justin," Bertrand had murmured as they made their way up to their rooms in the East Wing, after making a list in the library and assuring the Earl, without any evidence to support their confidence, that all would be well and Ricky would be found safe and sound and restored to his brother. She had not misunderstood her brother for a moment. "Well," she had said, very much on her dignity, "that is his name, is it not?" The conversation had ended there. "I am spreading word of a missing person as far and as wide as I possibly can," he said now. Justin, that was. The Earl of Brandon. The man who had warned her this afternoon that he was going to harass her for the rest of her stay here. Though, to be fair, he had not actually used the word harass. His words drew everyone's attention, and he told them about Ricky and his own connection with the man, and with his brother and sister-in-law. There was always a pause before he indicated Hilda that way, for of course she was not married to Ricky's brother. Inevitably, he told part of his own story, something he had not done with anyone before he had told her, Estelle, today out of the grotto. She could guess how much this telling was costing him. It must make him feel as though the armour he had built about himself with such painstaking care were being ripped away, leaving him exposed to view and to censure. "I do not even know if he can find his way anywhere close to here," he said at last. "I cannot even know for sure that he is trying to find me. But I must do all in my power to spread the word so that if he is seen, he will be taken home or brought here, whichever is closer. I let him down in July by not going to see him when I had promised I would. I will not let him down now. I will make every effort to find him, including letting us all know things about yourself and the missing years that you would otherwise have kept to yourself for the rest of your life," Mr. Sidney Sharp, his cousin, said. "I honour you, Justin." He held up his empty wine-glass. "So do I," Lord Crowther, his Aunt Augusta's husband, said. "Though why you did not come to us in Cornwall when you had to leave here, I do not know, Justin. Family and all that." "It is my hope," Lord Brandon said, "that you will all keep your eyes open for a strange young man, though it seems too much to hope that he will find his way here on his own." "But why is it you had to work at a stone quarry and live in a labourer's cottage?" Maria asked. "Had you squandered all the money from Mamma's jewels?" There was a sudden, uncomfortable silence. Estelle had the impression that several of them would have slid under the table to avoid further embarrassment if they could. Lord Brandon looked directly at his sister, whose face had turned pale, except for 2 spots of colour high in her cheeks. "The first I heard of stolen jewels, Maria," he said, "was when you mentioned them while I was talking with Lady Maple several days ago. I do not know what happened to them, but I do assure you I did not take them." "Then why did Papa banish you?" Maria cried, regardless of the appallingly public nature of this exchange. "Why did he send you away and never relent for the rest of his life?" "It was a private matter between him and me," Brandon said after a brief pause. "But it had nothing to do with theft or your mother's jewellery, Maria, and absolutely nothing to do with you either. I loved you dearly, as your memories of childhood will perhaps confirm for you. How could I have done anything to hurt you? You have my word on this, if my word is good enough for you." "I dare say, Justin, your pa thought you were an idle young buck who stood in need of some toughening up in the real world," Mr. Dixon said in his usual hearty Yorkshire voice, breaking what threatened to be an awkward silence no one else would have had the courage to fill. He was also patting Maria's hand on the table beside him. "So he pushed you out the door like a bird from the nest, and you found your wings and your backbone and stayed out until after he was gone. It was a pity he never saw you again.
I dare say he regretted that at the end. He would surely have been proud of you for making your own way, even if it was at a stone quarry. Any father would. Strict love, Mr. Harold Ormsbury said. It sometimes works, though I have never approved of it, or even considered it with my own son. And we never heard that Justin was running wild as a young man, did we, Felicity? You should indeed have come to us, Justin. But forcing you out the door does not sound quite like your father. I do not know what could have... Estelle and I have helped Brandon make a list of people in the vicinity who may help in the search for Ricky Mort, Bertrand said. Men, women, servants, they are all on it. The more the merrier. We all know how news and rumour spread. I dare say the poor young man will be spotted in no time at all, once the word is out. I will fetch the list to the drawing-room if I may, Brandon. Someone may be able to suggest names we missed, or other ideas altogether. 2 heads are said to be better than 1, and 3 better again. How many of us are there? I have not stopped to count, but all our heads together will be vastly better than 3. Maria took that as her cue to get to her feet and lead the ladies from the dining-room. There followed a spirited discussion in the drawing-room over what could be done to help find Ricky. Viscount Whatley led it, the list in one hand, a pencil in the other. Almost everyone participated, as though they were playing a parlour game. It was a cause and a story that seemed to concern and animate everyone. They were all nearly enjoying themselves, Justin thought. He took himself off to the library for a while to write to a few people on the list, and left everyone else to it. He felt a bit as though he was standing on his head rather than his feet, or as if the whole of his world had been turned upside down while he had not. He felt bruised, disoriented, exposed. He had worked hard to keep his 2 worlds separate, and his 2 lives and his 2 persons. Now he did not know how he would cope with having everything merged. It had happened all of a rush in the course of one day, and he was aware that there would be no going back. He had made the decision, after Whatley had asked his questions in the library this afternoon, to put Ricky first, the consequences to himself be damned. And now everyone knew. Everyone. His butler and 4 footmen had been present in the dining-room while he told his story. He had been aware of them, and had briefly considered dismissing them. But what would have been the point, when part of the strategy was to involve servants as well as everyone else? He did not doubt that well before the gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing-room, everyone below stairs was buzzing with the news that their master had lived for a number of years after his father kicked him out of here, with the foreman of a stone quarry and his daft brother in a cottage, and had earned his living in the quarry. Did it matter that everyone now knew how he had spent those missing years? Did it matter that they knew he had not relied upon privilege or the charity of relatives or friends, that he had worked for a living at the most menial and brutal and back-breaking of tasks, that he loved the people who had taken him in and given him work, that he was frantic over the fact that one of them was missing and did not have the mental capacity to look after himself? It did not matter, he decided, as he dipped his quill pen into the ink bottle to continue one of his letters. He was not ashamed of those years or of those people. He could have stayed with his aunt and Uncle Sharp after running to them. He could have crawled off to Cornwall to throw himself upon the charity of his aunts and uncles there. He could have tried a number of other options more suited to his status and upbringing. Instead, he had gone alone into the world to make his own way. It was not his pride that mattered now, but Ricky, and Wes, and Hilda. His first letter, which she would send off early tomorrow morning with a groom rather than with the regular mail, was to Wes and Hilda. Would his father have been proud of him? Leonard Dixon thought so. Or had his father gone to his grave, believing what he had believed that day, the worst day of Justin's life, and possibly of his father's too? No, not quite the worst. The day his mother died had that honour. When he returned to the drawing-room, a number of the young people were taking sides for charades, while most of the older ladies had gathered in a circle to talk. Angela Ormsbury was playing the pianoforte softly, while Ernie Sharp stood behind the bench and turned the pages of her music. Lady Maple was seated in her usual chair. Maria and Lady Estelle Lamarr were with her, though Maria had been picked for one of the teams for charades and was being summoned to join it. Lady Estelle was rising with her. 4 of the older men had made up a table for cards. Whatley removed his list from an inside pocket of his coat when he saw Justin, and waved it in his direction. "We have lots of new ideas and suggestions," he said. "Poor Ricky does not stand a chance against us, Brandon. Tomorrow we will spring into action. But for now, my team has a game of charades to win." He returned the list to his pocket. "Or to lose," Sid Sharp said. "You are not on my team, Whatley. Jolly bad luck, old chap." "Ah, but we have Lady Maria," Whatley said, grinning. "And I am about to acquire your sister," Sid told him. "Lady Estelle?"
"I am going to escort Lady Maple to her room," she said. "She is tired. Please proceed without me."
"Dash it all!" Sid exclaimed. "Who is that hiding in the corner? Wallace Chandler? Get over here, young man. You are on my team as of this moment." Justin strode towards Lady Maple's chair. "You are ready to retire for the night, ma'am?" he asked her. "Allow me to join Lady Estelle in escorting you. You may have 2 arms to lean upon instead of 1. I shall have your maid sent up." "I am not old, Brandon," she said rather tartly, "merely a bit on the elderly side. However, I never was able to resist the escort of a handsome man, and I like Lady Estelle. She does not fuss or treat me like a doddering old thing." He helped her to her feet and gave her his arm before taking her cane in his free hand. Lady Estelle went ahead of them to open the door. They walked at a sedate pace along a wide corridor, up 1 flight of stairs to the west wing, and along another corridor to Lady Maple's room. She talked most of the way. "She looks like a frail, timid thing, that great niece of mine," she said. "But she has backbone. No thanks to Lillian. She is beginning to understand that all the members of her family on both sides, plus those on your mother's side, Brandon, are not the collective enemy. One is not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but really there is just one villain in this whole situation. I am not sure Maria has got quite there yet, but she surely will. She is beginning to talk to her relatives and to listen to them. Bless her heart."
"Your niece was only 17 when she married the late Earl of Brandon, I believe, ma'am," Lady Estelle said. "She had not been raised in his world, or even the world of the lesser gentry. She came from a wealthy middle-class family, and had a very brief training in the manners of the upper classes when you took her to London. She was little more than a child. Perhaps it would be kinder to see her not so much as a villain, but as a bewildered girl whose insecurities must have been enormous. I suppose she did the best she could to cope with a situation that must have almost overwhelmed her."
"I suppose you are of the sort that has always felt sorry for Cinderella," Lady Maple said.
"Well," Lady Estelle laughed, "I have. The dazzlingly glamorous life of a princess she must have expected was probably neither as dazzling nor as glamorous in reality as it appeared in anticipation. Even the romance of falling in love with a prince would not have helped her beyond a certain point. The late Lady Brandon, Maria's mother, was probably no more villainous at heart than anyone else. She just did what she believed must be done to help her adjust to the new world into which she had been thrust.
As he had done under totally different circumstances, Justin thought, except that he did not believe he had ever hurt anyone in the process, except Ricky. He had made a careless promise to a man who did not understand that promises could not always be kept, and the consequences might well be catastrophic. "What you mean," Lady Maple said, "is the new world into which she thrust herself with her lying and scheming and determination to better herself." Fortunately, they had reached her room. Justin opened the door and was thankful to see that candles were burning within, and Lady Maple's maid already awaited her there. "Maria wanted me to tell her more about her mother tonight," Lady Maple said. "So I did. I told her how she had been spoiled and flattered throughout her childhood and girlhood because of her looks. I told her how she wheedled and pestered me until I agreed to take her to London and let her attend a few parties. I told her that Lilian's one goal in life was to marry a prince, or as close to a prince as she could get." "Ah," Justin said, "your maid is here, ma'am. I am sure she will see to it that you have everything you need."
"I hope you sleep well,"
Lady Estelle said.
"I still believe," Lady Maple said, "that she caused that rift with your father, Brandon, and I disagree with you, Lady Estelle. She was not a normal human being, that one. She was a wicked puss. My one consolation for having agreed to take her to London is that Maria is in this world as a result, and that she seems to have more of her father in her than her mother."
"Good night, ma'am," Justin said. "Sleep well."
And he shut the door firmly and turned toward Lady Estelle.
They stared silently at each other for a few moments in the flickering light of a candle in one of the wall sconces. "You do not need to be playing charades in the drawing-room in order to become involved in high drama here," Justin said. "I do beg your pardon for dragging you into it. It was not what you bargained for when you agreed to come here."
"Sometimes," she said, "days and even weeks go by, and one has no memory afterward of what one did during them. And then there are days like today. You do not need to apologize. You could not have predicted any of this."
"I must lack something of imagination," he said. "I hoped that gathering our families would draw Maria into the fold and help her feel less alone in the world, now that both our father and her mother are gone. I ought to have guessed that if that was to happen, there would need to be a few confrontations, or at least a bit of plain speaking and truth-telling."
"A writer admitting to a lack of imagination," she said. "Your poor hero. Will he ever slay his final dragon? Will he ever find his way back home?"
"I really and truly do not know," he said, wondering if she was asking about him or just his silly hero. "Do you want to return to the drawing-room immediately, or will you come and stroll in the gallery with me?" She gazed at him for what felt like a long time. He had almost decided to walk away so that she would not have to reject him openly.
"The gallery," she said. "I am not ready yet for more socializing."
Chapter 16. Justin was not sure he was ready to be alone with her again. He had given her due warning earlier. Was it really just today, just a few hours ago, that next week he would be asking her again to marry him? He had warned her that in the meanwhile he would be trying to change her answer from the no she had given in the summer house to the yes he hoped for in the end. But was he ready? Was she? For them to be alone together again today, after their encounter down by the lake, and after everything that had happened since then. He had rarely felt more out of control of his life, which was saying something when he considered all he had lived through during the past 12 years. They walked side by side and in silence to the north wing and the long gallery. He lit a taper from the wall sconce outside its doors and walked the whole length of the gallery and back, lighting all the candles in their sconces, while Lady Estelle waited quietly just inside the door. Justin was very aware of the hollow sound of his heels on the wood floor, of the gradual lifting of the darkness, of their aloneness here.
He blew out the taper and set it down on a brass tray on the bureau inside the door. "I did not come here when Lady Crowther brought a group a few days ago," she said. "It is quite breathtaking, even at night."
"It stretches the full length of all the state apartments below us," he said, "but with no intervening walls. I used to love coming here with my cousins, Ernie and Sid and Doris. Rosie had not yet been thought of in those days, and, less often, with the cousins from Cornwall, Bevan and Miriam, Angela and Frederick. Paulette came later. There was never anyone up here to tell us to slow down or be quiet, except when the occasional parent or nurse poked her head in to make sure we were all alive, with no broken arms or bloody noses. My parents were of the firm belief that children ought to be allowed to be children, and there was nothing much here with which we could harm ourselves. Interestingly, they never seemed worried that we might damage the paintings. Even more interestingly, it never occurred to any of us to draw moustaches or horns or freckles on any of the ancestors.
"This is not the best time to look at the paintings, is it?" she said. "I must come back when there is daylight. Is there a portrait of you, and of your father, and your mother?"
"Yes," he said, "close to this end. They are hung in chronological order, starting at the far end."
He showed her first the painting of his grandparents with his father and his aunts. His father, aged about 18 at the time, slender and smiling, stood at his seated father's shoulder. Aunt Augusta, aged about 12, stood gracefully beside her mother's chair. Aunt Felicity, about 6, stood on her mother's other side, her elbows on her mother's lap, her chin in her hands.
"My grandmother once explained to me the rather wide gap in their ages," he explained. "The other children, 4 of them, did not survive infancy, or even birth in one of those cases."
"Ah," Lady Estelle said, "life is sometimes cruel, but it is a charming painting." He led her to the next portrait, a solo one of himself, painted when he was 9 years old. He was standing beside his pony, one arm draped over its neck, the other hand holding a riding crop like a cane, propped on the ground. His booted feet were crossed nonchalantly at the ankle. A child pretending to be a man, like his father.
"My mother had the painting hung in her bedchamber," he said. "She said the moment she saw it that it was her favourite painting ever. Not that she was biased in any way."
It had been moved here to the gallery before his father's second marriage. "Oh," Lady Estelle said. It was all she said for a while, but she stood directly in front of the painting and stayed there for some time. And then the portrait of the 3 of them, his father seated on a chair with gilded back and curved gilded arms, his mother on a low stool beside him, her arm, bent at the elbow, resting across his lap. He, Justin, standing behind her, one hand on his father's shoulder. All of them were smiling, which was unusual for a family portrait.
"I was 10,
he said. She looked at the painting, and then turned her head to look at him. 10?
"The painter delivered the finished portrait 2 weeks after my mother's funeral," he said.
His father had wept, for the first time since her death. He could not see Lady Estelle's face clearly. One of the candles was in his direct line of vision, behind her head, but he was aware of her eyes brightening, with tears, before she dipped her head and brought her forehead against his chest. "Oh, it is awful, awful," she said, "to lose one's mother. It is not right, it is not fair. I do not even have a portrait of mine, or any conscious memory. But it hurts. It hurts more than anything. She was nothing like Aunt Jane. Both my aunt herself and my father have told me that, and she was nothing like my stepmother. She was nothing like anyone. No one ever is. Everyone is unique. I never knew the unique person who was my mother. You did know yours. You have a portrait. You have memories. But it does not matter, does it?
You lost her far too soon. You felt the immediate pain of her death, which must have been unbearable. I did not feel that with my mother because I was too young, and people assume that therefore there has been no pain at all, for either me or Bertrand. How can there be? We are 25, and she died 24 years ago. Oh, I am sorry.
She tried to raise her head, but he wrapped his arms about her and drew her close. Not tightly. She could have drawn free if she had wished. He heard her inhale deeply and exhale with a puff as she relaxed against him. He rested his chin on the top of her head.
I do not spend my days moping and mourning for my mother, you know, she said.
I do know, he said. The people who have been central to our lives are always there in us, and always will be, even when they are no longer alive and we are not actually thinking about them. We are fortunate if our memories of them, conscious or unconscious, are happy ones, if we know and can feel deep down inside ourselves that they loved us constantly and unconditionally. He looked at the portrait over her head. None of them had had any inkling of what was facing them so soon after they had posed thus for the painter, and laughed at the absurdity of staying still for so long, laughter the painter had chosen to use in his painting. What a blessing it was that one could not see into the future. When they had laughed, he had started it by announcing in a frantic sort of agony that he had an itch. They had been utterly happy, if one discounted the agony of his itch.
And then you lost your father, she said.
I was 28 by then, he said, and he did not want to pursue this point.
Did you hate him? She asked.
No, he said.
Do you hate him? She asked.
No. She drew back her head to look into his face. She had the advantage over him that the closest candle was behind her. He had hated himself for not asserting himself more forcefully after returning home to live full-time when he came down from university, and declaring once and for all that he was absolutely not interested in— well, that he was not interested. He hated himself for dashing unheeding into a room he had thought empty, without ascertaining first that it was empty, that of all rooms, for not telling his father the truth, though he would have hated himself more if he had. He hated himself for withholding the truth and putting that look of raw pain and barely leashed anger on his father's face. She raised one hand and set her fingertips against his cheek. The only way I could retain my soul, he said, was to keep on loving him, to keep on knowing that he was an honourable man. She searched his eyes with her own and nodded slowly. Please do not ask, he begged her silently. Please do not ask what happened. She did not. She turned her hand and brushed the backs of her fingers over his cheek before taking a step away.
I will look at the other portrait another time, she said, nodding toward the remaining painting at the end of the line.
She must have realized that it was of his father's second family, which had included him, until he was 22.
In the daylight, have you thought of having new portraits done? Of the adult you as Earl of Brandon? Of Maria? Perhaps of the two of you together?
I have not thought of it, he said. Perhaps I will wait until I have a countess, and children, though I would like a portrait of Maria. She was 4 years old when that one was done. He inclined his head toward the last painting.
I know a portrait painter who would do a wonderful job of it, she said. He is my sort of brother-in-law.
Is that a legal designation? Sort of brother-in-law? He asked her. She laughed, and the breath caught in his throat. There was a great deal of joy in Lady Estelle Lamarr, even if she had not shown much of it directly to him. When she smiled or laughed, she seemed to be lit up from within.
Camille is my stepsister, she said. We did not grow up together. She was already married with children when my father met her mother, or rather met her again,
but we love each other. Joel Cunningham is her husband. He has been growing in renown as a portrait painter, to a point at which I believe it is a matter of great distinction now to be able to boast that one has secured his services.
"And you believe I might be one of the chosen few?" he asked her, feeling a bit amused.
"Well," she said, "you would have his stepsister-in-law to speak up for you, and his step-brother-in-law too. Joel is very talented, but that is not a strong enough word. He is amazing. You would have to see for yourself. He always explains that he does not paint what he sees with his eyes. He points out that the eyes are such a small part of one's entire being. He has to observe and converse with his subjects long before he starts to paint them. He has to find the core of their being, and then paint from that deeply held knowledge."
"It sounds like a slow process,"
he said. "I believe," she said, "that is why he is so much in demand. He does not produce a dozen or so paintings every week, or even one."
"Has he painted you?" he asked.
"No."
She shook her head. "Perhaps he will paint you," he said, "when you are my countess." She smiled, though she did not laugh this time.
"I do not believe he enjoys painting groups," she said.
"I will commission him to paint my countess on her own, then," he said. She did laugh then.
"You, Lord Brandon, are presumptuous," she said.
"Persistent," he said. "Consistent. An optimist. Do you want to stroll along the gallery and back, or would you prefer to watch the charades?" She thought about it. He expected that she would choose to return to the drawing-room.
"The stroll," she said, and when he offered his arm, she took it. "Why specifically do you want a countess, Lord Brandon? You have had your title for 6 years. Why now?"
"Sometimes the stars align," he said. "It was time to fetch Maria home. She has come without her long-time governess and companion. It makes sense to offer her a sister-in-law instead of a new companion. It is also time to consider the full responsibilities of my position, as I told you at the summer house. And I met you."
"The perfect candidate," she said. "Daughter of a marquis. Not too young for your 34 years, but not quite in her dotage either."
"Yes," he said, "but not just for those reasons."
"You fell in love with me at first sight," she said, "by the river bank."
"Hardly," he told her. "If I did any falling on that afternoon, it was in lust."
"Because my hair was loose down my back, and my legs were dangling in the water," she said, "and my skirts were up about my knees."
"I am a man," he told her.
"Yes," she said, "I had noticed."
Was she flirting with him? There was a lightness in her tone. Was he flirting with her? He had a feeling that he was smiling, and discovered that yes, he was. But no, they were not flirting. They were teasing each other. Was it the same thing? Either way, it was a bit astonishing and felt rather good.
"So you wish to marry me not just because you need a countess and I am eligible," she said, "but because you are in lust with me. You are improving. That sounds a little less impersonal and offensive."
"But only a little?" he asked.
"Is lust a good enough reason for marrying someone?" she asked.
"I believe sex is an important part of marriage," he told her. It will certainly be an important part of mine."
"And lust will be good enough for that?" she asked.
He could not see her clearly. He had lit all the candles along both sides of the gallery, but their flames had to compete with vast expanses of darkness. Even so, he was almost sure she was blushing rosily. This, he thought, was not a very proper conversation for a lady to be having. "It will be a start," he said, as they came to the end of the gallery and turned to walk back.
"Oh," she said, And what will come after it? Boredom? Duty?
Shall we wait and see? He asked her.
We?
She turned her head to look at him.
Are you assuming that I will say yes, Lord Brandon?
I am trying to think optimistically, he said.
And I am thinking of what a huge risk I would be taking if I married you for lust, and hoped for some vague future that might not be boredom or dreary duty, she said.
You do lust after me, then? He asked her.
She laughed again. You are trying to discompose me, she said. You are expecting me to be shocked and deny that I feel any such unladylike thing. I beg to disappoint you. Yes, I lust after you, Lord Brandon. I have no idea why. I think making love with you would be an interesting experience. Now, I wish to return to the drawing room, if you please.
An interesting experience. Are there many new names and ideas on that list of your brothers? He asked, as he led her from the gallery a couple of minutes or so later.
Yes, she said. Mr. Chandler has suggested having posters printed and pinned up in all sorts of public places between here and Ricky's home in Gloucestershire. He is willing to travel to the closest place where there is a printing press and use his influence as a Yorkshire bank owner to make a rush order. He insists that he will pay for it all himself.
Dash it all, he said. I wonder where Ricky is tonight, at this very moment, and I wonder how Wes and Hilda are feeling. He has to be found, Estelle. He must be terribly bewildered and frightened. He will not know how to cope. Her hand, which was linked through his arm, pressed his arm to her side for a moment.
He will be found, she said. Mr. Ernest Sharp suggested the Bow Street runners. Hiring them seems a bit of an extreme step to take, but it is a possibility. They have a great deal of experience in tracking people down.
Poor Ricky, he said. Oh, poor Ricky. He is the sweetest person I have ever known, Estelle. I hate the thought of his being tracked down, like an animal. She pressed his arm to her side again and turned her head to smile at him, while a footman opened the doors of the drawing-room for them. Justin sent him to extinguish the candles in the gallery before they turned to enter. When Estelle stopped to think about it the next day, she was amazed at how the plight of one simple-minded man of no social significance whatsoever could animate a whole gathering of both gently born and middle-class guests at an aristocratic home, as well as all the indoor and outdoor servants there. Nobody lingered over breakfast, and no one was late for breakfast either, except Lady Maple, who rarely put in an appearance before noon. Even she was up before 10:30, however. She wished to find Mr. Chandler, her niece's husband, before he went off to have his posters printed and distributed. She wanted to make sure he worded them correctly and effectively, and she wanted to offer to help with the cost of them.
He owns a bank,
Doris Haig murmured to Estelle before rolling her eyes.
He is probably as rich as Croesus, but it is good of her to offer, I suppose. The decision has already been made, however, to hold off for a couple of days before hanging up posters or sending out leaflets or dashing off to London to engage the services of the Bow Street runners.
The guests fanned out through the neighbourhood, calling upon people who had paid their respects to them at church on Sunday and those who had called at Everleigh to welcome Maria back and greet the Earl's guests. Coachmen and footmen who conveyed them undertook to mingle with their fellow servants and engage in unrestrained gossip. Bertrand went with Mr. and Mrs. Peter Ormsbury to call upon the vicar and his wife. Several of the young people went off riding in a largish group, though they did intend to split off into smaller pairings as they stopped at inns and taverns to imbibe ale or lemonade or tea while talking with landlords and other patrons. Estelle and a number of others settled at desks and tables in various rooms, writing letters to everyone of any significance from Hertfordshire whom the Earl of Brandon had been able to think of yesterday when Bertrand started the list in the library. That list grew during the day, as other suggestions came from the vicar and a few of the neighbours, some of them people who lived farther west in bordering counties. The Earl went to call upon the local magistrate, who might have had something to suggest by way of help from law enforcement officers. "Though I do hate to set the law on Ricky, as though he were a common criminal," Estelle overheard him saying to his uncle, Mr. Sharp. "I really do not know if he would look upon constables and sheriffs as friends, or see them as threats. If they can but find him, Justin," his uncle said, patting his shoulder and then squeezing it, "we or his brother will soon be able to reassure him." At the end of a busy day, they were all weary. Nevertheless, everyone at the dinner table wanted to tell one another about their experiences, about what they had said, and what the people to whom they had said it had to say in return.
"I was very proud of Wallace, I must say, even if he is my brother, and a whole 16 months younger than I am,"
Gillian Chandler told them all, grinning impishly at that young man.
"Even when a few men at one tavern, where we stopped, jeered at him for ordering lemonade, he was not bothered. 'I am 17, he told them, and when they laughed and nudged one another after we had told them about Ricky, because we spoke in Yorkshire accents and were all upset over a man from the lowest of low classes who was also simple in his head. Those were their words. Wallace stood up and looked them all in the eye, including the landlord himself, and said, 'Do those facts make him less of a human being? Do they make him less worthy of love and care?' And they did not know what to say."
"Jill!" Her brother blushed mottled shades of scarlet. "They were laughing at me."
"But they did not know what to say,"
she said. "Thank you both," the Earl of Brandon said. "Thank you especially, Wallace. It was brave of you to speak up in the face of ridicule, but you can be sure that if any of those men should by chance set eyes upon Ricky, they will know instantly who he is, and see to it that he is brought here. People are not always as heedless or as heartless as they pretend to be." "I am proud of you too, son," Mr. Chandler said, beaming. "That lad will not be able to set one toe over the border into Hertfordshire without being spotted." "My main fear, though," the Earl said, "is that he is not headed this way. There could be nothing rational about his travel plans after all, assuming that his desire to find me really is the reason for his disappearance. He might well be wandering about Wales at this moment, or heading for the Lake Country, or merely moving in circles, unable to find his way forward or back." He looked directly at Estelle for a moment, and she saw utter bleakness in his eyes. Or he might well be dead, that look seemed to say.
"He will find his way," she said, "either back to his brother's house or here."
Soon after, Maria got to her feet to lead the ladies from the dining room and leave the men to their port.
"Brandon," she said before she went, "may I have a word with you later? In my sitting room? Perhaps Lady Estelle will come there with me. Perhaps Viscount Whatley will come with you."
There was an unnatural silence for a few moments, while everyone looked at her in collective surprise, the Earl included. "Of course," he said then. "Aunt Augusta, perhaps you would preside over tea in the drawing-room after the men join you there. Maria, perhaps you would give the order to have a tea-tray delivered to your sitting-room in half an hour's time?" She inclined her head and swept from the room, trailed by all the ladies. Chapter 17.
I spoke with the Cornish aunts and uncles this afternoon, after we had all returned from our visits,
Maria told Estelle, while they waited in her sitting-room for the two men to join them.
"Yes,"
Estelle said.
"You were even laughing with them when I saw you. I do admire the way you are going about getting to know all your relatives. You are forcing the issue with each group of them, and showing a strength of character I always knew you had. Bertrand and I are happy to be here, but you really do not need us. I have been happy to observe."
Maria was fussing with the folds of the curtains, which had already been drawn across the window when they came here. She turned to look at Estelle.
"Oh, there you are wrong," she said. "You have no idea how lonely and even frightened I have been feeling, Estelle. Although I am related to almost everyone here, they are all strangers. They all hated my mother, or so she believed. I assumed they all hated me too, or at least were not interested in claiming me as one of their own. Yet they all came here when they were invited. Even Aunt Sarah, who might have used her plans to go to Scotland as an excuse to avoid me, wishes to come later. The others have all come and have been amiable, just as I have been in return. But amiability was not going to be enough. No,
Estelle said.
I needed to know why none of them have been in my life until now, she said. I needed to know what their relationship with my mother was, and why everyone quarrelled with her, or she with them. I needed to know how they felt about me, my mother's daughter. I have provoked those conversations. No one bears any grudge against me, Estelle, and I bear none against any of them. I really like having cousins who are close to me in age. I believe some of them, perhaps even most, will be real friends even after they have gone home. We will be able to write to one another. Some of them want me to visit them. I think some will visit me here again. And my aunts and uncles, even Mr. and Mrs. Sharp, who are now Uncle Rowan and Aunt Betty, have affection to give. It makes me happy. I have always envied you, your large extended family, and all the things you do with them. I am happier for you than I can say, Estelle said, smiling at her. You have been very brave in taking the initiative as you have. But it is only because you are here,
Maria told her, plumping the cushions on the sofa before sitting down.
You and Lord Wadley. I have tried hard not to cling to either of you, or to hide in your shadow. It has been tempting, for you are both so confident and poised in manner. But you cannot know the sense of relief I feel every time I see either one of you. You look familiar. You look like friends. You give me courage even without a word spoken. I will never forget that you came here for my sake, even though I strongly suspected you did not really want to come. I think perhaps you did it because you knew Melanie was leaving me.
You had a letter from her this morning, Estelle said.
Oh, yes,
Maria said.
I did not have a chance to read it until after luncheon. She is very busy helping with all the children. Her mother is not at all well after her last confinement. Oh, and Mr. Sheridan is still unmarried, and he has called at the house every second day since Melanie's return to see how her mother does.
She laughed.
Mr. Sheridan?
Estelle raised her eyebrows.
The gentleman farmer Melanie refused when she was 18,
Maria explained.
She thought he had asked out of pity then because her papa does not have a great fortune, and there was already talk of her having to seek a position as a governess. But he has not married in the meanwhile, Estelle, and now he is back. You think you smell a romance,
Estelle said, and they grinned at each other.
Even from this far away,
Maria said.
She says.
But Estelle was not to hear what Melanie Vane had said concerning Mr. Sheridan. A tap on the sitting-room door preceded the arrival of the tea-tray. It was Lord Brandon who had opened the door for the footman who carried it. He waited at the door to admit Bertrand, and then close it after the footman left. None of them spoke while Bertrand came to sit beside Estelle on a love-seat and Maria poured the tea. Lord Brandon, predictably, took up a stand before the fireplace, his back to it, his hands clasped behind him.
I will set your tea here,
Maria said without looking at her brother. She put his cup and saucer down on the small table beside an armchair close to him. Thank you, he said. She sat on the sofa and looked at him.
All the aunts and uncles, mine, yours, ours, remember you as a cheerful, kindly boy, she said.
It is how I remember you too, though you never seemed like a boy to me. You always seemed like a grown-up."
"That was all a long time ago," he said.
"Yes."
She picked up her own cup, but changed her mind and set it back down on the saucer.
"You have denied taking Mamma's jewellery. The Sharps and our Ormsbury relatives believe you. So does Lady Maple, Great-Aunt Bertha. None of them think it would have been in your nature to do such a thing. Uncle Peter, Lord Crowther, said it would have been unkind, even cruel, as well as dishonest, and he did not believe you to be capable of any of those three."
She looked at him briefly, but he made no comment.
"I have not asked my own aunts and uncles, as they met you only briefly at Mamma and Papa's wedding,"
Maria continued,
"though they all, except Uncle Erwin, who was not yet married to Aunt Patricia at the time, remember you as a kind-hearted boy who went out of your way to make them feel welcome here."
"But what do you believe, Maria?" Lord Brandon asked.
"If it was not theft, then what was it?"
she cried in a sudden passion.
"What happened, Brandon? I want to know the truth. I need to know. I have observed you yesterday and today, distraught over the disappearance of someone most men of your rank would not even notice, any more than they would a worm at their feet, let alone care about and get upset over. I have seen that you care deeply, both for him and for his brother, and the woman with whom he lives, presumably not his wedded wife. I have seen you willing to bare your soul to all the relatives and neighbours, even to the servants, all for the sake of a man with the mind of a child, and for that of his relatives, who are frantic because he is missing. You have been behaving, in fact, as I would have expected you to do all those years ago. You have been behaving like a man of conscience and kindness."
There was a silence none of them seemed prepared to break.
"But there was that theft and its consequences,"
Maria said at last.
"And I want you to tell me what happened. I want you to tell Viscount Whatley and Lady Estelle, so there can be no chance of any misunderstanding between the two of us. Tell me."
He inhaled deeply and let the breath out with a ragged sigh. "It was something very personal between my father and me, Maria," he said. "It had nothing to do with—"
"No!"
She cut him off, and her eyes were flashing.
"That is not good enough, Brandon. Papa was my father too. He was not your father, he was ours. You were my brother. Whatever it was that happened, it concerned my mother. I was only 8 years old at the time. I understand why no one explained to me immediately what had happened. I was a child, but I am 20 years old now and can no longer be shut out of knowing what happened to my family. Something did, and it broke everything apart. Even my childhood self knew that."
He sighed again. "I was playing with you that morning," he said. "Hide and seek. It was always one of your favourites, though you could never keep quiet when I was drawing close to your hiding place. You would start to giggle, and I would pretend not to know from where the sounds were coming. Then you would burst out into the open just as I was about to pounce and run away shrieking while I took my time about chasing you down. It was all part of the game." He sighed. "On that particular morning you dashed into your mother's room, and after a few moments I dashed in there too, without knocking. I had seen your mother not long before at the escritoire in the morning room, reading a letter and preparing to answer it. But she was in her room after all. You were not. You had darted into her dressing room and back out into the corridor and away, I suppose. I was horribly embarrassed, and apologized profusely, and would have left the way I had come without further delay, but our father came through from his dressing room and saw me there, and was furiously angry that I had intruded upon your mother's privacy without even knocking. He sent me down to the library and followed me there. He said my behaviour was inexcusable, and he sent me away."
The Earl of Brandon
Estelle thought, as the silence following his words lengthened, was not a convincing liar. Maria had moved to the edge of her seat and was gazing incredulously at him.
"You expect me to believe that Papa, who had always so openly adored you, banished you, and never relented for the rest of his life, because you had committed the indiscretion of chasing after me and bursting in upon Mamma without first knocking on her door?" she asked.
"Yes," he said after a pause. "It is what happened." It probably was what had happened, Estelle thought. It was undoubtedly not all that had happened, however. Her hands were pressed flat against the cushions on either side of her. Bertrand's hand came down to cover one of hers, and she leaned her shoulder against his. They did not turn their heads to look at each other. They did not need to. They were feeling the same things, and they were taking comfort from each other. Or, more accurately, Bertrand was giving comfort, and Estelle was taking it. She felt a bit nauseated.
"I believe you are lying,"
Maria said. Her voice was shaking. He nodded slowly without saying anything. He was gazing at her, his eyes dark and bleak. He would have been 22 at the time, Estelle thought. His stepmother had been 17 to his 13 when she married his father. She was 26 by this time then, and still very beautiful, no doubt. Perhaps more so than she had been at 17. Perhaps irresistibly attractive to her stepson. He must have been a handsome young man, slighter of build than he was now, more open of countenance, his nose unbroken. A cheerful and kindly young man, according to his relatives, adored by his father and by his young half-sister. Irresistibly attractive, perhaps, to his father's young, vain wife, who might have grown bored and restless with her older husband. Who had seduced whom? Or had it been mutual?
"I do not believe you,"
Maria said again.
"Papa would have given you a thundering scold, even though it would have been mainly my fault, really. But he would not have banished you, or never let you come back home. That story does not even make sense."
He continued simply to gaze at her, while Bertrand clasped Estelle's hand tightly in his own. "I was an idle, careless young man in those days," Lord Brandon said. "It did me good to be sent off to cool my heels, though what was intended as a brief sort of punishment for careless behaviour stretched into 6 years. I was too busy exploring the country and enjoying myself to come home. Unfortunately, I left it too long. I hope our father forgave me for that before he died." When a first lie was unconvincing, a second rarely improved upon it.
"He spent more time with me after you left," she said. "He smiled more. He was sadder. It was strange how both those things happened. He was always so very sad, and always smiling and smiling. Everything was broken. You took those jewels, Brandon, and now you add lies to theft. Mamma's heart was broken. She loved those jewels, but I never saw them again after you went away. They were gone."
The Earl of Brandon tipped back his head and closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was looking at her, Estelle, and at Bertrand. "I am sorry you have been exposed to the discomfort of this conversation," he said. "At the same time, I thank you for giving my sister the comfort of your friendship. She is very young to have lost both her mother and her father, and to have been left with only a half-brother she does not trust."
"I have aunts and uncles and cousins too,"
Maria said. "Yes." He looked at her with such desperate fondness that Estelle had to turn her eyes away. "Both of you can rest assured that what has been said here will be safe with Estelle and me," Bertrand said. "It has been our pleasure to be here at Everleigh. Your family reminds me a bit of our own, large and diverse, blood relatives and those more loosely related by ties of marriage, but all happy to mingle with one another and to offer support and help wherever it is needed, and affection. Such bonds never break, even when sometimes they are stretched almost to a breaking point. Estelle squeezed his hand, and they both got to their feet.
"Shall we join your family in the drawing-room, Maria?" Estelle suggested.
None of them, she noticed, had touched their tea. They led the way out, leaving the men to follow them.
"I so desperately want to believe in him," Maria said. "I doted upon him when I was a child. I cannot remember him ever being impatient with me or unwilling to play with me. And last night and today I have seen the old Justin in him, and want to believe that at heart he has never changed or been cruel or dishonest, or a liar. But the story he told, when I begged him to tell me the truth, was just ridiculous."
Yes, Estelle thought, he was kind and caring at heart. He had loved his father and his half-sister. Theft would have been out of character. So would seduction of his father's wife, of Maria's mother. Oh, it would not have been that way around. Everything she had heard about the late Countess, however, had revealed a woman of vanity and ambition and little conscience. His only sin, surely, was in not telling his father the truth, but taking the blame upon himself so that he would not hurt his father beyond bearing. Though perhaps he had done that after all.
"I so want to love him again," Maria said. "If he would just tell me the truth."
"I am very certain he loves you," Estelle said. 2 days went by, during which nothing of any great significance happened, except that Justin received another letter from Hilda. She was at home alone. Ricky was still missing, and now Wes had gone too to search for him. It was madness, Hilda had written, for neither they nor anyone else had any idea where Ricky had gone, if he had gone anywhere. Perhaps he had drowned somewhere, she had written with stark frankness, and Justin could only imagine the terror behind that admission. But Wes had had to believe that Ricky was trying to find his way to Everleigh Park, and that somehow he was headed in the right direction. Wes had accepted the loan of a horse from the owner of the quarry.
"Everyone has been awfully kind, Just. People are even bringing food to the house, as though I had suddenly forgotten how to cook."
And a loan equivalent to a month's wages, though the owner was insisting that Wes did not have to pay it back. And he had set off to find his brother. It rained all of one day, and the guests entertained themselves in the house in varying ways. A few in the library, several in the drawing-room or the morning-room, others in the billiard-room, a crowd of young people in the gallery, with the children playing vigorous games, blind man's buff, and three-legged races among them. Justin had invited them all here for Maria's sake, so that she could get to know the various branches of her family, and perhaps establish an ongoing relationship with them. But he was happy for his own sake too. He had hated being back at Everleigh, so large, so magnificent, so cold and silent, so lacking in soul. But now, wherever he went, with the exception of his own apartments, he came upon relatives or step-relatives, all of whom were genial, all of whom were happy to talk to him and draw him into their groups. Even the children. Doris's two had found him after breakfast, when they had escaped from the nursery undetected. There had been no ride that morning because of the rain. They had appropriated one of his hands each and dragged him off to the nursery to
"Play horsey, Cousin Justin,"
Edward had demanded, though he was already 5 and might have been expected to have outgrown such an infantile game.
"Papa says he has bad knees, and Mamma says we are too heavy. Grandpapa says if he gets down he will never get up again, and Grandmamma is too old."
So, for half an hour, Justin was a horse, bucking and neighing and plodding, and occasionally galloping, while 4 children,
cousin Bevan Ormsbury's two as well, aged 5 and 3, bounced and shrieked and squabbled over whose turn it was, and drummed their heels against his sides, and gripped his hair and urged him to "Gee up!" The vicar and 2 neighbours made brief, separate calls to the house to report that several sightings had been made of men who might have been Ricky Mort, but had turned out not to be. One had been a 14-year-old lad running an errand for a local butcher. Another had been a 72-year-old former farm labourer, out for an afternoon stroll with his grandson. None of the others had been simple-minded, or from the West Country, or lost. All had been indignant at being mistaken for the missing man. One of them, indeed, had been out and wandering only because he was looking for the unfortunate young man himself. Justin went out despite the rain. He was too restless to remain indoors all day. He took Captain and went walking off to the lake and across the bridge and a mile or so beyond it, before climbing the hill on the house side and gazing about in all directions. There was, of course, no sign of Ricky. Visibility was not good anyway in the rain. He was terribly afraid Ricky would never be seen or heard from again, which would be worse in a way than finding his body. And he would always blame himself. Ricky loved him. He had waited all of July for Justin to come, and it had not happened. He was reminded of how Lady Estelle and her twin had waited for their father to come home during the years when they had lived with their aunt and uncle, and of how, even when he did come, he did not stay. However had they brought themselves to forgive the man eventually? Yet they seemed to have done so. Could he ever forgive his father? He shook off the thought, as he always did when it somehow sneaked under his guard and popped into the forefront of his mind. His father was dead. Would Maria ever forgive him? Had she suspected the truth after he had told that wholly inadequate story? Would she ever believe it, even if she had? Or would she cling to what her mother had told her? It had been his fault, that incident. Throughout the year following his return home to stay after his university years, he had been careful to avoid being alone with his stepmother. He had learned during the last few vacations, while he was still a student, that it was necessary to do so. He had become quite adept at it. Even while she was just as busy manoeuvring chance meetings or deliberate tete-a-tetes, it was difficult for him to avoid. If she had wanted to walk to the village, for example, on some drummed-up errand, and had deliberately chosen a day when she knew Justin's father would be unable to accompany her, she would pout playfully and tell him she would forgive him this once and take his son instead. Justin would declare himself happy to oblige and would suggest bringing Maria with him. She would be delighted to have an outing, he had always said, and of course she was delighted. But then had come that morning. He had seen his stepmother, about to settle to some letter-writing in the morning-room, but that had been an hour before he went dashing into her room in pursuit of Maria, and had found his stepmother there. Instead of continuing through to her dressing-room, as his sister had obviously done just moments before, uttering some abject apology as he went, he had pulled to an abrupt halt, somehow incapable of moving either forward or back, and quite unable to think of a thing to say, though of course she had just seen Maria, shrieking and giggling, and must have understood the situation at a glance. She had stepped into his path, set one arm about his neck, lowered her dress from the other shoulder, grasped his nerveless hand, and pressed it against her bared breast, and breathed his name into his mouth. All that in a few seconds. He had not even begun to react. His mind had been stupidly reeling before his father stepped into the room, presumably having come through his own dressing-room and then hers. She must have heard him coming, for her amorous advances had suddenly turned to struggles and sobs and admonitions and finally hysteria. And Justin had stood there like a prize idiot, his mouth agape, his heartbeat drowning out all else for the first fateful minutes. No, not minutes, just seconds, really. They had felt like years. She was lonely, she had once told Justin. His father did not pay her enough attention. He was old. He did not really love her. Justin, on the other hand, was so young and vigorous, so handsome. They could have so much fun together. Fun in an affair with his father's wife, whom he did not even like, whom he actively disliked, in fact, because the only person in the world Lillian Wiley, Countess of Brandon, cared about was herself, because she had made his father unhappy, though he never ever gave any outer sign that it was so, because she neglected Maria, who doted upon her, because she had driven away everyone whom she deemed a threat to her consequence, her own relatives, her husband's relatives, her husband's former in-laws. Justin disliked her because she had had the portrait of him with his mother and father removed from the gallery, having protested tearfully one day that it was disrespectful to her to have it hanging there for all to see, even though everyone told her she was far prettier than the first countess. His father had banished him because he had seen, with his own eyes, his son attempting to seduce his wife over her protests and hysteria, because Justin had refused to defend himself except with a simple denial. How could he have defended himself? She was his father's wife. If Justin was not guilty, then she was. How could he have told his father that? How could any son tell his father that? His father was an honourable man. He had taught his son the importance of honour above all else. Perhaps his father would not have believed him anyway, even if he had fully explained what had happened. Or perhaps he would have. Perhaps, even, he had believed his son's simple denial. But what could he have done? Called his wife a liar? Banished her? He had married her and made sacred vows to her. They had a daughter. Perhaps on that morning he had had as little choice as Justin had had. So things had been as they had been, and were as they were. The Countess had told her daughter that Justin had stolen from her and been banished as a punishment. Perhaps, Justin thought, he did not need to forgive his father. His father had been as much a victim as he had, perhaps more so. He, Justin, had had a chance to make a new life and had taken it. His father had not had that chance. It did not rain on the following day, though clouds remained overhead and made the weather rather dreary. Most of the guests stayed indoors, enjoying the company of several visitors, all of whom brought stories of sightings that had turned out not to have any significance. Some of the guests ventured outdoors, a few to stroll as far as the lake. Justin once more took captain and went walking across the Palladian Bridge and up into the wooded hills on the other side of the valley. This time, though, a few of the young people went with him. His cousins Ernie, Sid, and Rosie Sharp, Frederick and Paulette Ormsbury, Gillian Chandler, Maria, and both the Lamarrs. The wooded hills had always been a favourite playground of Justin's when he was a boy. They were less contrived than the hill behind the house, with its ironically named Wilderness Walk, though he had always loved that too. Here he had been free to let his imagination run wild. Today he could think only of getting free of the trees, somewhere close to the lake and at a higher elevation than the hills opposite, where he had stood yesterday in the rain. Visibility was better today too. The cloud cover was unbroken but high. The others were more interested in climbing straight up the hill so that they could descend the other side and walk into the village for refreshments at the inn, and perhaps for some news. "I'll keep going this way," Justin said, pointing off to the west when they were halfway up. "But do not let me stop the rest of you. Perhaps there will be some news." He looked at Lady Estelle, but he had been avoiding her, or she had been avoiding him, since the night they had met in Maria's sitting-room. He had been embarrassed by what had occurred, and doubtless she and her brother had been too. Any plans he had had to court Lady Estelle seemed to have evaporated, and she would be leaving here soon. They had promised 2 weeks, she and her brother, and there were only a few days left. She was looking back at him now, while Ernie was chatting with her on one side and Paulette was hovering at her other side.
"I will come too,"
Lady Estelle said.
"I want to see the view from higher up."
Captain woofed, impatient at the delay.
"I will come,"
Paulette began, but Whatley had moved to her side and was offering his arm. "The hill is a bit steep straight ahead of us," he said, giving Paulette his most charming smile. "Allow me to assist you, or if worse comes to worst, perhaps you can assist me." Paulette blushed and giggled and slid her hand through his arm, any idea of following where Lady Estelle went forgotten. Had that been deliberate? Justin rather thought it had been, which was interesting in light of what Whatley had heard the other night. He gazed at Lady Estelle as she crossed the hill to join him. The others were already trudging onward toward the top.
"I will look with you,"
she said.
"Perhaps my eyesight is better than yours."
"I hope it is," he said. "I hope you can see all the way to Gloucestershire." Captain went bounding off ahead of them. "Thank you," Justin said after a few moments, and she turned her head to smile at him. Chapter 18. Estelle had sat for a while in the morning-room with Maria, while Mrs. Sharp, at Maria's request, told them stories of growing up with her beloved elder sister, the Earl of Brandon's mother. Doris Haig and Sidney Sharp had joined them, bringing fresh coffee. They had added their own stories of their aunt, as they remembered her, fond memories, full of humour and nostalgia. Maria had listened quietly, and smiled and even laughed, especially when Mrs. Sharp had recalled how her sister always used to wince at the bright mismatched jewellery she loved to wear, in the form of rings and bracelets, necklaces and earrings and brooches, and tell her that she positively jangled, on the nerves, if not always on the ears. Her sister, in contrast, had always been quietly and faultlessly elegant, and Mrs. Sharp had envied her good taste. Yesterday, Maria had asked her Cornish aunts to tell her about their childhood here, with her papa and their parents, her grandparents. The memories had come spilling out, of games they had played, of mischief they had got into, of squabbles, of one horror of a governess who had left finally and abruptly the day after their brother had accidentally on purpose capsized the boat and spilled her into the lake, after she had refused to let him take the oars because he was only 15. Their children, too, had gathered about them to listen and laugh. Last evening, Mr. Leonard Dixon and Mrs. Patricia Chandler, his sister, had become the focus of attention, with a sizable group in the drawing-room, after Maria had asked them to tell her about her mamma as a child, and about her Aunt Sarah, and their family life generally. Their voices had grown louder and more boisterous, their Yorkshire accents more pronounced, as one memory provoked another, and their children and spouses egged them on. After the busy day of making plans to find the missing Ricky Mort, the laughter their sometimes outrageous stories provoked had felt very good. It was all making Estelle miss her own family, her mother's side, her father's, her stepmother's, and it struck her that when she and Bertrand returned to Elm Court within the week, she might not be as contented with their solitude there as she had been for the past couple of years. Family, all those people who had some connection with one another, however slight, was of such huge importance to one's well-being. It gave one identity and a sense of belonging. It was the answer to loneliness, and any sense of disconnection with the world one inevitably felt at times. There were all sorts of exceptions to that ideal, of course, but, well, she was going to value her own family more than ever after being here. And Maria was coming to see how much she had missed
all through her childhood and girlhood because she had been cut off from her own family. Estelle was mulling these thoughts as she walked diagonally up the hill with the Earl of Brandon. His thoughts must have been moving along similar lines.
"How did you bring yourself to forgive?"
he asked her. The question was not specific, but she knew what he was asking. "My father," she said. "It was not terribly difficult, you know. We always longed to do so. At any point in our childhood, we would have forgiven him if he had given us the smallest opening."
"He deserted you,"
he said. "Yes," she agreed. "He did. He blamed himself for our mother's death. He was the one who had opened the window from which she fell, and they were bickering at the time. He had just got us both to sleep after a difficult night, when she came storming into the nursery, angry with him for staying up with us when they paid a nurse to do just that. After her death, he did not trust himself to raise us. Then Aunt Jane turned up, confirming him in his beliefs, taking over very ably and very forcefully."
"So he slunk off,"
he said.
"and left you to her for, what, 16, 17 years?"
16, she said. "Yes, he did. He punished himself with a life of riotous debauchery. I make no excuses for him. He makes none for himself. Forgiveness does not consist in making excuses for the transgressor, Lord Brandon. It consists in acknowledging the facts, understanding the reasons for them, not the excuses, recognizing the pain it all caused, both the one who was wronged and the one who did those wrongs, and admitting that forgiveness is not something given by the innocent to the guilty. No one is innocent. We all do stupid things, even when we know they are stupid, and even when we know we are causing unhappiness for someone else and for ourselves. Forgiveness is given despite all those things."
"It sounds like pious nonsense,"
he said harshly, as their climb took them up clear of the trees. Captain was waiting for them. His ears flopped and his jowls shook as he came toward them and nudged Estelle's hand with a cold nose. She patted his head and smoothed a hand along his back.
"That way, Cap,"
the Earl said, pointing off to the west.
"I beg your pardon. Those were ill-mannered words."
"The point is," she said, "that if we had not forgiven our father, or at least listened to him, and given him a chance to listen to us at last, we would have carried the hole in our hearts where he ought to be for the rest of our lives, for the sake of pride and righteousness. Forgiving him was not just about making him feel better. Indeed, for a while I was more furious with him than I had ever been in my life. I had planned a surprise 40th birthday party for him when I was 17. I was so proud of myself, and he simply did not come. When I went halfway across England to find him, yes, I did, even though I had never asserted myself before, nothing was going to stop me. I went, taking Bertrand and our aunt and our father's brother with me. And when we found him, he was with a woman. He had run off with her instead of coming home to us." She laughed quietly, almost to herself. "She is now our stepmother. Oh, forgiving him was not about making him feel better, Lord Brandon. It was for us, for Bert and me, so that our hearts would finally heal and be whole. If that is pious nonsense, then so be it." The lake was below them on their right. Behind them, to the left, the village was half hidden behind trees and some lower hills. They walked past the lake, until the only way to go was down on one of 3 sides or back the way they had come. They took the 4th alternative and stopped. "This has not been all about me and my father anyway, has it?" Estelle said, after they had been silent for several minutes. "Are you unable to forgive your father, Justin?" She heard the echo of his name on her lips. She did not know if he had noticed. He was gazing ahead, his eyes squinting against the rather chilly breeze.
"Why would I need to forgive him?"
he asked her.
"I was the transgressor. He punished me with banishment,
For something you could not possibly explain to him, she said. Not without accusing your stepmother, your father's wife, Mariah's mother. That is the truth of it, is it not? You sacrificed yourself so that his life would not be impossibly wrecked, so that Mariah's would not be.
You would make a saint of me, would you? He said. I was furious with him, for not seeing the truth himself, for having married her after he had been married to my mother. They were not just different sorts of women. They were more like different species. But he married her, and he always treated her with unfailing courtesy. Forgive me, Lady Estelle, but I have said enough. More than enough. He was my father, Mariah is my sister.
I think perhaps, she said, you were, and are very like your father.
He did not reply.
Do you think he probably suspected the truth? She asked. Even knew it? Do you think he expected that you would go and live with one of your aunts, or find some respectable employment with their assistance? Was his intention to remove you from a place and a situation that were intolerable to you and to him? Did he never expect that he would lose all communication with you?
How the devil am I supposed to know what he expected, or intended, or thought? He asked her.
But instead, she said, you went off on your own and worked at any menial job you could find until you ended up at the stone quarry and made your home there. And your family. I suppose your aunt and uncle had promised to say nothing of your whereabouts, or of the place where they sent you letters. Was it your way of punishing your father?
He wheeled on her. Beneath the brim of his tall hat, his eyes looked black and bleak. Just a few weeks ago, Estelle would have been frightened. She might have taken a step back. Yes, he said. Yes, that is exactly what I was doing. Thank you for making me understand that. I had not realized it until this moment. And you were quite right a few minutes ago too, Lady Estelle. No one is innocent. But how can I forgive my father now? He is dead. How can he forgive me now? He is dead. They stood facing each other for several moments. His breathing laboured as he glared at her, and she gazed back. He reminded her a good deal of her father as he had been during those weeks after Viola had broken off their betrothal, and he was at home with her and Bertrand, determined to be there for them at last, but still bearing the burden of his guilt and loneliness, wanting to let them in, but not knowing quite how to do it, wanting forgiveness, wanting Viola, but punishing himself by not going after her. Lord Brandon turned away first, and they stood side by side, gazing out over the countryside, mapped out below them, stretching west, south, and north. There was little to see, except fields and pasture, sheep, a few cattle, some huddles of farm buildings. Almost no people. There was a cart in the middle distance, driven by a man with a woman at his side. It looked as though she was holding an infant on her lap. There were 3 children standing on the bars of a gate not far off, watching the sheep on the other side. "Ricky," the Earl of Brandon murmured. "Where are you?" Estelle touched his hand, and without turning to look at her, he set his arm about her waist and drew her to his side. She did not believe he was even fully aware that he was doing it. His dog had settled, panting, at their feet. "He was always the peacemaker," Lord Brandon said. "You must not imagine that life in that cottage was some sort of rural idyll. Wes and Hilda used to quarrel occasionally, and quite noisily at times. Wes sometimes bickered with me, and I bickered right back. Ricky would say things like, 'You weren't nice to Hilda, Wes. She didn't mean to burn the crust on the pie. You ought to say sorry.' Or, 'You needn't get cross with Wes, Just, because he can't read those words. He's trying. You ought to say sorry.' And dash it all, we always did. No one ever lost their temper with Ricky, or got impatient with him, or made fun of him. There was a great deal of love in that house, too.
It was a family, she said. For 4 years it had been his family. It still was.
Please, God,
he muttered a while later, and his eyes were closed and his head tipped back. Estelle could see when she turned her head.
Let him be found. Let him be safe.
Estelle leaned her head to the side and rested her cheek against his shoulder. The next day the sun was shining, the air was suddenly almost hot again, and Maria suggested they cheer themselves up with a picnic at the lake after luncheon. They all went, even Lady Maple, who rode there in a gig with Mrs. Chandler, her niece, while Mr. Chandler carried a chair for her, having brushed off the services of a footman. A whole fleet of servants carried their tea out there in large hampers, however, and spread big, colourful blankets on the grass for them to sit upon. It was a lovely occasion, Estelle thought, and surely something that ought to have been happening every summer for years past. The 3 distinct family groups had mingled well from the start of this visit, and were enjoying one another's company today. One person had kept them apart until now, the late Countess. What an unhappy woman she must have been, and what unhappiness she had spread around her. The boat was brought out of the boathouse, and rides were given in relays, the various rowers being the Earl, Ernest Sharp, and Bertrand. Estelle stayed away from it, having always been of the opinion that water was best appreciated from the safety of firm land beneath her feet, or beneath some part of her person anyway. A few of the younger people, Paulette Ormsbury, Megan and Wallace Chandler, Nigel Dixon and Rosie Sharp, went swimming, though they did more splashing and shrieking and laughing than actual swimming. The young children surprised their parents by being more interested in playing in the grotto than in frolicking in the water. Some people strolled along the banks of the lake, on both sides of the bridge. Maria stood right on the bridge for a long time, gazing at the waterfall, her cousins Angela and Frederick Ormsbury on either side of her. Gillian Chandler and Sidney Sharp climbed part way up the steep hill on the other side of the waterfall from the grotto, while both their mothers kept anxious eyes upon them, though neither, to her credit, called out to them to come down. A few people simply sat and soaked up the heat and the sunshine, and chatted with whoever happened to be close. Captain, reclining upon a flat rock outside the grotto, kept watch over the children. Estelle strolled between Mr. Rowan Sharp and Mr. Harold Ormsbury, enjoying their conversation, though not participating in it a great deal. She was too busy watching everyone else and appreciating the whole scene, and feeling, paradoxically, a bit melancholy. Everyone belonged here in one way or another, except her and Bertrand.
"Your brother is going to have blisters on his hands tonight, Lady Estelle,"
Mr. Ormsbury said, nodding in the direction of the boat, where his wife and her sister, Lady Crowther, were being rowed by Bertrand. All 3 of them were laughing. Bert did not seem to be feeling any lack of belonging. He was being sociable and kind and charming to all, and Estelle knew he was actually enjoying himself here, despite his misgivings before they came. "I doubt it," she said. "He was on a rowing team when he was at Oxford, and I never once heard him complaining of blisters."
"Complaining to his sister?" Mr. Sharp said. "I should jolly well think not. A man has to have some pride."
Estelle laughed. She felt her lack of belonging, something she never felt when she was with the Westcotts, her stepmother's family, though she had no blood connection with them either. Most of them were not even really her stepmother's family. Viola had been married to Humphrey Westcott, the head of the family, for 23 years, but the discovery had been made soon after his death that, unknown to her, it had been a bigamous marriage, and her 3 children were illegitimate. The Westcotts had simply refused to let her and her children go. They had rallied, something at which they excelled. They were always more willing to give love a chance, to ignore differences and forgive wrongs, than to bear grudges or stubbornly maintain old hurts.
as this family was perhaps more prepared to do than either Justin or Maria had given them credit for. When Viola had married Estelle's father at a family Christmas, the Westcotts had gathered Estelle and Bertrand into the fold too. Honorary Westcotts. Alexander Westcott, Earl of Riverdale, head of the family, had told them at the wedding breakfast, his eyes twinkling. She could have been drawn into this family too, Estelle thought, if she had said yes instead of no at the summer house. She could still belong, if he made good upon his warning that he would offer for her again before she and Bert left here within the next few days. And if she said yes. Would he? Would she? There was still so much darkness in him, and it would be very much worse if Ricky Mort was never found. Was she willing to take on a man's darkness? It would be madness. But was she willing to walk away from the only man who had ever stirred her deepest emotions? Bertrand was holding the boat while the Earl of Brandon handed his aunts out. The two men turned the boat over on the bank, and all four of them came across the bridge to the picnic site for tea. The Earl stopped on the way and offered his arm to Maria. She hesitated a moment, but then she slid her hand through it. An hour or so later, they straggled homeward in small groups after the gig had arrived to take Lady Maple. This time it was Lady Crowther who went with her. Bertrand helped the Earl put the boat away in the boathouse, while Estelle and Maria gathered up the wet towels from beside the lake and the cushions from the grotto. They heaped the towels into a hamper in the boathouse to be collected later and put the cushions on their assigned shelves. Bertrand set out for the house with a few other people, while Estelle and Maria followed. The Earl waited on the bridge for his dog to finish sniffing around the boathouse.
"What a lovely day it has been," Maria said. "I hate to see it come to an end."
Estelle chuckled.
"Yet just a couple of weeks ago you were dreading coming," she said. "I know."
Maria thought for a moment.
"Estelle, I loved my mother. I will never stop doing so. But I think perhaps she may have been oversensitive about some things. She easily felt threatened, probably because she was of humble origins socially, though the Dixons have been wealthy and influential in Yorkshire for several generations, I understand. They have also always been unabashedly middle class, except for Great-Aunt Bertha and Mamma, who wanted something they considered better. And then there is the fact that Mamma was very young when she married Papa. Good heavens, she was 3 years younger than I am now. She saw criticism and jealousy, and quarrels where none were intended, and walled herself off from further threats that simply did not exist. It is all very sad. She could have been far happier if she had had her family about her, and she could have found consolation with them after Papa died. So could I. I do not believe I am being disloyal to her in allowing myself to be restored to them now. Am I? Oh, absolutely not, Estelle said. You need your family, Maria. You have been so very alone. Now they will always belong to you. Rosie wants me to go home with her for a while, Maria said, and Aunt Betty and Uncle Rowan are willing to take me if it is all right with Brandon. Gillian and Megan and Wallace want to come back here later, when Aunt Sarah and Uncle Thomas come. They do not believe Aunt Sarah will mind. According to Wallace, she is a brick, whatever that means. She laughed. And Aunt Augusta and Aunt Felicity have told me Brandon and I simply must come to Cornwall next summer, if I do not meet someone and marry him during the spring, or if Brandon does not. Goodness, Estelle said. It sounds as if you have a busy year ahead. Or if Brandon does not. Meet and marry someone during the next season, that was. Fortunately, there was some sort of distraction up ahead. But what is this? Estelle asked. This was a ragged beggar standing in the middle of the drive just on the house side of the Palladian Bridge, looking hesitantly toward Lord Crowther and his eldest son and daughter-in-law.
They had been distracted for the moment by the two children, who were gazing intently into the river and pointing and demanding to know what sort of fish those were. "Oh, dear God," Estelle said, hurrying past the others until she was just a few feet from the beggar. "Ricky?" He looked at her warily. A tall, solidly built young man, with pleasant features, more or less disguised by a scruffy growth of beard and a few layers of dirt, and dirty fair hair that stood in stiff, untidy spikes on his head. He had no hat. His clothes were not so much ragged as filthy and grass-stained, with clumps of straw clinging to them in places. The sole of one of his boots was bound in place with what might once have been a handkerchief. Even from several feet away, Estelle could smell him. "I don't know you," he said slowly. "I am a friend of the Earl of Brandon," she told him. "Justin Wiley. Jus." "You know Jus?" he said. "I do." She smiled at him. "He will be so happy to see you, Ricky. Let me take you to him." But he was looking suddenly anxious and agitated. "Did he find his sister?" he asked. "His sister?" Estelle said. "Mariah?" "Did he find her?" He took a step toward her. "She is lost. He is looking for her. I come to help." Oh. In his letter, explaining why he could not go to see Ricky as planned during July, the Earl of Brandon must have explained that he was going to find his sister and bring her home. "I'll look too," Ricky said. "We'll find her, me and Jus." "She has been found and brought home," Estelle said. "Here she is, Ricky. Mariah is Justin's sister, and she is back home safe and sound." Mariah was gazing at him, both hands pressed to her mouth. The others had turned from the river and were gawking. "Good God," Lord Crowther said. "Here he is. He found his way." "She is back," Ricky said. "I'm happy. I come to look with Jus, but now I can go home to Wes and Hildy. Maybe Hildy will make my favourite soup. I'm hungry." "Let me take you to Justin first," Estelle said, stepping up to him and taking his large hand in hers. "Come, I believe he will be at the stables by now." He was not. He had walked home, not beside the river as Mariah and Estelle and the others had done, but closer to the house. He was up on the terrace now, looking toward the bridge. Captain was looking too, and then bounding down the stone steps and streaking through the formal gardens and across the lawn to jump up on Ricky, both large paws against his shoulders while he licked his face. "Cappy," Ricky complained, laughing. "You mustn't do that. Your paws may be dirty. Jus will be cross with you. Hildy would be cross if she was here." But Estelle was not looking at either the dog or the man. She was looking at Lord Brandon, who was still up on the terrace, a wide, sun-filled smile on his face as he took off his hat and dropped it at his feet. He strode down the steps then and down to the bridge, his eyes never leaving Ricky's face. "Well, it's about time," he said as he drew close. "What kept you so long, Ricky? I thought you would never get here." And he caught Ricky up in his arms, heedless, it seemed, of either the dirt or the smell, and laughed. And oh, the realization hit Estelle low in the stomach like a real physical blow. Oh, she loved him. Chapter 19. Ricky launched into excited chatter, much of it incoherent, though Justin did understand some of what he said. He had come to Everleigh, it seemed, not because Justin had failed to go to him, but because Justin had lost his sister and was going to look for her and bring her home, and Ricky wanted to help in the search. He had remembered the name of the house because when Justin had said it,
He had also said, "Everleigh is mine for Everleigh and Everleigh after Ricky," and he knew the house was in a big place with a long name, but Juss had told him it was often shortened to sound like a place where hearts, or Herts, belong because it is home. He had found his way by asking stagecoach drivers when they were stopped outside inns. They refused to give him a ride. "Oh, I never did ask, Juss," he said, "because you can't do that without money, and I didn't take any from Hildy's jar because she buys stuff with it to make dinner." But they would wave off in the direction of Heart's belonging because it was home, and told him that was where it was, but it was too far off to be walked. He did get some rides, usually on farmers' carts among hay or vegetables, or even manure, once for a whole afternoon, standing up behind the vehicle of a wild young man whose name he could not remember. But they had moved like the wind, and when Ricky had laughed, the young man had laughed too, and they had gone even faster. He sometimes got food, but only when he could do something to earn it, not otherwise. He would not let that young man buy him a meal, even though it was going to be beef and potatoes and gravy and other things. It was wrong to beg, unless you were starving, and he was never starving, just hungry. He was very, very happy now. "That lady told me you found your sister, Juss," he said. "She is nice. I wouldn't have talked to her because she is a stranger, but she said she is Juss's friend, and that's you, and she said she'd bring me to you." "She is my friend," Justin told him, looking at Lady Estelle, who was flushed and bright-eyed and smiling at the two of them. "She is Lady Estelle Lamarr. Ricky, you stink." "That's not a nice word, Juss," Ricky said. "I don't stink. Though Hildy would tell me time to wash my hands, and Wes would tell me time to shave. The sole come almost off my boot, but I used my handkerchief to keep it on. Look." He raised his foot for Justin to see, and he was off again, recounting some of his adventures, and how yesterday a few men had shouted after him. "They even guessed my name, Juss. That was clever, wasn't it? But they were strangers, so I ran and hid, and then they went away." Word had spread fast in the last few minutes. There was a crowd on the terrace, Justin could see. A few of the guests had come closer. There was a little huddle of servants under the portico. "And this, Ricky," Justin said, "is my sister, Maria. She is home now and quite safe, as you can see." And Maria, who had come to stand beside Lady Estelle, smiled with warm sweetness. "Thank you for coming all this way to help search for me, Ricky," she said. "Maybe Justin would have found me sooner if you had been with him. But he did find me and bring me home." "Oh," Ricky said with a big smile, "you must be very happy."
"I am,"
she said, and transferred her gaze to Justin for a few moments.
"It always feels good to be home."
She was, Justin realized, speaking to him. "And on the subject of home, Ricky," Justin said, "Wes and Hildy are worried." "No," Ricky said, and shook his head vigorously. "They'll know I come to help you, Juss. I'm good at finding things. Remember when I found Mrs. Klebb's cat, when it didn't come home for 2 days that time? And remember how I found the button that come off Wes's shirt, when Hildy was ironing it and it rolled and no one else could find it?" "I remember. But come," Justin said, setting an arm about his shoulders. "It is time for a bath and a change of clothes, Ricky. I know you hate baths and like to wear your own clothes, but there will be no arguments today, please. You stink. Afterward you will smell like a rose." "Like a rose?" Ricky laughed. "Do I want to smell like a rose, Juss?" "You do if the alternative is this," Justin said firmly, and he led Ricky off toward the house,
while his sister and all his guests inexplicably applauded. The servants, too.
"Have hot bath water and shaving gear sent to my dressing room,"
Justin told Phelps as they climbed the steps to the portico.
"And a pot of chocolate with extra milk and sugar and a few sweet biscuits immediately. A full meal can follow half an hour after the bath water."
He had no idea where he would put Ricky until Wes found his way here too, and even perhaps after that. But for now it was going to be his own room, even if his valet quit without notice. His valet did not quit. He brought shaving water and a new razor within minutes of Justin's arrival in the dressing room with Ricky. A footman came behind him with the chocolate and biscuits. The valet's nose twitched only slightly at the smell before he went into action, stripping Ricky from the waist up and wrapping a towel about his shoulders while he seated him and lathered his face and shaved him. Ricky sat very still and stopped grinning when he was told to. He ate his biscuits and drank his chocolate while the valet dug out some of the plain clothes Justin always took with him when he went to spend a few weeks with his friends at the stone quarry. Fortunately, he and Ricky were of similar enough size that the clothes would more or less fit him. By then the bath water had arrived, and Justin's valet stripped Ricky of the rest of his clothes and the sorry boots, directed one of the footmen who had brought the water to take everything away, and soon had Ricky immersed in the water and being thoroughly scrubbed. He shut his eyes tightly while his hair was being washed. Justin sniffed the air when Ricky was finally standing on a towel beside the bathtub, being vigorously dried off.
"Soap," he said. "Not roses, but plain soap. A much better smell for a man. Hildy would be proud of you, Ricky. Clean from the top of your head to the tips of your toes."
His valet had set a new toothbrush and tooth powder on the washstand, but the meal would come first. And thinking of Hilda, he must write to her without delay, send one of his grooms across country again to deliver the letter in person and set her mind at ease. About Ricky, anyway. Wes would be less of a worry to her. He could look after himself, though as for that, it had turned out that Ricky could look after himself too. A hot meal was awaiting Ricky in Justin's bedchamber, where it had been set out on a table. He devoured every morsel.
"That soup was good, Jus,"
he said when he was finished.
"Almost as good as what Hildy makes."
And he yawned hugely and noisily. There was a room adjoining Justin's own, separated from it by his dressing room and another empty one. It would be his countess's bedchamber after he married, Justin had always thought, though this was not the suite of rooms his father and mother, and then his stepmother, had occupied. Those were in the west wing, while this was in the corner of the east wing. He took Ricky through to the other room, which his valet had prepared by drawing the curtains across the window and turning back the bed covers. Justin helped him off with his coat and cravat, and then with his boots, a bit of a tight fit, after Ricky had sat on the side of the bed, yawning again.
"We ought to have put you straight into a nightshirt, I suppose," Justin said. "But no matter. You can sleep here for the rest of the day, and all night too, if you wish, Ricky. You must not be frightened if you wake up and I am not here. I am going to leave a candle burning once it gets dark, and that door into the dressing room is going to be left open, as well as the one on the other side that leads into my room. You can call for me during the night if you need me. If I am not there, then you must pull on this bell rope, and someone will find me and I will come up to you. Just wait here for me." "Call for you if I am frightened," Ricky said. "Pull on that rope if you do not answer. I'll remember. Pull on that rope. I'm awful tired, Jus."
He yawned again to prove it.
"I know," Justin said. "Lie down now and I will tuck you in. And, Ricky, thank you for coming. I know you would have helped me look for my sister. You probably would have found her too, long before I did."
"I'm good at it," Ricky said as he lay down and Justin tucked the covers around him.
Justin stood by the bed looking down at his friend. He had been privileged in his life. He had been given the chance, as so few were, to live with people of all sorts and stations in life, to find friendship in unexpected places, even family, and love. But he really must go and write to Hilda. The library was empty, he thought at first when he got there. Perhaps everyone was getting dressed for dinner. Perhaps they were at dinner. Perhaps they had already eaten. He really had no idea what time it was. But the room was not empty. Lady Estelle Lamarr was standing at one of the windows looking out, and she turned her head to see who was coming into the room. She turned fully when she saw it was him. She was dressed for the evening, and looking stunningly beautiful in emerald green. She made him conscious of the fact that he had not changed, or even combed his hair, since he had returned from the lake.
"I thought perhaps you would come here," she said. "I waited a while to see if you would."
"I need to get a letter on the way to Hilda," he said.
"Yes, I know," she said. "I took the liberty of writing one myself. It is on the desk. I thought it might save you some time, if it meets with your approval, though you will no doubt wish to add a more personal message, to assure her that I am who I say I am. I do not know her address, or her last name, I am afraid. I had to call her Hilda. I hope she will not be offended by the familiarity."
He raised his eyebrows and crossed to the desk to pick up the letter lying there. She had neat, stylish handwriting. She had written Hilda that Ricky had arrived safely at Everleigh Park an hour or so before, and was at this very minute above stairs with the Earl of Brandon, Justin, having a bath and shave and a meal. He had found his way, she had explained, by remembering jokes Justin had once told him as memory prompts for the names Everleigh and Hertfordshire. He had asked directions of the drivers of stagecoaches and got a few rides with farmers and one young gentleman. He had insisted upon performing odd jobs in payment for food. He had come here under the mistaken impression that the Earl of Brandon's sister was missing. He had intended to help search for her. Everyone at Everleigh had been happy to welcome him, especially the Earl himself, who would keep him safe until Mr. Wesley Mort arrived. She had signed the letter and added the explanation that she was a friend of Lord Brandon. "Thank you," Justin said, looking up from the page.
"He is resting?" she asked.
"I believe he was asleep almost before his head hit the pillow," he said, "which was a blessing. Ricky's yawns when he is very tired are enough to drive anyone within range of the sound of them to the brink of insanity."
She smiled. "Oh, Justin," she said then, her face lighting up. "He did not come here for selfish reasons, because you did not go there to see him. He must have misunderstood something you wrote in a letter and thought Maria was missing. He came to help you look for her."
"I know," he said. "One has to be very precise about what one says to Ricky."
"He is lovely," she said.
"He even smells sweet now," he told her. "I will just add a postscript to this, and a signature, and get it addressed and sent off. The poor woman is probably close to losing her mind. She always says that the men in her life will be the death of her sanity."
"I will leave you to it, then," she said.
But she did not immediately move, and he did not immediately sit down at the desk. He crossed the room toward her until he was almost toe to toe with her. "Thank you," he said again, and he took her mouth with his own and lingered there for a while. She did not resist. She did not even remain passive. Her lips parted beneath his, and her mouth pressed back against his. They did not touch anywhere else. He gazed at her for a few moments after he had lifted his head. She smiled slightly and moved away to let herself quietly out of the room. She had stepped close enough to Ricky to take his hand in hers. She had not flinched from either the sight or the smell of him.
Yet she was Lady Estelle Lamarr, a marquis's daughter, who he rather suspected was the light of his life. Everyone was busy again the following day, writing letters, paying calls, doing everything in their power to spread the word that the young man who had been missing was lost no longer, but was safely ensconced at Everleigh Park. Everyone was thanked for their efforts in keeping an eye out. Owen Chandler was a little disappointed that the poster he had planned would not, after all, be printed, but he was very glad there was no longer any need of it.
One is always afraid, though one does not speak a word of one's fears aloud,
he confided to Justin,
that someone who is lost will never be seen alive again.
Yes, Justin said. It is what I feared most. No one appeared to find the renewed activity a chore. They threw themselves into it with enthusiasm. None of them seemed to feel that Ricky was simply not worth all the fuss. Indeed, some of them had been a bit disappointed yesterday to learn that he was asleep and very likely to remain asleep until this morning. A few had been disappointed when he was not at the breakfast table. He was awake, however. He had risen early, Justin explained, as he always did at home. Justin had taken him and Doris's children out to the stables to see the horses and take Captain for a walk. The children had held Ricky's hands and chatted with him while they led him over the Palladian Bridge to walk along the path on the other side of the river. They had not made their usual demand to be taken for a ride. Ricky had chattered right back. Justin might as well not have been there at all, he had thought in some amusement. Later in the day, when Justin had taken Ricky outside again for a breath of air, Nigel Dixon and Wallace Chandler took him through the maze. Everyone within earshot smiled at the sound of his excited laughter. Ernest and Sidney Sharp, Frederick Ormsbury, and Martin Haig, Doris's husband, made private bets upon how long he would remain in there, and whether or not the three of them would reach the centre. Neither Nigel nor Wallace had had any luck with doing that yet. Ricky had confidently predicted he would find it.
"I am good at finding things that are lost, missus,"
he had told Mrs. Dixon, after she had suggested to her son that perhaps it was unwise to confuse Ricky by taking him in there. The three of them emerged 8 minutes after going in. The most optimistic bet had predicted 12 minutes, with no success at reaching the centre. Ricky was still laughing.
"There's a big stone there in the middle with writing on it," he said. "It says, 'You found it,' and another long word." "Congratulations," Nigel said, in large letters, with an exclamation point. "Nige and Wally read it to me," Ricky said. "You found your way to the centre?" Sid Sharp asked with a grin. "Nige and Wally kept wanting to go the wrong way," Ricky said. "It was funny. Sorry we were so long. I kept having to call them back and wait for them so they wouldn't get lost. It was funny." And of course, throughout the day, everyone kept an eye on the road over the bridge and up the hill, watching for the arrival of Wesley Mort. There was no real anxiety over him, however. He would come eventually, but his search for his brother along the way would slow him down. Justin did not take Ricky to the dining room at meal-times or to the drawing-room. He sat with him while he ate his meals in the room next to Justin's, which was his temporary home, and he showed him parts of the house and park that were unlikely to be crowded. He took him to the stables again, and out behind them to the smithy, where the blacksmith welcomed him and explained a few things to him while Ricky listened and watched with rapt attention. Justin took him up through the wilderness walk and stood for a long time by the tower and again by the dragon, while Ricky amused himself and Captain yipped and barked. Viscount Whatley went with them. He explained to Ricky that he was the brother of the lady who had met him yesterday after he had stepped over the bridge. "Brothers are good," Ricky said, beaming at him. "I got a brother, Wes. He looks after me. And Hildy does too. Hildy is a good cook." And inside the house,
Justin decided to take Ricky up to the balcony beneath the dome in the grand reception room. They met Maria and Lady Estelle in the entrance hall on the way there. The two had just come in from outside.
"That's Maria," Ricky said, pointing. "Your sister, Juss. And that's your friend with her, the lady who was kind to me when I come yesterday. We went up to that dragon with her brother. Brothers are good. I got a brother, Wes."
"I believe he is on his way here,"
Maria said, smiling.
"We will be happy to meet him."
"He is nice," Ricky said. "And this lady's brother is nice too." "We are going up to the gallery under the dome," Justin said. Ricky liked the tower on the Wilderness Walk. "I believe he will like this as well."
"Oh,"
Maria said.
"May we come too? I have not been up there since I was a child. You took me. You held my hand, and I was not at all afraid. Children are so ready to trust in the invulnerability of the adults they love. Of adults."
"I will hold your hand again if you wish," Justin said. "Lady Estelle, will you come too?"
"Yes,"
she said.
"I have been hoping to do it before we leave here."
And so the four of them climbed the stairs that wound their way through a narrow corridor outside the domed room before emerging onto the balcony. It was wide and solid, and supported by the sturdy marble pillars that surrounded the floor below. The marble balustrade about the outer edge was solid and slightly more than waist-high, even against Justin's height. The small marble pillars that held it up were spaced closely enough that not even the thinnest child would be able to squeeze between them. The whole thing had been built with safety in mind, though it was beautiful too. Above them the dome soared. Below them the mosaic floor was laid out in all its splendour. Maria was holding very tightly to his hand, Justin noticed. Lady Estelle was standing to one side of them, Ricky at the other.
"This is fun, Juss," he said. "But if this is Everleigh, for Everleigh and Everleigh, where is your house?"
"This is it, Ricky," Justin said. "This is my house." Ricky turned to stare at him.
"No," he said. "How do you keep it clean?"
"I have a lot of people to clean it for me," Justin said.
"That's silly," Ricky said.
"Those people earn their living working here instead of hewing stone in the quarry," Justin explained. "Lady Estelle, are you all right?" She had moved forward to grasp the top of the balustrade with both hands, though she stood back from it the length of her arms. Her knuckles were white. Her head was tipped back, and she was gazing at the dome.
"My stomach feels as if it may be standing on its head,"
she admitted.
"And I believe I must have misplaced my knees while I was outside with Maria. But yes, thank you, I am perfectly fine, provided I do not look down. The balcony seems far higher from up here than it looks from down there."
"This rail is made of stone,"
Ricky said, moving toward her.
"Stone is ever so strong. We could all of us push at this all day long and it wouldn't budge, even if Wes was pushing too. That floor down there looks pretty. Hold my hand and have a look at it. I'll keep you safe. Won't I, Juss? I kept Juss safe when he came to our house after Wes had hit his face raw and bust his nose. Wes didn't ought to have done that."
"I will take your hand if I may, Ricky,"
Lady Estelle said, suiting action to words.
"Thank you. I remember from yesterday how strong it feels. And I will look down."
"If you tried to fall, you couldn't," Ricky said. "I wouldn't let you, and this stone rail wouldn't let you."
"You are quite right," she said.
The floor does look pretty from up here, and the dome takes my breath away.
You got to breathe, Ricky said, or you will faint. I'll carry you down the stairs if you do. Don't worry, but there's no need. You got to breathe.
There. She inhaled audibly and exhaled. This is a lovely room, the very heart of the house, at the centre of it, and very beautiful. Oh, look, Ricky, the sun must be coming out. Look at how the whole room is lighting up.
It's the prettiest thing ever, Ricky said. Maria turned her head to look up at Justin.
I feel as safe as I always used to, she murmured.
But instead of smiling, as she might have done, her eyes filled with tears, and she bit her upper lip and turned her head away. Love was no soft emotion that brought endless bliss, was it? Why, then, did one allow oneself to feel it at all? Because the alternative was unthinkable? Shall we walk around the gallery? Justin suggested. His guests had been here for 2 weeks, Justin realized the following day. All were planning to leave within the next few days. He hoped no one would go away disappointed. He had not organized any grand activities for them, excursions beyond the confines of the park, for example, or parties, or even a ball that included his neighbours. If he had had a countess, she might have thought of that, and the necessity of entertaining their guests. If he had had a countess. The days were running out, and soon, if he was to keep the promise he had made to Lady Estelle out at the lake, he was going to have to propose marriage to her again. Would she accept this time? Sometimes he thought she might. At other times, he could not imagine why she would. What did he have to offer her except all this? Everleigh, a title, wealth, and his heart, for whatever that was worth. He did not have any of the light, for want of a better word, that filled her and surrounded her like an aura. It was the word she herself had used, now that he came to think of it. It was something she had said he lacked. He did not even know how he was going to go about asking her. How did one make a proposal of marriage in such a way that it would tip the scales in one's favour? But he was distracted from that problem by Wes's arrival, 2 days after Ricky's. Unlike Ricky, Wes did not come at a time when there were other people outside, and he did not come to the front doors or even to the kitchen door. A groom brought word from the stables that Mr. Wesley Mort had come for his brother, and would be obliged if someone would bring him to the stables so that they could be on their way and not trouble anyone any further. A typical Wes sort of message. Justin was having tea with his guests at the time in the square reception room in the state apartments. The butler came discreetly to his table and murmured in his ear. Justin set his napkin beside his plate and got to his feet. "Excuse me," he said loudly enough for everyone to hear. "Wes Mort has just arrived at the stables. No, please." He held up a hand to discourage those of his guests who had also begun to get to their feet. "Wes is nothing like his brother. He would be mortified beyond belief if he were to see anyone but me coming from the house. It sounds as though he intends to leave here as soon as Ricky joins him. He would leave sooner than that if he could. I'll go alone." Wes was frowning darkly when Justin strode into the stable yard. Captain was sitting beside him, panting in ecstasy. "Good God, Jus," Wes said. "You didn't say anything about living in a palace. And just look at those clothes you are wearing. And all those fobs and watches and what-not. And that quizzing glass. Good God." Justin grinned and reached out his hand. "And good day to you too, Wes," he said. "Ricky found his way here 2 days ago. Hungry, tired, unshaven and dirty, but unharmed and undaunted. He came to help me find my sister, who, according to his interpretation of my letter, was lost." Wes stared at him. "I didn't even notice that," he said. "But you ought to know, Jus, not even to whisper the word lost to Ricky. He thinks of himself as some sort of super finder of the missing. But I knew he was here. A tavern keeper about 20 miles away told me. I loosened a few of his teeth after he told me the raving lunatic was safely confined at Everleigh, and everyone could sleep safe in their beds again."
"Did you?" Justin grinned again.
"I wrote to Hildy, Wes, or at least one of my guests wrote, and I signed my name, and sent it with one of my grooms so that she would not worry longer than necessary."
Wes set a hand in his at last, and shook it with what might have been a hearty grip, if he had not looked so uncomfortable.
"This is all deuced embarrassing, you know, Juss," he said. "Good God, you live in a palace, and Ricky walked into it, I dare say, as though he belonged here. Where is he? I'll take him and get going. You're a real knob, aren't you, Juss? Mr. La-di-da."
"He is having a sleep after spending the morning with the blacksmith," Justin explained.
"And you will stay here tonight, Wes. I dare say your borrowed horse needs a good long rest, even if you do not. And I have a proposition to make to you."
"What?" Wes asked warily.
"A job,"
Justin told him.
"Something you once told me would be your dream come true, and a home to go with it, for you and Hildy and Ricky."
Wes's eyes narrowed on him.
"A dream come true," he said. "What do you think I am, Juss? A wide-eyed girl waiting for her prince, like in that one story you used to tell that so thrilled Ricky and Hildy?"
"The story you never listened to," Justin said, grinning once more.
"I value my personal safety too much ever to call you Cinderella, Wes." "Ricky isn't sleeping in that palace, is he?"
Wes asked.
"In the room adjoining my own,"
Justin told him.
"Like old times." "Oh, God in his heaven,"
Wes said in disgust, while Captain got to his feet and licked his hand.
"Sometimes, Juss, I wish you had another nose to bust."
Chapter 20. Most of the family and guests were gathered in the drawing-room again that evening, though Bertrand and Mr. Sharp had wandered off to the library, and Nigel Dixon and Angela Ormsbury had followed them. There was a group of people clustered about the pianoforte, though they were doing more talking and laughing than actual playing. A few of the men were playing cards. Mrs. Dixon, Mrs. Chandler, and Mrs. Sharp were sitting with Lady Maple. Maria and Estelle were listening to Lady Crowther and her sister reminiscing about their courtship by brothers and the early days of their marriages. The Earl of Brandon was standing behind Maria's chair, listening too. He looked tired, Estelle thought. He had had a busy couple of hours before dinner. His friend, Wesley Mort, had been persuaded to stay for at least one night before taking Ricky home, but it had not been easy, apparently. He had been quite adamant about not staying anywhere in the house, and upon Ricky's not staying here for another night either. The blacksmith had offered them a room in his cottage up in the labourers' village on the other side of the hill behind the house. That was where they both were now. Estelle had the feeling there had been an argument. They were best friends, the Earl had once said. They also butted heads now and then, she believed. She also suspected they were similar sorts of men, both very proud. The sisters' memories had turned to their mother, Lord Brandon's grandmother. They were laughing over how she had loved the slightest excuse to dress in all her best finery, and deck herself out with as many of the family jewels as she could comfortably drape about her.
Or uncomfortably, for that matter. If she had had more than 10 fingers, Lady Felicity Ormsbury said, she would have worn more than 10 rings. But she did, Lady Crowther said. She always wore her wedding ring and her diamond on the same finger. But no rings, surely, on her thumbs, Maria said.
Her aunts looked at each other.
Well, perhaps not on her thumbs,
Lady Crowther conceded.
But there were all the other pieces too, most of them heirlooms. Papa used to threaten sometimes to call out the militia to guard her because she was carrying around a fortune on her person. Mrs. Sharp reminds me of Mamma a little, Augusta, her sister said.
always jingling and jangling with necklaces and bracelets and bangles. We would stay awake in the nursery, despite all of Nurse's threats and scolding, on evenings when Mamma was going somewhere or expecting guests here. She would always come to say good night, sometimes long after our bedtime, and we would gaze at her, speechless with awe. You might have been speechless, Felicity, Lady Crowther said. I always used to jump up and down on my bed with excitement, until Mamma threatened that if I fell off and broke a leg, she would positively not come up and see me ever again. She was such a liar, Lady Felicity said, and they both laughed. I have not seen the family heirlooms for years, Lady Crowther said. Of course I have not. I have not been here for years. Neither have you, Felicity, and we will be leaving here the day after tomorrow. Justin, may we see them before we go? Where do you keep them? All eyes turned his way. Maria looked over her shoulder at him.
That is a good question, he said. I have no idea.
What?
Lady Crowther half shrieked. Where were they usually kept? He asked.
In the safe, Lady Crowther said. In Papa's bedchamber. In your bedchamber.
I am not in the room Grandpapa and then my father slept in, he said. I have rooms in the corner of the east wing. I do not go into those rooms. His aunts both stared at him. Indeed, Lady Felicity said. Well, that is understandable, I suppose. But you have not given a single thought to the family heirlooms and where they all might be? One can tell you are not a married man. They are probably still there in the safe. They are probably not, Maria said sharply. They probably disappeared with Mamma's jewels. There was an awkward silence, during which Estelle wished there were a way to get up and move somewhere else without drawing attention to herself. Perhaps we should go and see, Lady Crowther said. How are we to get into the safe? The Earl asked. I must confess, I never even knew of its existence. I do remember once seeing the heirloom jewellery with my mother. I must have been quite young at the time. I do not believe she ever wore any of it, or Maria's mother. I suppose I would have assumed it was all in a bank vault somewhere, if I had ever thought of it at all.
If he had ever thought of it, Lady Crowther said to her sister. They gazed at each other and spoke in unison. Men! You never even knew of the existence of the safe, Justin? Lady Crowther asked, sounding dismayed. You do not have the key, then? Maria? She shook her head. Papa used to keep Mamma's jewels in his room, she said, but I never knew where. I never saw the family heirlooms. Mamma said they were ugly. Our father, your grandpapa, was not so secretive with his children, Lady Crowther said. We were always fascinated by the safe, hidden away as it was, and by all the jewels our mother used to wear whenever she had an excuse to do so. But who would know where the key is? Our brother surely would have left that information with someone, Justin.
He left a whole lot of information with his lawyer and his man of business, the Earl said stiffly. I have not encouraged them to share any but essential business with me.
They stared at him, frowning, and Estelle realized, not for the first time, how badly his father had hurt him. Well, Lady Felicity said, looking a bit shamefaced, I know where the key used to be kept. I watched Papa open the safe once and then close it, and I memorized just what he did and where he got the key from and returned it to. I crept back in there one day to make sure I was right, and I was. I got it open, but that was years ago. I must have been 11 or 12.
And you still remember it, Aunt Felicity?
The Earl asked. I still do, she said. It is amazing what sticks in one's head from childhood, while something I take particular care to memorize today will in all likelihood be gone without a trace by next week.
The human mind is an odd thing. Then let us go, Lady Crowther said, getting to her feet. Justin, you had better come too. Those heirlooms are, after all, your property now. Your countess will wear them one day, and I hope that will be sooner rather than later. I am coming too, Maria said. Estelle, please come with me. Estelle held up one hand. I believe I had better not, she said.
Please do, the Earl of Brandon said.
Oh, by all means, Lady Estelle, Lady Crowther said, linking her arm through Estelle's. I hope my brother did not do the sensible thing after our papa died, and change the lock or hide the key elsewhere, or both. And I hope Felicity's memory has not become decrepit with age. Otherwise this is going to be very anticlimactic.
The suite of rooms that had always been the Earl's until 6 years ago was at the south end of the west wing. The Earl's bedchamber was magnificently decorated in deep shades of wine and gold. The furnishings were heavy and old-fashioned and stately. It was a grand room, Estelle thought, as the Earl lit candles until the darkness and the shadows receded. Yet it had an air of being unlived in. The Earl of Brandon's face, she noticed, looked as though it were carved out of granite. Maria came to a stop just inside the door. Estelle remained at her side. Lady Crowther pointed to the ornately carved fireplace, and she and her sister made their way toward it. The Earl, having finished lighting the candles, stood and watched.
It was one of those knobs down there,
Lady Crowther said, pointing to the panelling to the left of the fireplace.
This one, I believe.
She bent and pressed and poked at the carved leaves there, with no result, until her sister bent across her and twisted an acorn. A panel above them slid back.
The safe is still there, at least. Now we just need to get into it. Felicity? Here, I will stand back out of your way and cross all my fingers, and my eyes too, and I will hold my breath for good measure.
Neither Maria nor her brother moved at all. Estelle found that she was also holding her breath. It somehow seemed terribly important that the family treasures be intact. What would happen if the safe was empty? Or if some of the pieces the Earl's aunts remembered were missing? Or if the safe could not be opened at all? Lady Felicity went to the other side of the fireplace, reached up to a carved leaf just below the mantel, and pulled outward on it, pressing on the inside of it at the same time. The leaf opened on some sort of hinge to reveal a small dark cavity. She reached inside with 2 fingers and her thumb and brought out a small metal key. They all, it seemed, exhaled at the same moment. She crossed the fireplace again and bent to insert the key in the lock of the safe and turn it. The door swung open, the key still in the lock.
Oh,
Lady Felicity said, and stepped back. Her sister crowded forward to join her and peer inside.
It is not empty. Let us take everything out and spread it on the bed, Lady Crowther suggested. Come and see, Justin. Come closer, Maria. And you too, Lady Estelle. Oh, this is exciting. I would have kicked myself if we had gone home the day after tomorrow, and then I had remembered the family heirlooms. Oh, look, Felicity. The ruby brooch. It was my favourite.
Soon the bed was half covered with jewellery that must surely be worth a king's ransom, Estelle thought. But while the sisters were exclaiming over remembered items and declaring that absolutely nothing was missing, the Earl of Brandon was picking up a folded document or letter that had been tossed out with everything else but had not drawn anyone's interest. He slipped it into an inner pocket of his coat. Maria, meanwhile, was reaching out with a trembling hand to pick up a bulging white silk drawstring bag.
"Oh,"
she said when she had opened it and peered inside. She closed her eyes and swayed on her feet,
Oh, dear God! Estelle set a steadying hand on her arm, and the Earl strode across the room to stand behind her and grasp her by the shoulders. "Mamma's jewels," she said. "Papa always kept them for her. In this bag."
"Look through it," the Earl said. "See if everything is there." She emptied it onto the bed and spread out the items. She set one hand over her mouth before removing it to speak.
"Everything," she said. "Oh, I think everything is here." "My dear Maria," her Aunt Augusta said, "they were here all the time. Your mamma was mistaken." Or she had lied. No one said that, though.
"Or I could simply have put them back in there," the Earl said, lowering his hands from his sister's shoulders. "I told the truth, Maria, when I said downstairs that I did not even know of this safe. I certainly did not know where it was, or how to expose it, or where to find the key. But I could be lying."
"No," she said, running a shaking hand over the jewels. "No, Justin. I think I have known for some time that there was no theft, that Papa had some other reason for sending you away. Mamma made up that story, did she not? Just for my ears. I do not remember Papa ever saying anything about any theft, or Mamma mentioning it in his hearing. My mind is weary. I do not want to think about why you were really sent away. You are not a thief, and I am glad." She turned to look at him, her eyes troubled. "She never wore any of them after that day," she said. "It must have been very important to her that I believe you had stolen them, for she always loved wearing them. She did not take any of them to Prospect Hall with her when we left here. Perhaps she was afraid I would see them. She was very eager to blacken your name and preserve her own name. Did she not understand that I loved her? That I always would have done, no matter what? Perhaps she simply did not know how to get them from the safe," she added wearily. Her brother drew her into his arms and kissed the top of her head.
"Some things are best left in the past, where they belong," he told her. "I have always loved you, Maria, past and present. I will love you as long as I live. Perhaps you will come to love me again in time. I will try to be patient."
"Come," Lady Crowther said briskly. "We will put everything back and go join everyone else. Perhaps Felicity and I can come back for another look tomorrow, with your permission, Justin. We will bring our daughters with us."
"Do you want your mother's jewels to go back into the safe for now?" the Earl asked Maria.
"Yes," she said.
Everything was put away, except the document or letter that was in the Earl's pocket. It seemed to Estelle that she was the only one who had noticed it. The safe was locked, the key removed, and the panel closed. The key was returned to its little nook behind the carved leaf. Lady Felicity led the way to the door, while her sister linked an arm through Maria's and followed. Estelle went after them, leaving the Earl of Brandon alone in his father's room. Everyone had returned to the drawing-room, Estelle could see when they arrived there. The late evening tea tray had been brought in, and Esme Ormsbury, Lady Crowther's daughter-in-law, was pouring. She looked up and smiled at the returning party.
"Was Aunt Felicity able to find and open the safe?" she asked. "She was," Lady Crowther said, "and everything was there. We spread it all out on the bed. It felt almost like having Mother back for a few minutes. All the pieces looked so familiar." "This is very exciting," Angela Ormsbury said. "The Wiley family treasures. We must all go and look tomorrow. May we, Mamma and Aunt Augusta? But you are not the ones to ask, are you? May we, Justin? Oh, has he not come back yet? Ah, here he comes. May we see the jewels tomorrow, Justin?"
He was standing inside the door, Estelle saw when she turned her head. He was looking like what she thought of as his granite self, his hands at his back. "Of course," he said. I will bring them down for everyone to see."
"Come and get a cup of tea while it is still hot,"
Esme said to the new arrivals.
"My mother's jewels were there too,"
Maria said, and though she did not speak loudly, there was something in her voice that silenced everyone.
"They were in the bag where she always kept them. Everything was there. At least, everything I could remember was there. But that is wonderful,"
Paulette Ormsbury said, beaming at Maria while everyone else remained silent.
"Well, is it not?"
"I dare say your mamma was mistaken then, Maria," Lady Maple said. "So, all is well that ends well. If there is any tea left in the pot, Mrs. Ormsbury, I will have—"
"No,"
Maria said.
"She was not mistaken. She lied. She knew her jewellery was in the safe in Papa's room, where it was always kept. She lied to me about why Papa sent Justin away, because she did not want me to know the truth. And if anyone is now thinking that Justin must have been dallying with Mamma, and Papa discovered them together, then I feel compelled to say that I am as certain as I can be that that is not the truth either. I was only 8 years old, but I knew my brother better than that. That is all. Brandon is not a thief, and I apologize for having accused him in front of you all."
Estelle took a step closer to her friend. Bertrand, too, was drawing nearer from one side, while Sidney Sharp was coming from the other side. But someone else forestalled them all. Mrs. Sharp was sitting on a sofa close to Maria. She lifted one arm, jangling with bracelets and bangles.
"Come, my love,"
she said in her comfortable voice.
"Come and sit here."
"Aunt Betty,"
Maria said, sitting and snuggling close, while Justin's aunt set an arm about her, just like a bird with her chick.
"I loved her so much."
"Well, of course you did, my love," Mrs. Sharp said, "and of course you do. Here, look, Rosie has brought you a cup of tea."
Rosie Sharp sat on a footstool before the sofa and gazed up at her new friend with anxious concern. She held Maria's cup and saucer in both hands. Mrs. Chandler had come to sit on Maria's other side and was patting her thigh. Everyone else launched into determined conversation. Mr. Dixon was asking Lord Brandon about his years at the stone quarry and his acquaintance with Wesley Mort. The Earl, Estelle could hear, instead of answering evasively, was telling the story of his broken nose. "And just to think, Stell," Bertrand said, coming to stand beside her, "that one of our main concerns in coming here was that we might be facing an unbearably tedious couple of weeks."
"We will be home again soon,"
she said. "Is that what you want?" he asked softly. "To be home?" She shrugged, and his arm came about her for a moment and hugged her to his side. "Well," he said, releasing her, "maybe we need to think about where home really is." Estelle was sitting on the side of her bed, pulling a brush through her hair, though her maid had done it for her just a short while ago in the dressing-room before leaving for the night. She was thinking of Bertrand's questions. "Is that what you want? To be home? Maybe we need to think about where home really is." Home was Elm Court, where she could be quiet and safe, where she could have just her beloved twin for company, where they had gone 2 years ago to find out who exactly they were and what it was they wanted of their lives. Had they discovered the answers? Had Bert? Had she? She would have said no, until, with a single sentence, her brother had revealed a truth to her. Maybe we need to think about where home really is. And she had found herself yearning for her father and her stepmother and home, Redcliffe Court, the very heart of her family. For that was who she was, a member of a family, or rather of a group of families. And it was what she wanted of her life. Family, belonging. But being a twin had taught her about 2 halves of a whole.
She would always need Bertrand to complete herself, but over and above that connection, she would need 2 families, 2 sets of families. She had not even left Everleigh yet, but already she knew she would miss the Ormsburys, the Sharps, the Dixons and Chandlers. She wanted Justin Wiley, Earl of Brandon. Oh yes, she wanted him in that way, of course she did. She yearned for him, or rather for it with him. But it was not the only way. She wanted him with all his darkness, with all his contradictions. She wanted him with all his complexities, with all the dizzying array of experiences that had shaped him into who he was now. A man in deep pain. Possibly a man with no way out of that pain ever. For his pain centred about his father, who was dead. He was a man who could perhaps never be happy, not even in those brief snatches of joy that comprised happiness for most people. No one, surely, ever lived happily ever after. Even her father and stepmother, even Camille and Joel, or Abigail and Gil, her stepsisters and their husbands, or Anna and Avery, Duke and Duchess of Netherby, or any other couple she could think of whom she considered happily married. But for most people, there was happiness to be found. Perhaps Justin could never be happy. Could she live with that? Would she be given the chance to live with it? Most of the guests here were planning to go home the day after tomorrow. She and Bertrand were planning to leave too. Would he offer her marriage again before then? Would it matter if he did not? Perhaps it would ultimately be a huge relief. She would not have to make the momentous decision. Or perhaps she would be heartbroken. Really? Just a couple of weeks ago she had disliked him intensely. She had been repulsed by him, but only because you did not recognize that what you were really feeling was attraction, Estelle. An attraction that horrified you, because you did not believe he was the sort of man to whom you ought to be attracted. He was not at all the man she had thought he was. She had a sudden mental image of him, standing on the terrace outside the house here, gazing toward the Palladian Bridge, his face lit up with a smile like sunshine as he gazed at Ricky. She saw him laughing and catching Ricky up in his arms, dirt and smell notwithstanding. A man filled with sudden and total joy. He was capable of happiness. She sighed. There was a light tap on the door of her bedchamber. She stopped brushing her hair. Her maid? No. Olga would have let herself into the dressing room if she had forgotten something. Bertrand? Normally he would just come on inside after tapping on the door to warn her. She crossed the room and opened the door a crack. Ah! She was suddenly aware of her nightgown and bare feet and flowing hair. "I am going out to the summer-house," the Earl of Brandon told her, his voice soft. Now? At this time of night? It must be close to midnight. "I need to read it," he said. "You saw?" "The document from the safe." She spoke as softly as he and opened the door wider. "It is addressed to me," he told her, "in my father's handwriting." "Oh," she said. In the flickering light of the candles on her dresser, he looked very pale. She reached out and set a hand on his arm, forgetting her appearance for a moment. He was wearing a great coat and boots, and looked even larger than usual. "I need to read it," he said, "but not here. Not in this house. I am going to take it to the summer-house. Will you come with me?" She closed her eyes. The letter might say nothing of any significance. On the other hand, it might be full of bitter recriminations. Or it might offer a final word of forgiveness. It might be everything, or nothing. Whatever it was, or was not, it might break him. She opened her eyes.
Yes, she said. I will get dressed.
I will wait here, he told her, before she shut the door and stood for a few moments, her eyes closed again, her hand still on the doorknob. She hurried into her dressing room. Chapter 21. Justin sat on the top stair while he waited, a lantern beside him. He tried to still his thoughts, something at which he was generally good. He did not want to consider the fact that he normally kept to himself all that was deeply personal and shared it with no one. Solitude was his preferred state, especially when something was weighing upon him. It had all started, he supposed, on that day 12 years ago, when he had made the decision not to defend himself to his father. It had not been absolute then, for he had fled to his aunt and uncle and poured out the whole of it to them. But he had felt almost instantly the burden he had put upon their shoulders, and had resolved never to do that again. So why the devil had it seemed important, even essential to him, that Lady Estelle Lamarr be with him when he read his father's letter? And why tonight, now close to midnight, at the summer house rather than here? He tried not to think. He did not time her, but fewer than 10 minutes must have passed between the shutting of her bedroom door and its opening again. She was wearing a long dark cloak, with the loose hood pulled over her head. He took hold of the lantern and got to his feet. Her eyes were on him as she approached, large and steady and calm, and he took her hand in his and led her down the stairs. He released it in order to unbolt the main door and open it. She stepped out beneath the portico ahead of him and waited while he shut the door. She raised her hand and set it in his again. It was not a dark night. The lantern was hardly necessary. It was not cold either. He hesitated for a moment when they reached the corner of the house. Normally it was to Captain he turned for company and comfort. One did not have to confide in a dog. A dog sensed when it was needed. But tonight it was a person to whom he had turned. Tonight he kept on walking. They did not talk. Neither of them had uttered a word since she closed her door to get dressed and accompany him. But Justin did not believe he had ever felt closer to any other person. The letter, paper, document, the whatever it was, in the inside pocket of his coat, had a physical weight and heat out of all proportion to its appearance. It might be no more than a list of what Justin would find in the safe. It might be anything in the world. At the very least, though, it was paper upon which his name was written in his father's distinctive hand. It was ridiculous, perhaps, to take comfort from that single fact. Perhaps what was inside that sealed paper would break his heart, or what remained of his heart. And perhaps that was why he had not immediately broken the seal and read what was inside, and why he had not done so when he went to his own room. Maybe it was why he needed her with him. He led the way up the stairs inside the summer house to unlock the door at the top, holding the lantern in such a way that she could see her way up behind him. He set the lantern down inside the door, found the tinderbox, and lit a few candles. She closed the door and stood inside it until he was finished and turned to her. "Thank you," he said. She looked at him with that smile of hers, that was not really a smile, but a beaming outward of some warmth or light, and let no one ever try telling him that he was good at expressing meaning in words. "Everyone ought to have a twin," she said. "Since you do not, you may borrow me." Her words might have sounded flippant, but they did not come across that way. She was offering something priceless, the sort of close connection she normally felt only with her brother, though he wanted more than just to borrow her. "Come and sit down." He indicated one of the chairs, the one without books on it. It was not cold in the room. It must have been trapping sunlight all day and was still holding on to it. She removed her cloak, sat and relaxed back into the chair.
"I have been trying to imagine," she said, "that I had suddenly discovered a letter addressed to me in my mother's handwriting. I would recognize it. My aunt once, very generously, gave me a letter my mother sent her after she learned she was expecting Bertrand and me, though she did not know at the time that there would be two of us. I am trying to imagine discovering a new letter. I know that breaking the seal and reading it would be the hardest thing I had ever done."
He stood looking down at her, his hands at his back. "It feels like a very last chance," he said. "But chance for what? I do not know. It is a one-way communication with no way of replying. And perhaps it is nothing anyway, or further condemnation. It is foolish, is it not, to let the possibilities roll around in my head while I have the answer, whatever it is, in my pocket." Those large, calm, fathomless eyes looked steadily into his, understanding him, knowing how he felt, feeling with him. What the devil was she doing with a fellow like him, with his workman's hands and muscles, with his broken nose and dour manner, with a man who had made a mess of his life, and was only just beginning, perhaps, to set it on some sort of course for the future?
"Sit down to read it,"
she said softly. But he could not sit. He went to stand at one of the windows, where the light from a candle would shine down upon anything he held in his hands. He took off his greatcoat and tossed it over the back of the desk chair, and he drew the letter from his pocket. His father had once held this. He had put it into the safe on top of the jewellery and shut the door, and Justin had been the next person to touch it. He held it to his nose for a moment, but nothing of his father lingered there. He broke the seal with his thumb, and his heartbeat drummed in his ears in such a way that he thought he might faint. She had known that. She had suggested that he sit down. He concentrated on his breathing, on the feel of the air coming in and going out, and he unfolded the letter. "My dearest son." He stared at the words for what might have been a minute or 10 before he had the courage to let his eyes move lower. "There are times in life when one's God-given freedom to choose good over evil at all times, no matter the circumstances or consequences, is snatched away, and one is left only with the choice between two evils. It is what is meant by the term hell on earth I have come to understand. I was faced with such a dilemma, as I hope you will never be. As I hope all those dear to me and even my worst enemies will never be. I chose one of the evils and sent you away. Perhaps I hoped the choice would not be irrevocable. I expected, perhaps, that you would seek help, and even maybe shelter, from your mother's family or mine. I hoped they would set your feet on a good and prosperous path, until I could somehow claim you again. Alas, it was not to be. Whether by chance or by design, you disappeared, and put yourself beyond my reach. I must believe, that your steadiness of character has enabled you to make a decent life for yourself. It is my fervent hope that you have found some happiness with friends, and even made a family of your own. It is the consequence of my own choice that I do not know and will never know. I make no excuses. When a man marries, he has a great deal of power over his wife. Both the church and the law see to that. It is unfair, even unjust, but it is the reality. He must compensate by offering her his unyielding support and protection, by treating her always with gentleness and courtesy. If in doing those things he must treat his own flesh and blood unjustly, then so be it. I made my choice. I honoured my wife and disowned my son. Ah, but not in my heart, Justin. If the words of a man who has somehow sullied his honour are of any importance to you, then know this. I did not for a moment doubt you. I have never, even for a single minute, stopped loving you. It would not be possible. You are the son of my ever-beloved first wife. You are my son. Although I will be dead when you read this, and though I can never deserve or earn your forgiveness, I would ask for it. Not so much for myself. I will be dead after all. But for yourself, Justin. If you still think bitterly of me, let the wound heal. And if you cannot love me, then love my other child, your sister. Love Maria. Live a good life, my son. You were always good at loving. You lit up my life and your mother's. You lit up Maria's life. You were loved wherever you went. Do not allow bitterness and the injustice with which you were treated change you forever. Live a life filled with love. It is ultimately all that matters. And his signature. Not his name or his title. Just one word. Papa. Justin folded the letter neatly and deliberately, put it back into his pocket, and drew it out again. He turned. Her head was against the back of the chair, but her eyes watched him. He strode toward her, handed her the letter, and went back to look out through the window onto darkness. He concentrated upon his breathing as he had never done before, ignoring thought, quelling emotion. In, cool, out, warm. I am breathing in, I am breathing out. Papa. No. In, out. My dearest son. No. In, cold, out, warm. You lit up my life and your mother's. He did not know how long he had been standing there, breathing in, breathing out, before his concentration was broken. Arms had come about his waist from behind, and her body rested against his, the side of her head against his shoulder. She said nothing. He crossed his arms over his waist, curling his fingers about her slender arms, and he took her warmth, her relaxation into himself. He turned eventually and held her to him until he stooped down to scoop her up into his arms. He strode over to the chair where she had been sitting, sat down with her, grabbed her cloak from the arm of the chair and wrapped it about her, though there was no chill in the air. He held her tightly. A few minutes passed. He felt the tremor first with his stomach muscles. Then there was the ache in his throat and down in his chest. He sniffed once, but it was no good. She nestled her head between his shoulder and neck, and he wept, with great, hideous gulps and sobs, with an almost total loss of dignity and control. The armour he had built so painstakingly about himself was shattered, gone without a trace. I am so sorry. I am not, she said. I am not, Justin. His name on her lips destroyed what little control was left, and he wept on until there was nothing left. He fumbled about in his pocket for his handkerchief, swiped at his eyes, and blew his nose. Devil take it, he said. I'm so sorry. Whatever will you think? She tipped her head back against his shoulder and looked into his face. Can you forgive him? She asked. He thought about it a long time, until his breathing fully calmed. She was vain and conniving, he said. She destroyed his life and very nearly mine too, and probably her own. She lied to Maria and depleted her happiness. But she was essentially a helpless woman out of her element, only 17 when she trapped him, and he chose to honour and protect her. until doing so led him into hell itself. The choice between two evils. He chose the one he had to choose, being the man he was, the man I admired above all others. Yes, I forgive him. I just wish I could tell him so. And I wish I could tell him that I would not wipe out the last 12 years and everything that happened during them, even if I could. There would be no Ricky, no Wes, no Hilda.
No broken nose, she said.
And no broken nose.
He closed his eyes and rested his head against the chair back.
Life is a funny thing,
he said. He surprised himself by laughing then.
A profound observation indeed. Someone should include it in a book of wise quotations for the ages. Life is a funny thing.
They sat quietly for a while.
Stay here with me,
he said then. His voice made a question of it. There was another stretch of silence. Yes, she said. Estelle heard the echo of her response and waited for guilt, panic, denial, moral outrage, something to rush at her in protest. Nothing did. She had said yes, and yes was what she meant. He stood up with her and set her on her feet before tossing her cloak back over the chair arm. He reached for her hands and curled his own about them at their sides. Then he moved his hands up her arms and along her shoulders and cupped her face in his palms. There were the marks of tears still on his own cheeks. His eyes were luminous, and she marvelled over the fact that this was the same man she had first seen on horseback, dark and dour, huge and menacing, while she sat on the river-bank. She set her own hands on either side of his waist.
"You will be marrying me,"
he said. Her eyes smiled into his. "That is a proposal?"
"No,"
he said.
"That is a statement."
"The proposal is still to come?" she asked. "Are you busy composing a sonnet?" For a moment, for a precious moment, laughter flashed in his eyes. She thought he was about to say something, but he kissed her instead, lightly and gently, and she felt all his need for her, all his yearning for a human touch, for connection. She felt his barely leashed passion. This was something she would not have considered herself capable of doing in a million years, lying with a man to whom she was not wed, or even officially betrothed. But there were no doubts in her mind. He needed her now, tonight, and she needed him too. His father's letter had affected her deeply. If only her mother had had enough warning of her death to have written to her and Bertrand. Surely she would have done it, had she known, and surely she would have written something similar at the end. Live a life filled with love. It is, ultimately, all that matters. She wrapped her arms about Justin's waist, leaned into him and kissed him back, not just with desire, but with everything that was herself. He drew back from her after a while and went to extinguish the lantern and all the candles except the one on the bookcase. The single flame flickered dimly over walls and ceiling, while he tossed a few of the cushions from the bed onto the chair with the books on it. He drew back the covers to expose crisp white sheets and pillowcases.
"It is narrow,"
he said, turning to her again,
"but we will make it wide enough."
Yes. He turned her to face away from him, and undid the buttons at the back of her dress, which she had so recently done up without the help of her maid. He folded the edges back and over her shoulders, and down her arms, until the whole dress slid down her body to pool at her feet. She was not wearing stays. She turned for him to roll down her stockings one at a time and remove them with her shoes. Only her shift remained. Desire hummed in her now. It pulsated low in her abdomen and along her inner thighs. His eyes gazed into hers as his hands were in her hair, which she had pinned up earlier into a simple, rather untidy knot. After a few moments, it all cascaded down her back and over her shoulders. She heard the tinkle of a few hairpins as they hit the floor. He took off his coat and waistcoat then, and his neckcloth. He pulled his shirt free of his pantaloons, crossed his arms, and drew it off over his head to join her dress on the floor. She had known that his great size was due to muscle more than fat, but she had not guessed quite how magnificent he would look without his shirt. All solid, rippling muscles, and broad shoulders and powerful arms. A light dusting of hair on his chest, tapered in a V-shape to disappear below the waistband of his pantaloons. He was masculinity personified. He sat down on the side of the bed to pull off his boots and stockings before standing and setting his hands on either side of her waist and looking her over slowly, from her head to her feet. And she realized that he was intentionally moving slowly and deliberately, rather than tearing in a frenzy at their clothes. It was part of the love-making. She guessed he was experienced and was strangely thankful. She was 25 years old and really knew nothing beyond a few unsatisfactory kisses. He was looking into her eyes again. "I always knew you were beautiful," he said. "I just did not realize that you were perfect. I wish I could be perfect for you."
"Idiot,"
she said, and he raised his eyebrows.
"You are perfect. And even if you were not, you were Justin. That is all that matters."
His eyes brightened again for a moment, with what might have been tears, though in truth the light from the single candle was very dim. He grasped the sides of her shift and lifted it over her head as she raised her arms. He turned her, and she lay down on the bed and watched as he unbuttoned his pantaloons at the waist, lowered them, and stepped out of them. He lay down beside her, sliding an arm beneath her and turning her onto her side so that there was room on the bed for the two of them. But only just, and only when they were pressed together. Estelle, feeling him along the naked length of her body, wondered if she would ever be able to catch her breath again. Now she could believe that he really was that man astride his horse who had so frightened her beside the river. But she was not frightened tonight, for she had spoken the truth just now. Nothing about him mattered more than that he was Justin. "Let me make it good for you," he murmured against her lips.
"Yes,"
she whispered into his mouth. He pushed back the bed-covers, and his hands moved over her. His mouth, too, after it had left hers. And for the next while he did indeed make it good for her, touching her everywhere with those large, calloused, sensitive hands of his, and with his mouth, his tongue, his teeth, caressing her and arousing her until she ached and tingled with desire and longing. She touched him too, tentatively at first, with more assurance when he drew in a hissing breath and murmured encouragement. She explored him with one hand, kissed him, and revelled in the breathtaking carnality of it all, the feel of him, the smell of his soap, of his cologne, of him, and at every moment she was aware of the size and hardness of his arousal, of his intent, of where this was all leading. But where there ought perhaps to have been fright, there was only the eagerness of anticipation and the wondering realization that this was Justin, the Earl of Brandon, the man of all men she had least expected to love with her whole heart and her whole body. And then his hand was there in her most secret place, his fingers stroking, parting, going inside her. She was wet, she realized. She could both feel it and hear it, and was curiously unembarrassed. "I want to come there," he murmured into her mouth. "You are ready?"
"Yes,"
she said, and he lifted himself over her and lowered himself onto her with all that glorious size and weight. His hands slid down between her back and the mattress to spread over her buttocks as his knees came between hers and pushed her legs wide. She could feel him at her entrance and twined her legs about his. He pressed inside her. There were no words. There were not even thoughts. Only sensations. Hardness, sighs, stretching, discomfort that was not really uncomfortable, pain that did not really hurt, thoughts and words that would not form in her head with any coherence. The conviction that there could not possibly be room enough or depth enough, the sudden sharpness of a pain that was only too real, and a deep penetration that somehow banished the pain. The joining of bodies.
"I have hurt you,"
he murmured.
"No. Yes. No,"
she said, and "No," again when he withdrew slowly, but only to the brink of her. He pressed deep again, and withdrew and pushed deep. And she knew, of course she knew, that this was what happened between man and woman. This was the act of love. She tilted her pelvis slightly, the better to accommodate him, and learned his rhythm, and matched it with her own, and rotated her hips, because it felt even better that way. She could feel his hardness better, catch it at different angles inside.
"Witch,"
he said, a note of sudden urgency in his voice.
"Oh, God, you witch, Estelle."
And if he had been trying to be gentle because he knew he had hurt her, he gave it up, knowing it to be unnecessary, and drove hard into her, over and over again, until nothing existed except him and her. Them. There. Panting, laboured breath, sweat and rocking movement, and the rhythmic sound of wetness, and the growing sensation that they were nearing the edge of some cliff, or the peak of some mountain, or the heart of some volcano. But no, there were no real words. He found her mouth with his own, as he thrust deep into her again and held there, poised on the precipice, and somehow, suddenly, over it. But not to destruction, to its opposite, whatever that was. The hot flow of his love deep within her, the leftover throbbing as he lay still in her, the heavy weight of him, the sweaty heat of their bodies, the peace, the peace, and the sense that for a moment they had become one and were now settling gently back into their own bodies, but forever linked by the fact that they had known that unity.
"I am probably crushing the life out of you,"
he said. It was not quite that dire, but he was very heavy, and large, deliciously so.
"I do not want you to leave yet,"
she said, tightening her arms about him. But after a few moments longer, he withdrew slowly from her and moved to her side, holding her to him as he did so. Somehow he got hold of the bed-covers and pulled them up over them, and Estelle sighed against him, as warmth upon warmth enveloped her. The candle flickered on. Her legs were twined with his, her arms were trapped against his hard, muscled chest. Her head was nestled between his shoulder and neck. One of his arms was beneath her, the other over her hip, while his hand was spread over her back. It was a night she did not want to end. "You will be marrying me," he had said earlier. Not a question, a statement, which ought to have made her bristle a bit with indignation, but actually made her smile. A man who knew what duty and responsibility were, and love. And he would ask. She would insist upon it, though she was sure she would not have to. Her smile deepened, and she realized he was sleeping. It was somehow the loveliest moment of the night. He had loved her and relaxed into sleep, holding her close. Estelle closed her eyes and breathed in the sweaty, musky smell of him. Sleep. It was an enticing idea. She was so very weary and so very relaxed. A wonderful combination, especially when she lay in her lover's arms. Chapter 22. Justin was conscious of a feeling of great well-being that went bone-deep, even soul-deep, but he must not let himself sleep late, or even to a normal getting-up time. Wes would probably rise with the dawn, or before it, and he would rouse Ricky too, and they would be on their way back to Gloucestershire, with a single horse and without saying goodbye. Wes had been mortified to see Justin here in his own world. He had been mortified, too, by Ricky's enthusiastic accounts of being bathed and shaved by Justin's own special servant, and of sleeping in a great big bed
that felt as though it were made all of feathers, and of Justin's sister thanking him for coming and telling him that he would have found her sooner than her brother had if he had only been here in time, and of a lady who had held his hand to take him to Justin when he first came, and whose hand he had held tight because she was frightened up high on the gallery right in the middle of Justin's house, just under that great dome of glass Wes could see if he looked, and of how his food was fetched on a tray with real china plates and real silver forks and spoons, and how it tasted almost as good as Hildy's food. Wes had patted Ricky's shoulder while muttering, "Bloody hell." "You didn't ought to say that, Wes," Ricky had said. "Hildy would be cross with you." He ought to have made Wes promise not to leave without saying goodbye, Justin thought, as he reluctantly forced himself up to full consciousness and the realization that he was on a narrow bed in the summer house, his body entwined with Estelle's, both of them naked. She was sleeping. Good God, what time was it? He had not intended to sleep. His watch was out of reach. He must get her back to the house before she was missed, and before she was seen by any early rising servants. He moved the hair back from her face with one finger and lowered his head to kiss her brow, her nose, her lips. She made a low sound of protest, or appreciation, it was impossible to tell which, and opened her eyes. The single candle was still burning, but it was guttering a bit, as though it was close to burning itself out. "Oh," she said. "I must take you back to the house," he said. "I do not want you to be seen." She raised one hand and laid a finger along the top of his nose. "You must have had 2 black eyes as well," she said. "Black, purple, blue, green, puce, lavender. Name a colour and my eyes were it," he said. "Wes knows how to use his fists. Did I tell you what he did after he knocked me to the floor in that tavern?" "I do not believe so," she said. "He turned to the yokel who had been pawing the barmaid," he said, "and told him to take a good look at me. He warned him he would look twice as bad if his hands ever again came within 6 inches of that barmaid or any other." She smiled slowly at him. "Will I meet him tomorrow?" she asked. "Or today, I suppose I mean." "He probably hopes to leave here before I am out of my bed," he said. "I will take you back to the house, and then go up and talk to him." "Up?" she said. "He and Ricky are staying at the blacksmith's house," he told her. "Up on top of the hill behind the house. All the labourers' cottages are there in a village of their own. There is a shop, too, and a school. Most of the farmland is up there. I'll go and talk to Wes before he can sneak away." "Take me with you," she said, running her fingers through his hair and kissing him on the lips. "That is not a good idea," he said. "You will be seen." "That would be dreadful," she said, and even in the dim light he could see laughter in her eyes. "Do you still want me to be your countess?" "Yes," he said. "Do you not want your best friend to meet your future countess?" she asked him. "Estelle." "I want to say goodbye to Ricky," she said. "I love him, and I think he loves me." "Are you trying to make me jealous?" he asked her. She smiled radiantly at him, and he swore under his breath. He heaved a sigh. "Oh, did I hurt you terribly?" he asked. "Not terribly," she said. "It was lovely beyond belief. And if that look on your face means that you are about to feel qualms of conscience, forget them and refrain from being tedious. It was fully consensual, Justin." "Not just sympathy because I wept?" he asked her. She shook her head. "It was joy," she said, "because you were finally able to forgive your father and yourself, and were free to be yourself again. Justin, the darkness is gone." At which moment the candle died without further warning, and they were plunged into total darkness. She laughed, a sound of pure glee, and he laughed with her, hugging her tightly to him and rolling with her until he could kiss her properly and silence both her and himself.
"You must not miss them," she said after a while. "Take me with you."
"Stay there," he said, as he turned and swung his legs over the side of the bed. "I'll find the tinderbox and give us some light. If you do not hear from me within the next 5 or 10 minutes, send out a search party."
"I will convene the family committee again," she said. "They have had some recent experience."
Was this how their life together would be, he wondered, as he felt his way to the tinderbox on the bookcase, full of light and laughter and passion, as his mother and father's marriage had been? Would the lives of their children be as joy-filled as his own had been? And was it true, what she had just said?
"You were finally able to forgive your father and yourself, and were free to be yourself again. Justin, the darkness is gone."
It had not been quite as late as Justin had feared. There had been time, after they dressed, to return briefly to the house, for Estelle to run to her room to tidy up before a mirror and make herself comfortable and change her shoes to stouter ones. This was not the best of ideas, he thought, as she joined him again in the hall, and they left the house together. The likelihood of her being seen with him when it was still really just the middle of the night was strong, and it would take only one groom or servant or labourer, or house-guest for that matter. Nevertheless, it felt good to know that she wanted to be with him, that she wished to meet Wes. It promised well for the future. He took one of her hands in his. They went to the stables first, where Captain greeted them with the usual ecstasy, and a sleepy groom was able to assure Justin, with a sidelong glance at Estelle, that the horse Wes Mort had brought with him yesterday was still in its stall. Then they walked up the road to the top of the hill, Captain prancing along beside them. Estelle exclaimed in the lessening darkness over the beauty of the cluster of cottages around a village green, and the farm buildings, and cultivated fields, meadows, and garden plots stretching off into the distance. No one appeared to be stirring in the village. But when Justin knocked softly upon the door of the blacksmith's house, Wes himself opened it, and Justin stepped inside, while Estelle remained out by the garden gate, with Captain sitting on his haunches beside her. "They are both still sleeping," Wes whispered, frowning, and none too happy to see his friend. "Get your boots on and we will go outside then," Justin whispered back. Wes looked even less happy when he saw Estelle. He frowned ferociously, even as he patted a panting Captain on the head. "Wes," Justin said, keeping his voice low, "this is Lady Estelle Lamarr, my friend." Poor Wes looked as though he did not know whether to bow, pull on his forelock, or flee back inside the house. Estelle stepped forward, her right hand extended.
"Mr. Mort," she said, "I am very pleased to make your acquaintance. Your brother is an absolute delight."
Wes looked at her hand, visibly hesitated, and then grasped it and pumped it once before releasing it. He muttered. "Let us walk back toward the stables," Justin said, "before we wake everyone up. Ricky is still sleeping," he told Estelle. "I left him where he was until I was ready to go," his friend explained. "I was about to get him up. I'll just fetch the horse, Just, and we'll be on our way." They did not talk again until they were back on the road down the hill. "You enjoyed Bill Slater's company last evening?" Justin asked. He had placed himself between his friend and Estelle, but he was holding her hand. "And at the smithy yesterday?" "The blacksmith," Wes said. "He's a pleasant fellow, easy to talk to. He's good with Ricky." "He is also very eager to retire," Justin told him. "His only son went off years ago and joined an infantry regiment. His daughter and son-in-law want him to stop working and go live with them and their 3 young girls, all of whom adore him. But he does not want to hand the smithy over to just anyone." Justin glanced sideways at his friend. "I remember you telling me once that as a boy you were apprenticed to a blacksmith and thought the job was like a dream come true." "A long time ago," Wes said. "But you left," Justin said, "because your father was making life impossible for Ricky." He was brute and devil all rolled into one, that man, Wes said, and I say so even though he was my father. After I was 12, I was able to stand up to him on my own account, but Ricky couldn't. I wasn't able to turn my back without the poor lad getting cuffed around. I used to take him to the smithy with me whenever I could, but it wasn't always possible. And then, well, Ricky got his arm broken, and I took him away and we stayed away. He's safe with me, except when he takes it into his head to run away, and help a man who is too daft to choose his words more carefully to look for his sister, who was not even lost. You've taken 10 years off my life with that one, Juss.
It was like a dream come true, that apprenticeship of yours, Justin said. It could still happen, Wes.
Oh, it couldn't, Wes said. If you were suggesting—
Well, I am, Justin said, and his hand tightened about Estelle's. He desperately wanted to find the right words to use with a man whose pride was prickly, to say the least. Hear me out, Wes. You gave me a job years ago when I could not have been more unsuited for the work if I had tried. You gave me a chance and a home. You are not destitute now, as I was then, but I can offer you the job of your dreams and a home all three of you might like. You could complete your apprenticeship here and then take over the smithy. I have talked to Slater about it, and he is all in favour. I pay my workers well, Wes, as my father did before me. I keep their homes in good repair and give them good pensions when they retire. I give pensions to their wives if they are widowed. I see to it that there is a doctor to tend all of them when they are ill or hurt. I see to it that their children, boys and girls, go to school. I did not earn any of all this, Wes, but I can and do take my responsibilities seriously. All this is mine, so that I can make it possible for a whole lot of other people to live decent, productive lives with the security of knowing that neither they nor their families will ever starve or be homeless.
Bloody hell,
Wes Mort muttered, probably loudly enough for Estelle to hear. Give it some thought, Justin said. Talk it over with Hilda and with Ricky if you wish. Wes, you are my friends, all three of you. You were too far away there in Gloucestershire. Give it some thought. They had stopped walking not far from the stables.
Damn,
Wes said.
Oh, I beg your pardon, ma'am. Juss, I'm set to marry Hildy at the end of next week. The oddest thing has happened after all these years. There's going to be a little one. She used to cry every month when it didn't happen, but then she got used to the notion that it wasn't going to happen at all. Then suddenly it did. Are you going to stand there grinning like a fool, or are we going to the stables to get the horse?
I am grinning like a happy man, Justin said, and because you are squirming with discomfort.
Wes, I am delighted for you both.
He was, too. Hilda would be an excellent mother, and Wes would be a good father. Consider the way he had always looked after Ricky, never losing patience with him, never belittling him, always loving him, even though he had had to give up his dream job to keep him safe. Estelle was smiling. Justin could see.
If it's a boy, Wes said, I don't want him doomed to working all his life in the quarry. And if it's a girl, I want her to live in a place where there's green grass and trees, and where her hair and her dresses aren't always grey with dust. I want her to have prettiness in her life. It's what I've always wanted for Hildy, too. But wanting isn't always getting. And there's a school here, for girls as well as boys. Girls are often brighter than boys. Hildy is brighter than I am, which wouldn't be difficult, I suppose.
You will give this job some thought, then? Justin asked, almost holding his breath and aware that he was squeezing Estelle's hand, only when she winced slightly.
Damn you, Juss,
Wes said.
Beg your pardon again, ma'am.
His eyes came to rest upon her, quite accidentally, it seemed to Justin.
Damn, Juss, but you know how to pick the pretty ones. Begging your pardon, ma'am.
Justin was laughing then, as was Estelle herself. It was novel to see his large friend squirm with discomfort.
He released her hand in order to hug Wes. "You and Hilda getting married," he said. "Next week. I am going to find a way of being there whether I am invited or not. How does Ricky feel about it all?" "Oh, good God, we haven't told him yet about getting married," Wes said. "He would be asking 20 times every day if this is the day yet. When he knows about the little one, he'll be pestering poor Hildy all day every day about her health and whether she ought to be lifting that pot or poking the fire. He will drive us both out of our heads."
"He will be a wonderful uncle," Estelle said.
"That's what I'm afraid of, Ma'am," Wes said. "He'll be forever shushing me and keeping me away from my own baby." He laughed suddenly then. "There will never have been a more doting uncle." "Stay another day," Justin said. "Have a good talk with Bill Slater. Let Ricky say goodbye to all his friends. There must be dozens, in the house, in the kitchens, in the stables. Get some rest. I will see you on your way early tomorrow. And next week I will see you at your wedding." "Oh, bloody hell," Wesley said, before apologizing to Estelle yet again. "We don't want no fuss." "You do not," Justin said. "I'll wager Hilda would not mind a bit of one. Go on back up to the cottage. Get some sleep. I bet you have not had a wink all night." "I was afraid of sleeping in," Wes said. He gave Justin a hard look, shook his head, and turned to make his way back up the hill.
"I believe he will return, and bring his wife and Ricky to live here," Estelle said, as they watched him go.
"His wife," Justin said. It seemed strange to hear Hilda referred to that way. They had already been together a year or two when I went to live with them 10 years ago. I often wondered why there were no children. Neither of them ever spoke of it.
"Which is hardly surprising," she said, sounding amused. "I think your offer of employment came at the perfect time. But it was not made just out of kindness, was it?"
"Kindness?" He shrugged. "Wes has a steady job, and he is good at it, and well respected by his bosses and his fellow workers. Ricky has work. They have a home, though it is in a bleak place. They can manage even with a family. No, not kindness. I want them here because they are my friends," he said.
"Because they are your family," she said, "and because you knew of his dream."
He took her hand in his again. It was still early, but it was definitely morning now, and any number of early risers might be looking out through a window and see them in the grey pre-dawn light. A servant might step outside at any moment. The sound of their voices, even though they had kept them low, had probably woken a few people up in the village. A groom had already seen them in the stables. Setting a decorous space between themselves as they walked back to the house would have been a bit ridiculous. Rather like shutting the stable door after the horse has bolted. In fact, "The sun is going to rise soon," he said, nodding at the eastern sky, already streaked with pale pink. "Shall we go and watch it from the bridge?"
"I have crossed it a few times since we came here," she said, "but I have never stopped and actually looked at it, or from it. It is beautiful, just as the Chinese bridge at the lake is, in a different way. Yes, let us see the sunrise as we stand upon the bridge."
Chapter 23. They crossed the valley, Captain trotting after them, and walked halfway along the Palladian bridge before stopping. Estelle looked up and about at the intricately carved stonework overhead and on either side. It was like a small Roman temple with pillars and large openings on either side to afford views over the river. They stepped up to the side that looked east. The sun had not yet shown itself over the horizon, but both the sky and the water now were alight with varying shades of pink and gold. Her free hand, slim and delicate, was resting on the broad stone balustrade. Her eyes squinted as she looked out into the brightness.
"I am reminded of standing with you on another, far more modest stone bridge," she said.
Was it really only a few weeks ago?
Somewhere between Prospect Hall and Elm Court, he said, but just as lovely as this one. At the time, he had been happy to know she was coming here, for Mariah's sake. He had been trying to convince himself that it was in no way for his sake, too, that he was glad. He had been aware of her dislike, even revulsion.
"Oh, look!"
she cried suddenly, awe in her voice.
"Look, Justin."
The sun, unnaturally huge, exaggeratedly orange, was coming over the horizon, and the river turned colour with it.
"Why, oh, why do we not get up early enough every morning to watch this?"
she asked. He watched her instead, sunlight on her face, sparkling in her eyes, her dark hair pinned high on the back of her head, but inexpertly, even a bit untidily. She looked breathtakingly lovely. "Why, indeed," he said, and she turned her head to smile at him.
"You are not even looking,"
she said. "Oh, yes," he assured her. "I am. Estelle." She turned to face him fully then, and took her hand off the balustrade to set it in his. He clasped both her hands and raised them one at a time to his lips.
"Yes,"
she said. He had had 2 weeks to prepare a speech that would improve upon the one he had given at the summer house. It ought not to have been hard. It would be difficult, after all, to compose one that would be more disastrous than that had been. He had procrastinated, however, and now his mind was quite blank. He had so wanted the perfect moment, and he had it. They both turned their heads to watch the sun clear the horizon and begin its daily journey across the sky. He heard her inhale as she watched it, and he had so wanted the perfect words. "I am not going to talk about the equality of our birth, or our relative age parity," he said, "or about duty, or the fact that you must allow me to make an honest woman of you, though of course you must." It was not a good start.
"Thank you,"
she said, and she was gazing into his eyes again.
"What are you going to talk about?"
"How is that sonnet coming?" He grimaced. "I believe the sonnet was your idea," he said, "but I have been working up something. How about, shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" She tipped her head to one side.
"It has promise, depending, of course, upon the type of summer day to which you mean to compare me."
"Thou art more lovely and more temperate," he said.
"Well, thank you,"
she said.
"Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May," he said.
"I like that phrase. The darling buds of May,"
she said.
"That was clever of you. But shame upon the rough winds."
"And summer's lease hath all too short a date,"
he said. She frowned and pursed her lips.
"Do you know," she said, "this is beginning to sound vaguely familiar."
"I suppose," he said, "some dastardly poet has already stolen it from me. That Shakespeare fellow, for example."
"Maybe you should forget the poetry and speak to me in plain prose," she said. "I believe I would rather you not go on to tell me that every fair from fair sometime declines. But, oh, Justin, you should always smile like that. You do not need to cower behind that granite facade any longer, do you?"
"Cower?"
He raised his eyebrows.
"Hide," she said. "You do not need to hide any longer. You can be the Justin Mariah remembers, and all your relatives and hers. The Justin your father knew and loved, but with the added experience and fellow feeling that have grown in the 12 years since you left here. You can be the Justin I have come to know in the past couple of weeks, and so much more."
"I love you,"
he said. She smiled, and the light from the sparkling river flickered against the side of her face.
"The best poetry of all," she said.
"I want you in my life," he told her, "forever, or at the very least until I die. I do not want to have to live without you. You are the light of my life. Will you make me happy and marry me,
she said, and her eyes were bright and she was blinking them, but one tear trickled down her cheek anyway. Am I, Justin, the light of your life? Do I make you happy? You were quite right in the summer house that first time, you know. I have been waiting for love and wondering if it would ever happen for me, and if I would recognize it if it did. I am glad I have waited, for I have found it at last, and recognized it. I do love you so much.
Broken nose and all? He asked. She tipped her head to the side again and regarded it with a frown.
Would I love you more if it was straight and ordinary? She said. No, I think not, though I never saw it that way, of course. I like it extraordinary. It adds character.
She looked up into his eyes and smiled with exaggerated radiance, and he laughed. Captain, stretched out on the bridge beside them, chin upon his paws, woofed, but did not move. It was ignominiously acquired, he said.
No, it was not, she protested. You had spoken up in defence of a woman who could not speak up for herself.
Actually, he said, the landlady of the tavern was already on her way to the offender to box him about the ears before evicting him. Wes was on his way too, to help him out faster with a boot to his rear end. I got in their way.
The accidental hero, she said. My hero.
And they gazed at each other, while the humour receded. The lovely humour that promised light and laughter down the years of the future, however many were allotted them. Estelle, he said, raising her hands to hold them palm in against his chest. Are you really going to marry me?
I really am, she said, while
Captain woofed again and raised his head. And the reality of it hit Justin. She was going to be his wife, his countess, his lover, the mother of any children with whom they might be gifted. He moved his head closer to hers, but her eyes had gone beyond him, and it occurred to him that Captain did not woof for no reason.
We have company,
Estelle said. The twin Justin saw when he looked over his shoulder, standing at the end of the bridge, looking steadily at them. Tell me, Whatley said, is this a very late-night walk or a very early morning pilgrimage to watch the sunrise? His room was next to Estelle's, and they had that odd twin connection, even though they were not identical. They were different genders, for the love of God. He had no doubt heard the soft knock on her door last night. His room faced east. He had probably seen them making their way to the summer house. Perhaps he had stood in his window all night waiting to see them return. Justin would not have put it past him. Tell me, Justin said, in what way is the answer any of your business? Estelle gave a little huff of what might have been laughter. It is not, Whatley said amiably. I just thought it a more original conversation opener than a comment upon the weather. Was any conversation opener necessary? Justin asked. Have you ever heard the one about 3 being a crowd? Rather than look abashed, Whatley grinned. You are going to have to get used to it, old chap, he said. That is my twin, whose hands you have trapped against your chest, whom you were about to kiss, if I am not much mistaken, in what is now broad daylight, for every servant and house guest to see. They are all very welcome, Justin told him. So would you have been if you had kept your distance. I have asked Estelle to marry me. She has said yes. I was indeed about to kiss her. I am curiously unashamed of the fact. I take unkindly to having been interrupted. Are you quite sure, Stell? Whatley asked, looking beyond Justin. He was still grinning.
I am quite sure, she said.
And she, Justin saw when he looked at her, was grinning back at her brother. You're going to have to get used to it, old chap. Then you must allow me to congratulate you, Whatley said, striding onto the bridge and drawing his sister away from Justin and into a tight hug. He turned then to offer his hand to Justin. I believe she will be happy with you, Brandon. She would not have said yes if she was not quite certain she would be. Nor would she have made this such a late night, with the sun already up on a new day."
"Not your business, Bert," she said.
"I suppose," he said, "I had better make myself scarce now."
"Oh, Bert," she said, "there was a letter in the safe with all the jewellery, addressed to Justin, from his father."
"Ah," Whatley said. "I needed to read it in private," Justin said. "I took it to the summer house last night, after everyone had gone to bed. I persuaded Estelle to go with me, because I needed her, Whatley, because I love her."
Whatley nodded and patted his shoulder.
"I am glad," he said. "Estelle and I were fortunate that our father was still alive when we were ready to confront him. We were able to have it out in person. I suppose she has told you?" "Yes," Justin said. "I look forward to meeting him, though I do have an acquaintance with him from the House of Lords. I will write to him later today."
"Really?" Estelle said. "To ask for my hand?"
"I know it is unnecessary," he said, "but yes."
"Oh."
She smiled warmly at him.
"Thank you. He will like that. I like it."
"We are going to Redcliffe tomorrow," Whatley said, his eyes upon Estelle. "It is home, after all, for a short while longer for Estelle, that is, and there will be no point in trying to organise a wedding from Elm Court. I would not be given a moment's peace. Our stepmother is good at organising. She has all the weight of the Westcott Ladies' Committee behind her. They are a formidable lot, Brandon. Be warned."
"We are going to Redcliffe?" Estelle asked her brother. "Oh, I am so glad. It seems forever since we saw Papa. And Mother. The Westcott Ladies' Committee is not too successful, though, is it? When they were planning a grand wedding for Avery and Anna, he simply went and got a special licence and took her off one afternoon to marry her in an obscure little church in the middle of London, with only his secretary and Elizabeth, Lady Hodges, as witnesses."
"The Duke and Duchess of Netherby?" Justin asked.
"Yes," she said. "And most recently, this past spring, the committee planned a 30th birthday party for Harry Westcott at Hinsford, and took along 3 prospective brides for him to choose among, since everyone thought it was high time he married and lived happily ever after. He foiled them all by marrying Lydia Taverner, the late vicar's widow, on the morning of his birthday."
"Good old Harry," Whatley said, laughing. "But by the law of averages, Brandon, they are almost bound to succeed one of these times, are they not? If I were you, I would do what Netherby did." Justin looked at Estelle and took one of her hands in his again. "I suppose we are stuck with this twin of yours until we have a few matters settled," he said, "like the sort of wedding you want." Whatley folded his arms and leaned back against the balustrade.
"Not one like Avery and Anna's," she said, "though I am sure it was perfect for them. As I see it, a wedding can be considered in one of 2 ways. It can be seen, quite justifiably, as something for the bride and groom. It can also be seen, though, as something for their families too. A chance to celebrate, together. A mingling of families, which can be a beautiful thing. We have seen it in the last 2 weeks. Your family is not a single entity, Justin. There are your father's relatives, and your mother's, and even Mariah's. She is your sister. So, in a sense, her family is your family too. And there are Wesley, and Hilda and Ricky. On my side there are my mother's sister and her family, and my father's brother and his sister, and her family and a few cousins, children of the late Marquis. And there are all the Westcotts, who are related to me in much the same way as Mariah's relatives are to you, not by blood but by a marriage connection. They have been wonderfully welcoming to Bert and me. They treat us as honorary members. When you and I marry, these 2 large, diverse groups will become our larger family. I want to celebrate that at our wedding."
"It will have to be at Redcliffe, then, if you hope to squeeze all those people in," Whatley said. "Or in London, where everyone can find their own accommodation. That would be the easiest solution." I'll wager Netherby would offer his ballroom at Archer House for the wedding breakfast."
Justin was gazing at Estelle, and she was gazing back.
"The wedding will be here," he said, "unless you have another firm preference, Estelle. In October, when autumn will have turned the valley into something so beautiful you will run out of superlatives in your first sentence, and then be doomed to repeating yourself or merely gazing in silence. You have only to look over your shoulder to the house to remind yourself that it is big enough to accommodate an army with room to spare." She smiled. "But there is another reason," he said. "Do you remember, on the afternoon when I took everyone through the state apartments, and then directly into the grand reception hall for tea?"
"The domed room," she said. "I will never forget seeing it for the first time."
"Do you remember what you did, and what you said?" he asked her. "When the sun shone through the dome and made rainbow colours of light all about the room. I had just told everyone that it is occasionally used as a ballroom. You looked up at the light and spread your arms and twirled once about, and you said it would surely be the most wonderful place in the whole world in which to dance."
"Oh," her face was glowing, "I do remember, and I still think it."
"You, my love," he told her, "are going to dance there. You are going to waltz there on our wedding day."
Everyone was already expecting a busy day, even before they sat down to breakfast, for they were all leaving tomorrow, and there were bags to be packed, though of course it was the servants who would do the actual work of filling trunks and hat boxes and valises and bags. There were also favourite places to be revisited, while there was still time: the lake, the wilderness walk, the gallery, the maze, the rock gardens, among others. There was to be a tea out at the summer house during the afternoon. Lady Crowther and her sister wanted to pay a farewell call to their old friend, Lady Hodgkins. There were future meetings to discuss, and it seemed that they all did want to meet again and wished to talk about it at breakfast. Maria would go with the Sharps tomorrow to spend a few weeks with Rosie, but the Dixons and the Chandlers were eager for her to come to Yorkshire later. She still had her Aunt Sarah and Uncle Thomas to meet after all, and the Ormsburys hinted at Christmas in Cornwall, certainly for both Maria and Justin, but also perhaps for the Yorkshire families and the Sharps if they did not have other plans. "And you and Lady Estelle would be very welcome to come too, Lord Whatley," Lady Crowther added. "If your company is not already spoken for, that is. But we must not all go years again without seeing one another. Families ought not to allow themselves to drift apart just because of the great distances that separate their homes."
"Maybe next spring, when Maria goes to London to mingle with all the other titled nobility for the social season," Mr. Dixon said, beaming at his niece. "She will take the eye of some handsome gentleman and fall in love, and we will all be invited back here for a grand wedding in the summer."
"Leonard," his wife scolded, "you are putting the poor girl to the blush, not to mention Justin inviting us back here like this." "No, he is not embarrassing me, Aunt Margaret," Maria said, laughing. "But my bridegroom is going to have to be very special. I refuse to settle for anyone just because he is handsome."
"Maybe you have a chance yet, Annie," Sidney Sharp said.
That was when Justin spoke up from his place at the head of the table. They were all present, except for Lady Maple.
"I am about to invite everyone back here anyway," he said, his eyes meeting Estelle's along the table. "Long before next summer, even before Christmas. In October, actually, when the valley will be at its absolute loveliest. There is to be a wedding here, my own, to Lady Estelle Lamarr, who accepted my offer this morning and agreed to be my wife, my countess."
He smiled at Estelle, and she smiled back. How very different he looked when he smiled, when the darkness had gone from inside him. Everyone seemed to be speaking at once. For several moments, Estelle let the sound wash over her, without attempting to sort out individual voices or what exactly they were saying. She was just simply happy.
"How much was that wager for, Sid?"
"Estelle!"
You were going to marry Estelle, Justin?
It was not hard to see which way the wind was blowing, was it? Not a single pound or guinea. No one was willing to bet against you.
Oh, Justin, I was never happier in my life. Well, except when Martin offered for Doris and she said yes. Never mind winds. I told you it was sure to happen any day now, Erwin. She is going to be my sister.
Ernest is right, Sidney. No one would take you up on that bet. It was as clear as the nose on your face. How splendid, Justin. But we all guessed, of course. I say, Lady Estelle, you are going to be the Countess of Brandon. How grand it sounds.
A wedding? In October? Ma, Pa, say we may come back for it. I will die if you say no. A wedding? That soon? And you are going to be here alone after tomorrow, Justin? Without even Maria? However are you going to plan a whole wedding? Do you have any idea of all the work involved? But how could you? You are a man. You need help. Female help. And it would be unfair to put it all on poor Mrs. Phelps. Some of us are going to have to put our heads together today and make some plans. I will help, Augusta. We had a lovely wedding for Doris. Not a single thing went wrong. Well, except that Rowan left his shoes to put on until the last minute, and then could find only one black shoe and one brown, and I had gone off to the church already. What we need is a few lists.
Estelle looked into the laughing eyes of her betrothed and came back to herself.
Bertrand and I will be going to Redcliffe Court tomorrow, she said. Our stepmother will be happy to take charge of some of the planning, but I am sure she will appreciate any lists you can all draw up today. I think it might be a good idea, Justin, if instead of writing to Papa today as you planned, you actually come with Bert and me tomorrow.
Do you, my love? His eyes were still laughing. Then I will come. And since everyone had more or less finished breakfast, the table was soon abandoned, and Estelle was engulfed in hugs and kisses and exclamations, while Justin was being hugged and was having his hand pumped and his shoulder slapped, and it all started to feel very real indeed. She was betrothed, Estelle thought. In 2 months' time, she was going to be marrying Justin, Earl of Brandon, of all people. She tried to think of him as she had seen him that first time by the river bank, and a couple of days later at Prospect Hall. Just a few weeks ago. If anyone had told her then. Maria was hugging him, and he was hugging her back, rocking her in his arms and drawing back his head to say something to her. She listened earnestly to him, and then smiled and nodded, and he hugged her again. Well, if anyone had told her, Estelle thought, she would simply not have believed that person. Bertrand squeezed her shoulder and hugged her again. I feel duty-bound to remind you that you are making a ghastly mistake, he murmured into her ear.
What?
She drew back her head and frowned at him. He is not your perfect someone, he said. He does not have blue eyes. She gasped.
And now you tell me, she said.
Maria took a pot of chocolate, a cup and saucer and spoon, and a plate with 2 oatmeal biscuits up to Lady Maple's room an hour before noon. It was what she usually had at that time, her maid had explained. Lady Maple was sitting up in bed, pillows piled at her back, a frilly cap on her head, and wire-rimmed spectacles halfway down her nose. She was reading a book, though she did set it aside when her door opened and peered at Maria over the top of her glasses.
You missed a great deal of excitement at breakfast,
Maria told her, as she set down the tray on the table beside the bed and poured a cup of chocolate. I do not believe anything could excite me at breakfast, her great-aunt said.
Brandon, Justin, proposed marriage to Estelle this morning, Maria said, and she accepted. They are going to marry here in October, and everyone is invited to come back for the wedding. All of Estelle's family will be invited too. It was announced at breakfast.
And this is news? Lady Maple asked, removing her spectacles and taking the cup and saucer after Maria had stirred the chocolate. Apparently, she always drank 1 cup before eating a biscuit. Maria smiled at her.
"If you had told me 2 weeks ago that I would be happy about it," she said, "I would have called you mad."
"And it would have been a great impertinence," Lady Maple said. "One ought always to speak to one's elders with courtesy, you know, or some such nonsense."
"I am really dreadfully sorry for what I said to you that one morning,"
Maria said. "The fault was mine, child," her great-aunt said. "I ought not to have opened my mouth on that topic, even though I did not realize you were within earshot. A girl should be left alone with her memories of her mother."
"Not when they are false memories,"
Maria said.
"Not when they cause her to treat living people unjustly. Mamma's jewels were never stolen. They were in the safe in Papa's room all the time. Papa sent Justin away because there was something between Justin and Mamma. I am no longer so naive that I cannot work that out for myself. And much as I loved Mamma, much as I love her and always will, I cannot believe that the fault was with Justin. He adored Papa, and he adored me. He would not... well, he would not. I am not going to stand in judgment upon Mamma, though. The only thing for which I really blame her is the lie she told me. She might have just remained silent on the subject, as Papa always did. She lied instead."
"Put the cup back on the tray," Lady Maple said. "My hands are not quite steady this morning. You are a good girl, Maria, and always have been, I suspect. Now you have your brother back, and will soon have a sister who is already your friend. You have a larger family to love you too. Even the Sharps have taken you to their bosom. I am glad. And perhaps, at last, I will forgive myself."
"Oh, great Aunt Bertha,"
Maria said.
"it was not your fault what happened."
"There is no point in dwelling upon it anyway," Lady Maple said. "Ring the bell for my maid, please. It is time I got dressed."
"Great Aunt Bertha."
Maria did not move for the moment, and Lady Maple looked up at her.
"Justin and Estelle will be newlywed, and wishing to be alone together at least some of the time each day. I have had several invitations, all of which would involve some travelling alone. Apart from all the servants Justin would undoubtedly send with me. I was wondering—"
"Well, out with it, girl," her great-aunt said, "or I will be missing luncheon in addition to breakfast."
"I was wondering,"
Maria said,
"if you might wish to come and live here. Oh, not necessarily for always. I know you have your home in London, and your friends and your social life there. I do not suppose it would be terribly exciting for you to spend your days with a girl, but Justin has said I may ask, and Estelle thinks it is a good idea. I asked her before I came up here, so I thought I would ask."
Lady Maple blinked a few times, remembered that her book was still open across her lap, and busied herself putting a folded handkerchief between the pages to mark her spot before closing it. "Well," she said at last, "I suppose I could come back here for the wedding, and then stay for a while, and you will certainly need company if those relatives of yours in Cornwall persuade you to go there, or if the family in Yorkshire wants you to go there for a while. You will need a chaperone when you go to London next spring, and you cannot expect that Lady Estelle will always be either able or willing to accompany you. It would not be fair either to her or to Brandon. Will you ring my bell, girl, or must I do it myself?"
"I will do it,"
Maria said, smiling at her. It had not really occurred to her, until Justin spoke to her just after breakfast, that perhaps Great Aunt Bertha was lonely, and had been for a long time. It was bad of her not to have noticed. She really must cultivate a greater sensitivity to other people, like her brother had. Chapter 24. They arrived at Redcliffe Court in the middle of a wet afternoon. They had travelled in a carriage together, the three of them, though 2 other carriages came behind them, Justin's,
in which the two valets and Estelle's maid were riding at their leisure, and Bertrand and Estelle's baggage coach, which was empty apart from their bags. The two men got along well together, Estelle was pleased to discover. They had both studied the classics at Oxford. Both had been on a rowing team there. Both had an interest in politics and religion and philosophy. Both were also sensitive to the fact that they were not alone together. Their conversation always included Estelle, except occasionally when she had been settled for a nap in her corner of the seat facing the horses, though she had not always been asleep, and it was not as though they felt obliged to discuss the newest fashions in bonnets or the weather or other mere frivolities when she was not asleep. She, too, was interested in the topics they favoured, with the possible exception of the ancient classics. She had views and opinions of her own to express. Justin was planning to spend a few days at Redcliffe.
"Unless your father tosses me out on my ear after taking one look at me,"
he had told Estelle. Then he was going to go to Gloucestershire to attend Wesley Mort's wedding to Hilda, and to persuade them to move to Everleigh if they were wavering. He wanted it too much himself to be confident of success, Estelle suspected. Ricky had known of the possibility before they left Everleigh. Apparently the blacksmith had inadvertently talked about it in his hearing. By the time he came to say goodbye to everyone, Ricky had been moving rather as though he had springs beneath the soles of his boots, and was so excited about coming back and living in that house up in the village, where he would have a room all of his own that was not even up in the attic, that his words fell all over one another and were barely coherent. Justin was going back home after Wesley's wedding in order to prepare for his own, though he predicted that he would have little say in the matter. After drawing up endless lists the day before their departure, and consulting both Mr. and Mrs. Phelps, and the head gardener, and even the vicar in a brief visit to the vicarage, Lady Crowther had announced during the evening that she was staying. "I cannot possibly organise everything from Cornwall, Justin," she had declared, as though he had asked her to do just that. "And we cannot expect the Marchioness of Dorchester, Lady Estelle's stepmother, to come here in person to organise the wedding. Maria has no experience in planning anything on such a grand scale, besides which she is going to spend a few weeks with Rosie, which is an excellent idea, as the past few years have been very gloomy and stressful for her. I know Everleigh. I even know many of the people here. I am staying, so is Felicity. Everyone else will go home as planned and return for the wedding." And when Lady Crowther, Justin's Aunt Augusta, decided something, Estelle had realised no one argued. It must have felt strange to Justin when he left Everleigh with Estelle and Bertrand to be waved off by two of his guests. He had even apologised to his aunts for abandoning them. "But of course you must go to Redcliffe, Justin," Lady Felicity Ormsbury had assured him. "It is only right that you apply formally for Lady Estelle's hand to the Marquis of Dorchester. Besides, we do not need you here. There is nothing for you to do." They had laughed about it in the carriage, the three of them. "Relatives," Justin had said, shaking his head as the carriage rumbled over the Palladian Bridge before tackling the climb out of the valley. "Are they not wonderful?" Estelle had said. "I am so glad you did not fight your aunts on the issue, Justin, and order them to leave your house. They will enjoy themselves enormously in the coming weeks, and they will organise a really magnificent wedding, with a great deal of help from your servants and your secretary. You will surely find that there really is nothing for you to do." The two men had exchanged sober glances. "Except put in an appearance at church at the right time on the right day to marry my sister," Bertrand had said. "I think I can manage that," Justin had said, "provided someone reminds me the day before." "I will do that," Bertrand had said, "provided Estelle reminds me." "I think I can manage that," she had said. They arrived at Redcliffe on a rainy afternoon, unexpectedly, of course. They had sent no advance notice that they were on their way, but they must have been spotted from the drawing-room windows. The Marchioness was hurrying down the stairs, even as they came dashing through the front doors out of the rain. She looked her usual, elegant, lovely self, her face lit up with a smile of welcome. "Well, this is a wonderful surprise," she said, catching first Estelle and then Bertrand up in her arms and smiling politely at Justin beyond them. "Marcel is with Oliver in his office. He will be here in a moment. He is going to be so happy to see you." Oliver Morrow was the steward at Redcliffe, Estelle and Bertrand's cousin, Aunt Jane and Uncle Charles's son. "The Earl of Brandon has come with us," Estelle said. "The Marchioness of Dorchester, our stepmother, Justin." "But of course," she said, extending a hand toward him. "Estelle and Bertrand have been staying at Everleigh Park with Lady Maria Wiley, your sister, have they not?"
"They have indeed, ma'am," he said, shaking her hand. "To my great pleasure."
"Justin and I are betrothed," Estelle told her. "Oh?" Her stepmother looked from one to the other of them. "Oh, goodness!" But the Marquis was striding into the hall, looking dearly familiar to Estelle, tall and solidly built, still wondrously handsome, though he was close to 50, and silver hair had almost overtaken the dark at his temples.
"What is this?"
he asked as he came toward them, smiling.
"No warning. You are going to be giving our cook an apoplexy."
"Papa!" Estelle did what she had always longed to do as a child and young girl. She dashed into his arms, which closed tightly about her and made her feel instantly safe. "We have come home. Oh, Papa!" She had had no idea she was going to be so emotional.
"What is it?"
he said, his voice suddenly full of concern.
"You are not crying, are you, Estelle? Has something happened? Bertrand, why has the mere sight of me reduced your sister to tears? Ah, Brandon, you have come here with my twins, have you?"
"I have, sir," Justin said, "and I think I may be a bit responsible for Estelle's tears. I have come to ask if I may take her off your hands. For all time, I mean. I hope to marry her. I am going to marry her, but I would rather do it with your blessing, if it is something you are willing to give." "I am not weeping," Estelle protested, horribly embarrassed. She loosened her hold on her father and swiped at her eyes with 2 fingers. "I am just happy to see you and Mother again, and to be back home, temporarily. I am indeed going to marry Justin, but I would rather it be with your blessing than not, Papa. Bertrand approves."
"Well, that is a high recommendation indeed," her father said, sounding perfectly serious. "But here are Viola and I, coping with the double surprise of your descending upon us without warning, and your announcement that you are betrothed to Brandon, with whom I have the slimmest of acquaintances, and Viola none at all. You must all make allowances for our advancing age. Shall we sit down in the drawing-room to discuss these matters, and perhaps sip on a glass of wine while we do so? Possibly champagne, if, that is, I discover that my blessing is available to be given, and see how you have all sent my manners packing. Welcome to Redcliffe, Brandon." He strode toward Justin and shook his hand. The following weeks were busy ones for both Estelle and her stepmother, even though they did not have a full wedding to plan. It seemed to Estelle that they spent more than half their days in the morning-room, one of them at the escritoire, which had been placed beside the window to catch the morning light, the other at the table, which was usually used to hold needlework supplies. There were invitations to write and send out to all the people on the list Estelle had compiled on the last day at Everleigh. It was a lengthy list, even though the decision had been made on both sides to confine the guests to family members. They had been fortunate with Justin's family, of course. All of them had been at Everleigh to be invited in person, except for Sarah and Thomas Wickford. Estelle divided the list of her own family members with her stepmother, and they set to work. Then, of course, over the coming weeks, there were the replies to read and compile into 2 lists, of those who could and would come to the wedding, and those few who could not for various reasons. The former list had to be sent on to Lady Crowther at Everleigh so that she could plan accordingly. Estelle's step-siblings,
Camille, Harry and Abigail would come, though Camille's family was too large to travel en masse. They had done it in the spring for Harry's birthday and surprise wedding, but it had been a heroic undertaking. This time, Joel would remain at home with most of the children, while Camille came with Winifred, her eldest daughter, and with Andrew, her deaf son, and Robbie, the son who gave them the most trouble, though he was devoted to Andrew. Anna, Duchess of Netherby, would be unable to travel, as by October she would be getting close to her confinement. But the Duke would attend, with Josephine, his eldest daughter, and Jonah, his son. Mrs. Kingsley, the Marchioness's mother, would come from Bath with Camille. The Reverend Michael Kingsley, Viola's brother, and his wife would come all the way from Dorsetshire. The Earl of Riverdale, head of the Westcott family, would come with his countess, though Elizabeth, the Earl's sister, Lady Hodges, and her husband sent their regrets as they were about to embark for Ireland, where Lord Hodges had relatives. The Dowager Countess of Riverdale, once Viola's mother-in-law, and her sister also declined with regrets, as the Countess's physician, that old tyrant, had ordered her to travel less if she hoped to live into her 80s. Her daughters would attend, however, Matilda with Viscount Dirksen, her husband, Louise, Dowager Duchess of Netherby, and Mildred with Lord Molyneux, her husband. Jessica, Countess of Lindale, the Dowager Duchess's daughter, was in the early stages of a second pregnancy, and was suffering wretchedly and annoyingly, just as she had the first time. The mere thought of a carriage ride was enough to prostrate her. Sometimes Estelle felt she was inviting half of England to her wedding. She even briefly regretted not suggesting to Justin that after all they do what Anna and Avery had once famously done, and go off somewhere to marry privately, without a word to anyone until afterward. For all she really wanted was to be married to Justin and living with him at Everleigh. Though, no, she always realized, just moments after entertaining these treacherous thoughts, that was not all she wanted. She wanted to be married to Justin and living at Everleigh with him, with strong, active connections with every single member of their families, including the extended branches, the Westcotts, the Yorkshire group, and the Morts. She wanted her marriage to be a family affair, and her wedding too. So she returned to all the letter-writing. Aunt Jane and Uncle Charles and Ellen would come, of course. So would Uncle André, Estelle's father's brother, and Aunt Anne-Marie, his sister, with Uncle William and their children. Cousin Isabel and her daughter Margaret would be there with their husbands. Letters came from Everleigh with great frequency. The Ormsbury ladies were as relentless in their planning as the Westcott Ladies' Committee had ever been, in Estelle's experience. They were planning everything down to the finest detail, and were meticulous about keeping the Marchioness of Dorchester informed. All their letters were addressed to her. Estelle, it seemed, was as unimportant to the process as Justin was. There was apparently nothing for either of them to do, except play the parts of bride and groom when the time came. A few years ago, Estelle's stepmother had discovered a young dressmaker whose work was exquisite, in her expert opinion. She was also a talented designer, and did not rely upon fashion plates as other dressmakers did. She lived a mere 3 miles from Redcliffe, and was beginning to thrive as word spread that she had the exclusive dressing of the Marchioness of Dorchester, who was known far and wide for her taste and elegance. The dressmaker was brought to Everleigh and given accommodation there for 3 weeks, while she and her 2 assistants designed and produced Estelle's wedding gown and a selection of bridal clothes, as well as an outfit for the Marchioness herself and one for Oliver's wife. Both Estelle and her stepmother spent hours looking over designs, making suggestions, rejecting, approving, and being measured and fitted. Bertrand and his father, meanwhile, did what men were inclined to do when there was a wedding looming. They went out together for hours on end about estate business with Oliver. They went fishing. They spent time, Estelle suspected, at the village tavern, though Bertrand did not drink alcohol. Estelle's father had given his blessing to Justin, though he had acknowledged that it was not necessary. Estelle was of age. More important, she knew her own mind, and had always been extremely discriminating. If she believed she would be happy with Justin Wiley, Earl of Brandon, then that was recommendation enough for her father. Nevertheless, he did take Justin away to his own private domain that first evening and questioned him over everything in his past and present that might disqualify him as a husband for his daughter. And he took Estelle to the same place the following morning and spent a whole hour with her there, making sure that she had not simply had her head turned by a practised charmer and woman-chaser, though I have never heard of his being either of those dastardly things, Estelle. He gave his blessing formally at dinner that evening, when he did indeed propose a toast with champagne. He had drunk a glass of wine in the drawing-room the first day, while everyone else had drunk tea. Justin had left a couple of days later to go to his friend's wedding. Estelle would not see him again until their own wedding in October. 6 long weeks. "But I will write," he had assured her as he hugged her to him before climbing into his carriage. "Every day." She had smiled a bit ruefully as she waved him on his way a few minutes later. "Every day," she thought. "Perhaps once a week if I am fortunate," she had told herself. He wrote every day, mostly just a single sentence or two, sandwiched between the rather flowery opening, "My beloved Estelle," and the closing, "Yours forever," and perhaps beyond that, Justin. She came to live for the arrival of the Daily Post, and that single sentence or two. "Wes as a happy newlywed is a fearsome sight, but I am envious, not to mention impatient. I love you. Ricky loves that nice Lady Juss and looks forward to seeing you again. So do I. Captain loves you too. He was delighted to see me back, but searched the carriage in vain for you, and then looked mournful as only he can. The aunts are driving me insane. I have come to the library to dream of you. Writer's cramp. Stop writing this minute, though not to me. The grotto felt lonely without you this afternoon. I want my female resident hermit back. I had a letter from Hilda today to say they really are all coming next week. I wish you were coming next week too. What was I saying yesterday? I wish you were coming today. I do not suppose I could interest you in eloping. I love you. I watched the sunrise from the Palladian Bridge this morning. Come home. I miss you more each day. Have I also mentioned that I love you? I love you. Bill Slater moved out of his cottage yesterday, and a small army is in there today, preparing the house for Wes and Hilda and Ricky. The Countess's room next to mine has been prepared. But where is the Countess? What did I think about? What did I dream about before I met you? 1 week left. Will it be as long as the last weeks have been? I am wasting away, a mere shadow of my former self. Come soon. I love you and long for you. What do you mean, only a week? Have you no heart? Of course you have no heart. I have it here with me for safekeeping. There was a drawing on that particular page of a heart coloured with red ink, cupped in 2 large wedge-fingered hands. I am counting hours now rather than days. Estelle kept all the letters, bound together with a silk ribbon. She read them all each night when she went to bed, and smiled and even laughed over them. She shed a few tears too. For no, it was not just a week, when indeed 7 days remained before her return to Everleigh for her wedding. It was an endless eternity. Justin's aunts had faced a number of problems, such as how to fill the church and the house with flowers for the wedding when it was October, and most flowers had either gone to ground for the year or were looking distinctly sad. But the most serious problem
unless someone did something about it, concerned the fact that the bride and groom might be sleeping beneath the same roof, albeit a very large roof, on the night before their wedding. How were they to be kept from seeing each other on their wedding day before they met at the altar inside the church? The slightest blunder, and they would be doomed to all sorts of bad luck for all their married life. It was not to be contemplated. They had found a solution in their friend Jemima, Lady Hodgkins, who had gone into transports of delight when she had been asked if she could possibly offer the bride a bedchamber in her house for the wedding eve. Not only could she accommodate the bride, she had declared, but the bride's mother. What? Stepmother? Stepmother, then. And father simply must stay with her too. What else were she and Hugh to do with their 12 spare bedchambers? And Lady Estelle's dear, handsome twin too, if he wished. Indeed, they must all come during the afternoon of the wedding eve in time for tea. And they must dine and spend the evening as well as the night. And they would be fed breakfast too, of course, though brides never had hearty appetites on their wedding day. A soft-boiled egg might be just the thing to tempt Lady Estelle. Lady Hodgkins simply could not be happier about anything. Another problem had been solved. So had all the others as they arose. Justin had spent almost 6 weeks feeling utterly helpless as his aunts took over his home and his servants, including his secretary, and his life. There was something undeniably heartwarming about it too, however. They were his family. They cared. They had given up weeks of their own lives for his sake and Estelle's. They sang her praises almost every day, largely, Justin suspected, because she had turned over her end of the wedding planning to her stepmother, whom the aunts deemed to be a sensible woman. They had both met her a time or two in the past, when she was still the Countess of Riverdale and universally respected. Though Riverdale was a scoundrel of the first order, Justin, as witness the fact that his lengthy marriage to the poor lady before his death was bigamous from the first moment. The Marchioness sent the information the aunts needed, and answered promptly any questions they had without any fuss or bluster. Justin spent some of his time alone with his dog, tramping about the park and the farm. He spent time in Wes and Hilda's cottage after they had moved in, and at the smithy after Wes had started work there, watching his friend learning his new trade, or rather reviving skills he had acquired as a boy and never forgotten. He took Ricky to the sheep pens a few times and left him to the care of the head shepherd, who assured Justin that the young man had a future there, since he obviously loved the animals and had endless patience with their frequent stupidity. "And if you ever have a lost sheep," Justin had said, grinning, though he was not quite sure the shepherd understood the biblical reference, "Ricky is your man." But finally the waiting was almost over, and the guests began to arrive. Family only, but it was a very large family, or group of families, to be more accurate. It was amazing to know that he, or Estelle, soon to be he and Estelle, had a close connection to all of these people, their anchor to this life. The network of family connections that would sustain them and enrich their lives and be passed on to their children, who, please God, would begin to put in an appearance within the next year or so. Maria was first to come, with Aunt Betty and Uncle Rowan and the cousins. It was lovely to see his sister glowing with youth and happiness, Justin thought, as he met her down on the terrace and she dashed into his arms. "Aunt Betty has come to help with the wedding preparations," she said. "I have too, though I doubt there is anything left to do, except take credit for it all as your sister. Aunt Augusta and Aunt Felicity are formidable, are they not? When will Estelle be here?" Not soon enough for him. But over the coming few days he was too busy to be able to indulge in too much pining. A surprising to him anyway, number of the Westcott family came to Everleigh, as well as Estelle's blood relatives on both her father's and her mother's sides. Justin was particularly interested in meeting the woman he thought of as the formidable aunt, Jane Morrow,
who had raised Estelle and Whatley. She came with her husband and daughter.
"I owe you a deep debt of gratitude, ma'am,"
Justin told her when he met her, taking her offered hand in both his own.
"I understand you raised Estelle to be the woman I love. Thank you, and welcome to Everleigh."
She looked at him with pursed lips and suspicion in her eyes, nodded briskly and answered him. "She is someone I love too, Lord Brandon," she said. "I will expect you to make her happy." Avery Archer, Duke of Netherby, elegant and apparently indolent as always, shook his hand after presenting his stepmother and his eldest daughter and his son.
"My guess is, Brandon," he said, "that you are not going to be particularly popular with a certain element of the male population of London next spring, when it is discovered that you have made off with Estelle Lamarr behind their backs. Congratulations. Anna sends her best wishes."
"She is well?" Justin asked.
"She is cross," Netherby said. "She believes herself to be large and ungainly and useless, and other such nonsense, while she fills my heart with terror for her safety."
And finally, 2 days before the wedding, Estelle arrived in a carriage with her brother, her cousin Oliver Morrow, Dorchester steward, and Oliver's wife. The Marquis and Marchioness came in a carriage behind them.
"It feels like years,"
Justin said, turning to Estelle, after he had greeted everyone else and they had disappeared under the portico and into the house.
"It feels like eons. I am not going to let that happen ever again. I am never going to let you go anywhere without me for such a long time."
"The autocrat already, Justin?" she asked him. But her eyes were dancing with merriment, and her lips were curved into a smile, and though the terrace was swarming with servants unloading all the baggage, he caught her up in his arms.
"Well, you are going to promise the day after tomorrow to obey me, are you not?" he said.
"I will think about it," she told him. "Oh, Justin, you are so very large. I have missed you." He drew back from her, leaving his arms still about her. He spoke very softly.
"Are you with child?"
he asked her. It was a possibility that had plagued him since that night at the summer house. "No," she said. "You are going to have to try again, I am afraid." Her cheeks turned pink. He laughed.
"Oh, I will," he assured her, "again and again and again."
Chapter 25. And suddenly it was his wedding day. Brown, Aunt Felicity had told him, though he had not asked for any help or advice with what he would wear to his wedding. "Brown, if you possibly can, Justin. It is all I am going to say." It was enough. He was wearing a brown coat, with fawn pantaloons and black Hessian boots and white linen. There was lace at his cuffs, and his neckcloth was tied into an elaborate creation that delighted his valet, though the man had ruined 8 starched neckcloths before he got the folds just right with the 9th. If he looked directly down at his feet, Justin thought, he was sure he would be able to see his reflection in the high gloss of his boots. He did not look directly down. In the folds of his neckcloth he was wearing a diamond pin he had not worn for 13 years. His father had given it to him for his 21st birthday. And now he was seated at the front of the village church, which, according to the aunts, was going to be just large enough to seat all the guests. He was sitting in the front pew with Wes beside him and Ricky beside Wes. Wes had not been delighted when Justin had asked him to be his best man.
"What?" he had exclaimed. "With all those knobs looking on as I drop the ring, Just? Forget it. Absolutely no way on this earth, or on the moon either. Do you want me to knock your teeth down your throat?"
Ricky had been Wes's best man a few weeks ago, but Justin had sat beside him in order to let him know when it was time to step forward with the ring.
"Ricky can sit by you to tell you when to hand me the ring," Justin had said. "He has experience, and if you drop it, Wes, and it rolls out of sight, He will be there to find it for you. I have considered asking a cousin. I have a number of them. But I want you. You are not going to disappoint me on my wedding day, are you? Blast you to hell and back, Juss, Wes had said before apologizing, because he had uttered a blasphemy in Hilda's hearing. Don't put it that way. I just did, Justin had said, grinning at him.
It really doesn't matter that he is an earl and rich as a king, Wes, Hilda had said. It matters that he's your friend.
Aren't wives supposed to be quiet and mind their own business? Wes had asked.
Who put that daft idea in your head?
His fond wife had asked.
Besides, you are my business.
So here Wes was, wearing his wedding suit, which really made him look quite handsome, though he looked anything but comfortable in it, and had sworn on his wedding day that he would never wear it again. He was scowling. Beyond him was Ricky in his best man's suit, beaming happily and finding it difficult not to keep looking over his shoulder at the gathering guests. No one was talking out loud, for they were in church, but there was a hum of subdued conversation anyway, noticeable only when it stopped, and silence fell, and then the organ began to play as the vicar arrived at the front of the church and signalled to Justin and the rest of the congregation that it was time to stand. His bride was arriving. His wedding was about to begin. At last. Justin stood and turned to see Whatley escort the Marchioness of Dorchester to the front pew across from his own, and then his eyes focused upon the other end of the nave, where Estelle was coming toward him on her father's arm. Lady Hodgkins, forever cheerful, was a talker. She had scarcely stopped since the afternoon before, when Estelle had arrived at her house with her father and stepmother and Bertrand. The lady's husband and children, though they appeared to be an amiable lot, could scarcely get a word in edgewise, nor could anyone else. They all recognized the lady's good nature, however, and the lavish display of her hospitality. They relaxed into their roles of guests and listeners. But finally, she relinquished her house to the four of them, as she left for the church with her husband on the morning of the wedding, loud in her satisfaction at being the only invited guest who was not a member of either family. Except for the Morts, of course, but they scarcely counted in her estimation. "Oh, Estelle," the Marchioness said, as she watched Olga put the finishing touches to her hair. "You look gorgeous." Estelle, all modesty aside, could only agree with her. Her gown, clinging close to her body from a high waist, was cream lace over the same colour silk, deceptively simple in design, expert in execution. It had a scooped neck, though it was not too low, with long, close-fitting sleeves of lace without the silk underlay. There was a matching spencer with a stiff stand-up collar to be worn over the dress if the autumn weather should happen to be chilly. Estelle would indeed wear it, for it was a chilly day, though bright and sunny. She would remove it later for the wedding breakfast. She and the dressmaker and her stepmother had decided against a bonnet. Instead, her hair was dressed high on her head and intertwined with multicoloured autumn leaves, which had been waxed to preserve them. One long curled ringlet was pinned diagonally across the back of her head and hung down over her shoulder. That, too, was woven with leaves. Her kid gloves and her shoes were tan-coloured. She looked, Estelle thought, like an autumn bride. She felt like a bride whose stomach was filled with fluttering butterflies. This was her wedding day. Bertrand was in her dressing-room then, and Olga left. Their stepmother went into the bedchamber. "Stell." He took both her hands in his and held them very tightly, as he took a half-step back to look her over from head to feet. "What is there to say? You look lovely."
"Will you be lonely without me, Bert?" she asked, and their eyes connected. "Will you live at Redcliffe?"
Strangely, they had not talked about it during the past weeks. "I'll go there often," he said. "I'll come to Everleigh often. And of course I will miss you, Stell. I will live at Elm Court. It is home. It will always be home for as long as Papa lives, and I hope that will be until he is at least 90. I will not be lonely. I have my books and my life, and when I get lonely, as maybe I will in a few years' time, then I will take a bride of my own. Life moves on, and we must move with it. He is perfect, Stell.
Of course he is not, she said, any more than I am. But he is perfect for me, Bert, and I think I am perfect for him.
He smiled at her, squeezed her hands more tightly, and kissed her forehead, leaning carefully forward so that he would not disturb her hair or her clothing. Estelle swallowed what felt like a lump in her throat and smiled back. She could hear her father talking with her stepmother in the bedchamber. Bertrand stood back so that she could precede him into the room.
"Well, just look at you," her father said. "Good God, is this really my daughter? Dash it all, Estelle, come here."
Estelle laughed as she set her hands on either side of his waist.
"Mind my hair," she warned him. "It took Olga a whole hour."
It was time for them to leave then, for the short drive to the church. Carriages were drawn up all about it, and a small crowd of villagers was gathering about the gate. And Justin had been so right about the time of year, Estelle thought. The valley was indeed breathtakingly lovely, with all the autumn foliage. The village was too. It was surely the very best time of the year to marry, with Christmas approaching, and the coziness of the winter months, and the promise of spring not too far off. After a final hug inside the church doors, Bertrand and their stepmother went together to take their places in the front pew. The vicar waited at the front of the church, and the organ began to play.
"Come,"
her father said, smiling at her and offering his arm.
"Your mother would be so very proud of you today, Estelle. She loved you both very dearly."
"Oh," she said, "thank you, Papa. How blessed I am, for Mother loves me dearly too."
She set her arm within his, solid and dependable, and walked toward her bridegroom, who had risen with the rest of the congregation and stepped a little into the nave so that he could watch her come. And oh, she loved him. Her throat was still a bit tight from Bertrand's hug and her father's words about her mother. But her future, the rest of her life, was awaiting her in the large form of Justin Wiley, Earl of Brandon, and it was going to be good. It was going to include everyone from her past, everyone from her family and his, but it was all going to centre about him. He did not take his eyes from her while she walked to meet him, or while her papa gave her into his keeping, or even when the vicar began to speak.
"Dearly beloved,"
he said. And they were married, husband and wife, Earl and Countess of Brandon. The nuptial service was at an end, the register had been signed, and they were making their way from the church, smiling from side to side at all their relatives. For all of them were now, indeed, their relatives. Not his and hers any longer, but theirs. And some of those relatives, mostly the younger ones, were outside in the churchyard awaiting them, armed to the teeth, of course, with yellow and wine and russet flower petals they had got from somewhere. They were lined up, waiting to pelt them as they made a dash for their carriage.
"I love this part of a wedding,"
Estelle said, grasping Justin's hand and laughing,
"though I have never before been at the receiving end."
"Enjoy it then," he said, laughing with her.
"It is a shame to run," she said, "but they will be disappointed if we do not."
"Here we go then,"
he said, and they dashed along the path while autumn rained down upon their heads. Not autumn rain, but autumn colours, already vibrant about her person and on the trees all about them. The children were shrieking with laughter as they hurled their loads. Everyone else grinned and laughed. Villagers applauded and smiled. And he belonged again, Justin thought. He had been fully accepted back at last. Perhaps because he had wanted to be back.
He handed his bride into the carriage and followed her in. "Protect your ears," he said. She tipped back her head and closed her eyes briefly as the church bells pealed to announce their marriage. The congregation, their family, was beginning to spill out of the church. "Oh," she said, turning shining eyes in his direction. "This is the happiest day of my life, Justin. I know that is not very original, but—" He did not hear the rest, for the carriage was in motion, and so were all the pots and pans, and Lord knew what else tied beneath it. It created a ferociously deafening din. He set an arm about her shoulders and turned her toward him. "Why waste time trying to talk?" he said, though neither of them heard his words. He kissed her. Unknown to either of them, a cheer went up from those gathered outside the church gates, and those in the churchyard too. The entry hall at Everleigh was decorated in autumn colours, and would have quite taken her breath away if there had been any more to take, Estelle said, laughing when they entered it, to find all the household servants lined up in 2 rows to greet them with applause when they stepped over the threshold. The state dining room in the north wing was similarly decorated, as was the nearer of the smaller reception rooms on one side of it, and the ladies' withdrawing room on the other. Estelle and Justin moved from room to room, trying to greet everyone personally before everyone was seated for the wedding breakfast. Estelle hugged her step-siblings, Camille, Abigail with Gil, and Harry with Lydia, who, interestingly, appeared to have lost some of the slimness of her waist since Estelle last saw her at her own wedding in the spring. She shook hands with Thomas Wickford from Yorkshire and hugged his wife Sarah, the youngest of Mariah's aunts. She hugged all of the Westcott sisters, her stepmother's former sisters-in-law, Aunt Matilda, Aunt Louise, and Aunt Mildred. She laughed and chatted with various cousins, and kept an arm about Andrew's shoulders as he hauled out of a bulging pocket his latest stone carving to show her. It was inspired, she believed, by the carvings on the Palladian Bridge. His sister Winifred explained that Ricky Mort had found the stone for him. Ricky had sat with the boy while he carved, and the two of them had somehow been able to communicate, even though Andrew could neither hear nor talk. Estelle hugged and thanked the Ormsbury aunts when she saw the state dining room, which was gorgeous in the splendour of its decorations and table settings. "How would we have managed without you?" she asked them. "Very easily, Estelle," Lord Crowther told her. "All you really need for a wedding is a clergyman, and a licence, and a willing bride and groom."
"If I did not know he was merely trying to provoke me," Lady Crowther said, tossing a glance at the ceiling, "I would give that idea the answer it deserves. Thank you, Estelle. Felicity and I worked hard, and we enjoyed every moment. I can see a dozen other ladies in this very room who would have been only too happy to take our place if we had been unavailable. At least a dozen." The meal was sumptuous. It was followed by speeches and toasts and the cutting of the bottom layer of the 4-tier cake. Sidney Sharp gave the speech the best man would normally have given. Wesley Mort had apparently agreed, very reluctantly, to be Justin's best man, but only on the condition that he would not also be expected to attend the wedding breakfast. He would, however, be at the ball this evening. His wife would see to that. So would Ricky. "We have a few hours," Justin said when the breakfast was over. He had Estelle's hand clasped in his. "How would you like to use them?" "I am quite weary," she said, surprised by the truth of her words. "The summer house, the lake, the grotto, the library." "We made the bed of the summer house work for us once upon a time," he said. "But for the next time, Estelle, I want something altogether more spacious. I think this afternoon should be the next time, and I have not yet shown you the Countess's bedchamber, have I?" "It might be considered scandalous if you had," she said. "Come and see it now," he said. "We will not be missed?" she asked him. His eyes laughed at her.
I would expect that everyone will miss us, he said, but everyone will know where we are, so no one will come looking.
I think, she said, I am blushing.
His eyes roamed her face. You are, he said. Blushes become you.
Oh, Justin,
she sighed.
Take me to see the Countess's room, then. My room.
They spent 3 hours there before Justin rang for her maid and his own valet. And for those hours, Estelle seemed to forget her weariness, except during a few brief intervals while they both dozed. They made vigorous, joyful love on either side of those intervals, and talked love words and nonsense, and smiled and laughed. It is the laughter and the joy that I remember from my childhood here, he told her. My parents were forever talking silliness to each other, and tickling me and pretending to eat me up, and hugging me while they told me what a little pest I was. That was when Everleigh felt like home.
It will feel like that again, she promised him.
Oh, he said, it already does, Estelle. Will you think me very greedy if I have you one more time before we get ready for the ball?
Yes,
she said.
But I am greedy too, you see.
He said, covering her mouth with his. Again. The wedding and the breakfast had been for family. The ball was for the community too. Justin had signed all the invitations that had been put before him after his return from Wes's wedding, and they had been sent out to families at the village and in the countryside for miles around. All, almost without exception, had sent back acceptances and came promptly at the appointed hour. Justin stood with his bride just inside the doors of the grand reception hall, the dome soaring above them, tasteful wine and gold decorations all about them, wound about the great stone pillars and in festoons over the balustrade of the gallery. The orchestra platform was surrounded by pots of autumn-hued chrysanthemums. They were greeting their guests. Estelle was at her most elegant and beautiful in a high-waisted, simply styled gown of dull gold, her dark hair almost severe in a smooth chignon that shone in the light of myriad candles. She was at her most charming, too, and she had a word and a smile for everyone. Even setting aside the fact that he loved her, Justin could see that she was going to be the perfect countess. But of course that was a nonsense thought, for he did love her, more than he had ever thought it possible to love. And, wonder of wonders, she seemed to love him just as much, calloused hands and broken nose and overblown muscles notwithstanding. Maria, who came into the room in the midst of a cluster of cousins, most of them not even her blood relations, hugged them both and clung to Justin for a few moments.
"Thank you, Justin," she said. "Thank you for bringing me home."
That was all, and she was off to be a part of her group and to join a few other young people. But it almost brought Justin to his knees. "Did you hear that?" he asked Estelle.
"I did,"
she said.
"Maria has been sparkling today."
Lady Maple, Justin could see, was sitting in a group with Mrs. Kingsley and a couple of older ladies from the neighbourhood. Leonard Dixon and Erwin Chandler were deep in conversation with the Duke of Netherby. Maria was gathering young Winifred Cunningham into her group. The Earl and Countess of Riverdale were talking with Patricia Chandler and Sarah Wickford, her sister. Estelle's Aunt Jane appeared to be holding her own with Lady Hodgkins. A couple of young girls from the village were flirting with Viscount Whatley, who was humouring them good-naturedly, without in any way flirting back. Wes seemed to be about as uncomfortable as it was possible for a man to be, while Estelle's father and stepmother chatted amiably with Hilda and him. Ricky was smiling brightly as he chattered away to the Westcott sisters, all three of whom were listening with what looked like genuine interest.
"Your friend Hilda Mort is a surprise to me," Estelle said. "For some reason, I expected a woman who was large and managing. Instead, she is petite and pretty, and those two very large men clearly adore her."
"The power of womanhood," he said, grinning at her. And then the dancing began, with a country set that everyone knew and in which most participated. Justin led it off with Estelle. "So," he said, "were you right? Does this make a good ballroom?"
"Absolutely the best," she said. "Justin, I am so glad our wedding has been here. It seems so right that we are celebrating this evening in this round room, surrounded by our family and our neighbours."
"And it is always easier to waltz in a circular room," he said. She raised her eyebrows. "No corner to negotiate," he explained. The waltz was next. Justin had been determined that Estelle would be his partner, of course, but he had not given any instructions that they dance it alone. It happened anyway, and Justin suspected his aunts had indeed considered every fine detail of this wedding. When the dance was announced, and he led Estelle onto the floor, no one else joined them there. Everyone stood around the perimeter. Some had even gone up to the gallery, and there was a murmur and a smattering of applause. He smiled at Estelle, and she smiled back.
"I hope," she said, "you know the steps."
"What steps?" he asked, setting his right arm about her waist, while she set one hand on his shoulder, and he took her other hand in his. "Help!" She laughed.
"Well, you know," she said, "I have never seen you at a ball in London."
The music began, and he led his bride into the waltz, twirling her slowly, while they caught the rhythm and arranged their feet so that they did not step upon each other's. Then he twirled her more boldly as he smiled into her eyes, and she smiled back. "I love you," he said.
"I am glad," she said, "for I love you too."
Some of the spectators were clapping to the rhythm. A few wags called out encouragement. Someone whistled. After a few minutes, the Marquis of Dorchester stepped onto the floor with the Marchioness, and Whately with Maria, and Harry Westcott with his wife, and Sid Sharp with Angela Ormsbury, and Nigel Dixon with Winifred Cunningham. And gradually the floor filled with dancers, and their guests celebrated a wedding. He had felt so terribly alone, Justin remembered. Then he had gone to fetch Maria, and invited his relatives and hers to come here in a desperate, potentially disastrous attempt to make her feel at home. And then he had come across a woman alone on a riverbank, her dress up about her knees, her feet dangling in the water, her hair loose and untidy down her back. And here he was, a mere few months later, at home, no longer alone, dancing in a room full of people with whom he belonged and always would, waltzing with that woman from the riverbank, his wife, his countess. "Happy?" he asked. She nodded. "Happy," she said. His love.